know what to expect. Jake, you were kind of saying multiple times throughout the first day and then kind of leading into the second day, yeah, it's all good and well to play well, but it's one game. It's one game that matters, and we saw that yesterday. How integrally important that was to one of the biggest storylines we had to play in.
Very brutal format. You know, Shopify Rebellion did everything perfect on the opening day. They got the best seed that they possibly could. Unfortunately, then still got the hardest opponent that they probably could get in CAG. And they also, guys, got a CAG team that finally played to their full potential at an international land, hence why they were able to get the win. So if you were to look at it on paper, I don't think it's the biggest upset of all time, but if you add in all the historical, you know, data around CAG and how they usually perform, yeah, it's a bit of an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. They really took a commanding position over the course of those 3 maps, and I think for me the biggest takeaway was resilience, and it's a storyline for CAG that's very easy to refine.
They're 6-3.
Exactly. Down on club, able to recover and bring that to an OT 8-6 win, set themselves up nicely, and even despite map number 2 of this series, as we see the highlights on Border, completely flipping the other direction, right? Shopify looked absolutely dominant, 7-2 victory in the end. It was CAG's ability to just fight and fight and fight and make Shopify work super hard over the course of this series, and unfortunately they just ran out of gas.
I also got to speak to Sparky briefly last night after their win and just sort of posed the question, celebration or back to work, and immediately said no celebration. Our goal is to win the trophy.
Yep.
Getting into groups isn't a win. And I'm sure, of course, they're happy with the result and happy with the performance, but they're not satisfied. The tournament is now just beginning for them as much as it is for all the other teams joining us in group stage, Rob.
And that's it. When you're talking about
you said you were surprised about how SR played yesterday? So was I.
Going to be joining us. I mean, yeah, CAG, Fnatic, phenomenal plans. They look great. You can see there, as you said, some teams
that was something,
making it through the groups. Some teams are going to want to make it to main stage, and not just that, but take it all the way. However, the teams that are joining us in groups are absolute giants. We have a Heroes Lounge on the A stream. We have seats for some of the greatest organizations that have ever been in Siege, guys. And it's here today on our stream. I think we've got like 6 of the best
I do want to know,
may have seen.
How did Team
obviously
Secret...
we have Dark Zero hot off their win at Salt Lake City.
We have
Team Secret, who as an organization qualified for this event after winning last year. I mean, you could rattle through names. You've got M80, who have made a massive comeback, and I'm sure they'll be wanting to make a statement at this event. You've got CAG, who are in hot foot. Like,
hang on, you haven't even touched on the back-to-back SI winners. 3 grand finals in a row. FaZe Clan.
You can rattle out for days just how strong this group is. And I think for me, actually, that's going to make this first round, being best of 1, incredibly volatile. I wouldn't be shocked if we see some surprise results.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it, Jake? Because once you add that into the mix, we've got a big day in front of us, don't we?
Yeah, we certainly do. I mean, as we go to the schedule, I'll do your job for you, Rob.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. I did a bit of a soft throw, but maybe you do a bit harder.
I think that what we have is obviously games that we need to put a bow on it. They're best of 1s. It is double elimination. It's not as if we were in the same frame of mind as yesterday, which was, well, basically an elimination game. So we reset a little bit. Still big matches. You want to start well, but clearly as evident from the likes of Shopify Rebellion, sometimes starting well isn't the be end all.
My bad. So the thing with Team Secret was because
the grand final winner
they won the last
previously, and then the org of Team Secret, last year's EWC winner. Now, of course, very different
because they won the last major
time in EML, and we'll touch on that.
They won the last. They're defending champions of EWC from last year. They automatically qualified, despite quite literally being last in their bracket.
Qualifying into group stage, and the last one for me as well. Weibo Furia, toss that one in the air, guys, and have a guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think Weibo have a really strong opportunity there to win that. As you mentioned, they may then go on to face EP. So I
want to watch it, but I had DZ like
right. So yeah, very excited. I just hope that we get some variability in these results. Naturally, probably going to be the case with best of 1.
Yeah.
I mean, even as you said, like Fnatic, a good example. Thrown into the Wolves, they've gained momentum. They've been able to warm up. They're familiar with the environment. We've spoken a lot about that over the course of this event, where teams have had that warm up buff, and it may well reign true once more.
Well, the weight of expectations we saw with Shopify Rebellion
I definitely think
crushing them.
DZ wins
and
too.
if we were talking about expectations,
let me make sure that, like,
I mean, you can't go any further.
I'm right.
This organization, this roster, coming off the back of a monstrous win at Salt Lake City. Jake, as they now prepare for their EWC
there you go.
Campaign,
they're 10th place, dude.
Where do you look at this roster going?
I mean, you win a major, you can do anything beyond that. EWC, 6 Invitational, it should be within the sights of this team. And I think they've got the capabilities. I think for me, Dark Zero, you can easily make the argument they're the best team in North America at the moment. Now, I know they ended up losing to M80 and Wildcard, so they were technically the 3 seed in North America based on stage 1 with Wildcard, M80 performing better. But when you kind of look at what they've been able to do,
dude, Newers, dude, watch, pay attention to Newers. Oh my gosh, dude, he's gonna pop up
at this event. On the flip side, and it is the flip side, Secret are
tell
not
that brother to stop shadow boxing. Nah, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough as hell.
Only a single player going positive on the stage being Noah. No surprise, absolutely talented, and a special guest that we had on APL this stage too.
Nice little shout out.
Even he only got a 101.
Dude, these guys look like massive frauds. So massive frauds.
The hope for Team Secret will be.
I mean, dude, 10th place in EML. I think these guys may have won out of all. Out of EML, they may have won one game.
Again, just it leans into the conversation we're having.
Kino got a lock in, bro. Keep your eyes on Newers. He's always
very different context.
Very aggressive. He's always very aggressive, and he's always positive. You know.
Upsets can really happen. And if you're
then obviously they have that coach.
You may not have had the greatest of stage 1s. In fact, really poor.
Call out.
But that doesn't mean that you can't tidy things up coming to EWC. They still have big names on that roster that can make moves. Speaking of making moves, let's move into the map veto and start talking about what we could expect, because I think that this one, whilst yes, it is a best of 1, Jake, there's still 9 maps that we've got to try to shuffle through. If you
I thought you were going to put up the squid gif when you said making moves, and I was getting a little bit nervous.
I would love to see you make moves.
Not quite back home, APL.
Also,
yeah, I mean, obviously best of 1, so this is where map pools can be tested in the best of 3s. We look at it as, well, how many different maps, but in best of 1s, can you get your map? Can you get a map that you're actually happy with? So Nighthaven Labs is where we're going to go to. I already had a sneak peek earlier, and I got to say, guys, this is a big warning sign of your Team Secret, because this is the most played, most common map in the North American region. Now, it's not Dark Zero's best map. It's probably middle of the pack, but they've played it 9 times over the last 2 or 3 months. On the flip side for Secret, it's their permapan.
Yeah, the reality is a middle of the pack map for Dark Zero should still far exceed the kind of form guide for Team Secret. And when you look at the map that was remaining, it was between Bank and Labs. You are never going to Bank.
Bank is their best map,
Dark
so
Zero.
you're on there.
Exactly. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting. For Team Secret, banned 17 times since the start of the year compared to just 4 against. So they have well and truly hidden this map, and maybe all the VODs that are available in the NAL could serve them in being a little tricky today.
It is the kind of map I think you can really scope out and see how a team wants to play. And so then you can identify, and being a best of 1, you could try and get a bit of a scope.
All right, man, let's lock them in. Let's actually see if Team Secret can do it.
Can they throw some surprises? The downside, though, Rob,
and ranked everyone starts Nighthaven. By the way, best map ever. Nighthaven right there. Love it. Love it.
It's very clear. There is a very big divide between these 2 teams. You have a
you're right. There's a fair divide. And Nighthaven's defender sided. It's heavily defender sided actually.
From a roster of old.
And DZ has played Nighthaven a lot in NAL at least.
2 wins and you're through. 2 losses and you're done. We kickstart with our first best of 1 of the group stages here at EWC.
So we've reset a little bit, guys. Yesterday was quite dramatic, a very dramatic finish. The North American fans, from disappointment now to riding the coattails of Dark Zero, M80,
We're going for any NAL team. It's just sad to see SR league.
Trust into Dark Zero go into this as heavy,
no one extends in your rank, so
for me, I come
if you don't do it, it's painful to play. Extends, as in realms, maybe? Not really extends in Nighthaven.
Dev and Pengu,
sort of.
But I'm curious to see what they can do with a bit of time on land. More scrim opportunities, more big teams coming over from the likes of North America, SAL. Yeah, what if they?
Also, I personally hate Fortress, but whatever.
Yeah, look,
Mira's still up. Usually you see like Kino or NJR play Warden here. I'm surprised they're not going for that.
The question will be whether or not he can rally this particular roster to greatness. We'll get an insight of that, of course, in this first match of the day. And best of 1, anything can happen. Maybe we could see a surprise result. As for the operator bans, though, for this first half, there will be a focus on hard breach on the side of DZ, with the Ace and the Thatcher taken out of play. So too with Team Secret taking off the Bandit and the Kaid. It does though mean that DZ will have the mirror available for Walden R potential, and it's faults to play that here. Round 1. over towards that IT wall, and also Mute in play. Interestingly, DZ electing to double stack jammers on this position just to make life a little more challenging potentially for Noah, but it seems as if he's been able to deal with that line of sight generated. Drills as well to lurk down below on that Zofia, who is now very much a serious threat on Vert. We've seen it a little bit at this event so far with the triple impact.
Morning,
it hasn't been hugely successful and influential, but definitely something to be mindful of.
Like, no one plays Raptors, connectors, or Evox.
You want to put pressure on anyone.
Gotcha,
I'm actually going to say
yeah,
Mowgli.
yeah.
I mean, Noah has already been performing this stage for Secret. I think they need Mowgli to really stand up. He's got the experience. Only an 83 EPS for stage 1 of EML. He had a rough time, especially here on land. It's just where it's not as common for the likes of Oscar, Flexi, and certainly for Drills, who for the large portion of his career has been more of that tier 2 sort of player. Halfway through this opening round, trying to just open up IT. Dark Zero, it's a pretty comfortable start to the map. Not really tested yet, but eventually the pressure will come over towards Rafters. Oscar with the vault in. They do lose Noah immediately. First battle went the way of NJR. He was traded though by Mowgli.
Yeah, there it is. There's Newers.
And that now leaves Dark
I knew
Zero.
it. Is he playing off the? He's playing off the vert.
It's Oscar on an
That's crazy.
Rafters. Mowgli on the other side towards IT. They'll look to group up together.
Yeah, Oscar just not quite catching a favorable timing there on his push over towards Rafters, and then wasn't able to follow that up with the trade down below onto Newers, who's now already rotated lobby side second floor. Mowgli goes searching IT, stalled out courtesy of Kino on the smoke. And for Dark Zero, it's now about establishing cross positions, not feeding ones, playing passive time and man count on their side.
Yeah, I like this from Dark Zero. They're giving them nothing, hold back, out of sight
How's
positions.
Mowgli not dead?
Essentially allow Secret into the site and then bang, have the angles covered. Nicely done from J90. Not much you can do, Oscar. Sorry to say, but this first round's going to go the way of the North Americans.
Oh,
in the
gosh.
End, incredibly uncomfortable level. Oscar's fighting tooth and nail, but
don't do it. Who's his zombie? Who's his zombie?
It's going to be 1-0 to DZ. And even towards the very end in a 4 versus 1 scenario with
all right
9-10 seconds remaining on the clock, Dark Zero.
How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good.
Back in at once, they were able to just maintain their position.
How about you, Paul?
Good fundamentals.
Elox spot's favorite. It's my favorite.
Though, is going to be
love to play a mute or a wardman in there.
Site to attack into on Nighthaven Labs. I had a look at the numbers before. 58% defensive win rate and 54% defensive win rate across both North America and EML through stage 1. So
dude, it's like
that out to about maybe
the double cross of the century right there.
And that site definitely the hardest of the bunch.
Yeah.
But
very good passive play. No one over swinging.
Control. That's
is DZ the favorites for this? Oh yeah. Oh yes, dude. Yeah. To give you a little heads up,
solid start
Team Secret was bottom of EML. They
carry forward that form.
Placed 10th in there in EML during stage. The only reason they're here is because they're defending champions of EWC. Like they sucked in EML.
Largely due to the way in which the game develops and the meta evolves over time. And there have been actually some pretty significant buffs and changes since that particular event.
What are the chances of Secret winning this? Very slim, very slim.
Elsewhere, which is just
well, I enjoy you, and I can type it for you.
How the game is played.
And we love a rehost after 1 round played. It's the second worst rehost you can have. Being the worst is pre-match altogether.
We've had that too.
We've had that too. I mean, a good start of your Dark Zero, the way that they played that, able to just kind of get a good read on it. They understand that clearly.
Trying to fix your sleep schedule because you used to wake up at 4 p.m. Yeah, you got to fix that. Yeah. You gotta fix that. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You might go for that pig IT.
What else remains in EWC? Well, today's all BO1s and it's double elimination. So the only teams, so every team's gonna play 2 games today, I think. And every team that loses both games today is out.
One with the blue hallway and said, "Yep, you can come into the site, but we've got you covered."
But you've got, you know, your NAL, your NAL, your SAL, your email. Some of your APAC, CNL teams.
In order, it will be storage and control up next. I was having a look at some
it's kind of hard, yeah. It's kind of hard to like name who remains because 16 teams remain, but only 8 will advance.
Outstanding, 116 EPS for Newers, a 112 as well for J90.
So you gotta be that experience right there.
Bolts 96 and Kino 90 for reference.
FaZe and M80, yes, of course. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see FaZe play later today. They play Fnatic, and then M80 plays.
Good of a performance that they had. Nua's second rated, only behind Ashen. J90 fourth rated.
Let me look real quick. M80 plays Falcons after. Excuse me, after this match, so we'll definitely be tuning in to watch that.
It's the best.
That's going to be a good game. Logan, thank you for the follow, man. Thank you.
A specific related problem. It was server-sided. All 10 players.
I love how across EWC, every time we get one round into a game, there's always a tech pause.
Initially the selected site here for the second round, but
so we got Gojo trapped on NJI's desk. I'll be looking forward to it.
But I imagine that will be a firm selection from DZ. You can see they're on the
title
team
defender.
Secret, the title defender.
People were saying Emilia's gotten better without spoil. You don't know if it's true though.
So for those unfamiliar,
Emilia's had their ups and downs, but you know what? They were top of the bracket in AL actually.
Get in there. If you defeat
they had a really good
title
in AL
winner, which obviously for Team Secret is the organization.
So look pretty strong.
Do you get access?
Still a pass?
Let me look back at it.
I don't believe so.
They weren't top. Sorry, they came in second
good, why wouldn't they?
to wildcard, which wildcard was amazing. So yeah,
quite a few yesterday.
They look really good.
Yeah, what was it? I think CAG ended up crushing 3 keys, and of course so did Fnatic.
Bro, what is that? Is that Gojo? What's that? It's like a ballerina.
For the slight delay after round 1. Went the way of Dark Zero storage control following in this next round. And with the opening round out of the way, command server done, this is when it really begins now. Curious to see how Secret are going to go. Now, we usually look at this side as the tertiary.
I think the server might be having a...
Yeah, I did see the little pause.
Slow start to the day, Jay. It's not looking good. Uh-oh.
Might be more waiting to come, unfortunately.
I'm having a look across at the B stream, and they seem to be having some kind of technical pause as well. Unsure if that's at all related, but a little bit nerve-wracking.
See, it's nice to see Team Liquid Alienware, their logo at an international event again. Not for the players, we're typically used to seeing those guys for many, many years now, but for the organization, clearly a very, very big organization. I still remember back in Sao Paulo, the amount of Team Liquid jerseys and fans that were there. Of course, they were wondering, well, where's the org? Technical pause. It seems as if we're having some issues with the servers. So we go Jake and Gar's podcast mode for a bit.
Live from Paris.
Live from Paris.
Yeah. Good to be back.
It is good to be back.
The weather is very pleasant outside.
It's very different to earlier this year when we were here for the 6th Invitational.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm just now reading that. That's crazy.
Yeah, a bit colder.
And now on the flip side, it's very, very warm every single day.
Yes.
But hey, that's what seasons are for.
No.
You know what, mate?
Oh, hello, Rob.
That is what it's for. That is. It truly is.
I was wondering why you didn't leave earlier before. Maybe you had an inkling.
I had a feeling. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to save these boys. I'm going to dig them out of a trench. It's time for podcast mode.
Oh, we do love a good podcast mode.
It is. It's time for expectations. I think that while we wait for this,
what about
because we're so well, win conditions would be that Secret have to be a different team to beat this roster.
Bring the old boys back.
Yeah, correct. Run it back.
Where's June?
Look, I've opened up.
Twista thought it was funny.
I haven't even started.
You're going for DZ?
I think that Secret will obviously
have
a chance
we're in AL all the way here.
Together, but I think if we're to look at things a little wider, unless you want to keep it very topical for this, but I think that considering it's the start of groups, we haven't really seen any of the teams on stage playing at the moment. I think it's a good opportunity to just kind of give the viewers at home a bit of expectations around what we're expecting for this tournament.
So you said that guy's monitor is tall.
As potential
Which one?
dark horses who
Which
we've got
one?
as winning this.
Well, who have you got?
As a dark horse, or as winning the actual event?
Of the above.
All the way.
Okay.
So do you always root for NA teams just because everyone says they're the weakest? Well, I always root for NA in general because
of a North American team is going to win this.
Live in America,
I think that
but
would be not a hot take. I think it'd be a mild
North America,
take.
I guess you call it. But
I think no. I definitely think no. I'm not saying that they can't do it, but if you look,
I mean, there's no NA teams. I have my other SAL or EML teams to root for.
Fair point.
Thank you very much,
point,
mate.
Robert.
But no, I do think,
Rage, just in general, DZ proved that FaZe could lose.
Yes, I was in Paris.
Like, they were on a hot win streak.
If you open the conversation up, I think you have to expect your Falcons,
it was a fat win streak too.
Your Dark Zeros to be performing at a very high level at this event. I'm probably more so looking for the outside chances. I don't think I'm really looking necessarily at the top teams when it comes to my conversation.
I'm looking to get back in the server.
I would love to get back in the server,
but
I don't
it's whether or not we can actually resume the game, Jake, because we did get in last time, and unfortunately it timed out.
What mouse is everyone using?
As we start to look at these brackets and as we start to see the first couple of matches play out, I really do hope that, you know, the likes of all gamers.
He's at the end of the desk on the left side. Okay.
I'm really keen to keep my eyes on EDG as they get underway. Speaking of getting underway,
I think.
Guess what, boys?
I think we're getting underway.
Believe it's J9. I might be wrong.
And on that note, I will leave the professionals to do what they do best.
Nah, I see, I know.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Phil. Phil Monday.
No.
Yeah, finally. Okay, cool.
Rob, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Man, Phil.
So control storage.
I didn't want to get it wrong.
The second round. Apologies for the delay.
Again, the time when DG won that major and shit dominated FaZe to get to. Well, I mean,
up on the attacker repick
when you beat FaZe, like when they beat FaZe, it was kind of like, all right, they're gonna win it, you know.
Initially anticipating a basement site choice.
Like, I get they went up against SR, but I mean they beat FaZe. Like, there's no way they would have, you know, beat FaZe and then lost.
Looks like they will very much stack above over towards IT side.
Reload.
This guy dump a whole mag into a window.
Full
Hell yeah.
secret in this round. Very flexible, very versatile, especially if you're trying to take Rafters control or potentially push through IT. You do want to establish vert on the attack for this site, most notably towards IT, but the mirror window placed is going to make this a little bit annoying for Noah. Secondary hard breach. They do, of course, have the X-Kairos for Oscar, but he's con-side at the moment. Noah's moving rather aggressively.
Okay.
Very aggressively. Air jab will dislodge J90, but safely
Nearest
into
gets a pick on
IT,
Mowgli.
where he will stack together with Faults.
Kino gets another pick on
Mowgli,
Drills.
both down already. Oscar was able to get Kino. Big swing here from Noah coming up. Spots the gun barrel. Knows where J90 is, but didn't get the read on Faults. Good pop-up from Faults. Then the second onto Oscar. He's done his job. Flexi.
Oh, 2v1 against the shield. Hold up, you can't ISO a shield.
Razor Bloom's going to be thrown his way. That'll force him towards command.
Wow.
For the pistol shot. And JR says no way. Make it too straight for DZ.
Well, DZ looking scary here in the opening couple of rounds of labs. Team Secret finding it tricky.
Nice trade.
Maintain the pressure and pace required.
Good trade game from DZ.
Best of one.
Not a good trade game from Secret.
Still early days. It could certainly be a case of just a slow build up on the attacking half, but DZ just playing so well
trade
off one
there.
another at the moment.
Fault is able to take up a Habana. It's 2v1 against the shield.
They're in autopilot mode, it feels like.
It's just too
That's
easy.
always, I think, the sign of a team that's in good form.
Team Secret sucks. I mean, dude, once again,
couple of rounds, it can be very
bottom of their bracket. I'm not even talking like they were middle, like they won some games, lost some games. Yeah, I am Rivals. I am. But dude, I'm not even talking like they won some games, lost some games. Dude, these guys won maybe one game in all of EML in that last stage. And mind you, they play like, I don't know how many, but I would say around like 8 games. I mean, 10th place.
And Mirror, and I would dare say Guz.
But, you know, here they are.
Probably get banned away after this round. Already got rid of the Kaid and the Bandit, throw in the Mirror.
That's crazy. I mean, dude, I get they're defending champions, right? They won the last EWC. But there should be some sort of requirement, like, hey, y'all gotta at least place like 8.
Previous round, and then Attacker repicked out of.
This is just free for DZ.
I think they were a little bit caught by surprise.
Yes, VP's in the zone. They will play later today.
And as we enter the group stage for the Esports World Cup, there's not going to be
They play at 11:40 against Edward Gaming, so they'll win that because of that CNOs.
based on the stage 1 results for these two teams respectively, this is probably the most one-sided, maybe besides FaZe and Fnatic.
I would probably still describe this one or anticipate this one to be the most lopsided matchup on paper. Early days, but it may be developing into that expectation. Early pepper.
Oh, thanks so much for the follow.
Secondary
But I've winning the whole event.
Deployed. And so we're out in towards site, but as is typical on this objective, the DZ defense is
I don't know, there's a lot of strong teams.
heavily holding above on the first
I'll
floor,
always like
makes it
I'll
impossible for Team Secret to go
I'll just do
for
FaZe
a
or
direct
DZ.
hit, especially with their kind of lineup. They don't have the utility that can be layered maybe to negate that. And so Team Secret splitting this attack, entry lobby, bit of pressure warehouse side, trying to see if they could squeeze this defense. Slow going at the moment. Dark Zero not making this easy.
Mowgli's going to make his way.
Have they even made any real
Volts
bird?
actually has retaken back up above now for Dark Zero. Mowgli might not be aware of that. He's just started to make his way down blue and well on the money. Newers catches him. Make that 3 straight opener kills for the defense. Noah finds his second kill of the match onto Kino.
Have any flank cams?
Again, with breach opened up, there is possibility on this basement site. Jugger payload call from Drills onto Volts. They've got the player advantage after they dealt with Newers. And J9O over towards the side, but it's Volts still actually top warehouse. Big kill from J9O onto Oscar. Needed to win that, otherwise the site was going to become vulnerable. Flexi at least shuts down NJR. That's at least one of the 2 pieces on the site. Dealt with Noah. Lovely headshot onto J9O's. Volts catches Drills running. Retakes this first floor position, but the plan from Flexi will go down. Volts doesn't have the angle to deny. Enters now the post plan.
Very limited information for Volts to play off, and we'll need to try and break this trade. Tricky to envision him being able to clutch this round.
For a multitude of reasons, but most importantly being the time. The way that Noah and Flexi are playing this so far off the kit. Volts is going to have to just keep creeping closer, go for a couple of taps. They give him nothing.
Well,
and in the end of the doorway, watched by Noah.
Secret takes that round.
Board. That's their first round here at the eSports World Cup. A pretty solid round. Able to just slowly work their way through basement. Let's start with B. And we head into the bands.
Yeah,
NJR always on the weird sites. I know, he just can't run like a hollow A or like a hollow B.
Teetering on the edge of being described
Works for him, though.
Probably slow, but it's pretty methodical across the board. First
yeah,
kill
good
came
post
to the
pack, good
10 mark,
cross.
and they were then able to steamroll that into some site control. No, with a 3K, so he's in good form. And I think if Team Secret are to do well at this event, it's clearly going to hinge on Noah, firstly, doing well, Mowgli as well.
I actually honestly thought Volts was going to clutch that.
North America love.
Why?
And we're still trying to understand why.
Attack.
I'm going to have to go speak to Fabian or something and be like, what's with this site in this region? What? And he'll probably say, I don't know why anyone picks it.
We'll see how it goes.
Actually, he might be over there, to be honest, in the crowd. I can spot all of the M80 boys watching. But they're not watching Dark Zero, by the way. They're watching the P stream.
Savage and Ashton were both sitting down here just a moment ago. Savage, of course, was on this Team Secret roster when they won eSports World Cup last year. Mowgli, though, also on that team, still retains his position on the squad. I wonder what the journey for him over the last sort of 12 months has been with the roster changes they have
Ammo he's recently improved? He has.
Now,
wasn't enough for G2 though. Which will be fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one because
he's definitely
there's
improved.
many ways to look at it. Is it a rebuild that both Mowgli and Noah are invested in, or are they potentially 1 foot out the door if that opportunity arises? Hard to say. So kitchen cafeteria, this is the odd site choice now from Dark Zero. Mowgli already creeping through command. There is only really Newers that's really committed to this top floor, sitting inside of IT. Oh, Mowgli's got him here. Dead to rights. Newers not realizing that Mowgli had already taken good space on this top floor. Opening kill for the attack of Team Secret. They do lose Oscar, though, rather quickly. Mowgli now can look to contest over towards Fultz and get lobby control. Fultz needed to stay alive and just barely does. He ate the call of the Jugger payload as well. Got to recall, this is a best of one. If you give Secret this second attacking round, it really opens this map up.
Yeah, Fultz will look to reposition, can make the lobby side hit hard and offer assistance to Kino. We'll spot at least one, if not two, up top as Mowgli goes for an aggressive drop. Almost caught there by Kino, who pushes
what is Mowgli doing?
The shotgun.
No, Kino, lovely aggression with the shotgun. Secret thought that they could just push in towards the site. Noah unable to land the shots. Kino certainly will. 3 from him in the round. Kitchen cafeteria defended successfully, cuz we don't see that.
There's a reason those guys were
certainly helped that the hold over towards lobby was.
You know why they put someone on support?
You have to
say it's not a smart role for him. It's not. They're gonna adjust it, right?
Sitting inside,
right, they're gonna come back to this next stage, and he's not gonna be on support.
Aggression offside him. All that was initially taken quite well by Team Secret. Kino got the jump on the aggressive push forward lobby side, caught some good timings there onto Secret, who tried to drop down and flood the clash. Didn't pay off, and it's a 3-1 lead back to the NA squad.
I always like to provide the context when we say these things, but that site was not played a single time in EML Stage 1. So obviously no data, but evidently it means it's not a very good site if it's not being played. And over in North America, again, 11 times Ninehaven Labs was played in Stage 1, the most map. We saw that site 7 rounds out of 112 for a 71% attacker win rate. So a strange choice from DZ, but one that does pay off. They go 3-1 up. 2 rounds to go in this half.
Nah, I don't think it'll be a 7-1. It'll be like a 7-3, 7-2.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
In the end, they might troll some rounds.
Dark Zero is going to certainly influence this site, even if Team Secret are to fight for IT top floor control. With limited vert potential, it does change up the game plan, and they don't substitute that out for, say, a buck or a sledge. So I do wonder what the game plan here is for.
They didn't reinforce the garage wall?
How they look to exploit and pressure and flush out the site itself. Now, it isn't currently being heavily occupied by Dark Zero. They themselves are very dispersed on defense. And likely looking to hinge this defensive hold once again on the clash, particularly effective last round out. Fultz did a great job in terms of absorbing a bit of utility, but first and foremost, prioritizing life. Team Secret laying down the building blocks then for this attack. Eyes on Mowgli, who once again is looking to lurk inside of the map. Mixed success for him so far here on Labs, but has looked potent on a couple of occasions. Good info onto Fultz, second floor position. And you look across at the split here from DZ, 2 on the second floor, 2 on the first, and then NJR, interestingly enough, looking down below basement with impact grenades.
Tracel avoided. Drills first to fall at the hands of J9O. 4 of the opening 5 rounds. The opening kill has gone the way of DZ. It was to double down onto Flexi. Gets rid of him with ease. So no Deimos, no Nomad. And naked, no Mowgli. Noah's got 5 kills. And dare I say, unfortunately for Secret fans, this is more of the same from EML. It's Noah and friends.
That's not funny.
Oscar at least able to retrieve the kit. But in 2 versus 4, time expiring. Again, they find themselves staring down the barrel of defeat. Flash and Vault in and dead. Leaves just Noah remaining.
This is like really poor. This is a really poor attack.
And I think we can see how this is going to go for Noah and Secret. 4-1 to DZ. Fultz giving him a little teabag behind the clash shield.
Thank you.
And again, similar to the opening round, just look at the way that DZ are posturing. They know it's a 4 versus 1. They know that there's no world in which Noah's going to win this. But little peeking, little movement. And in the end, creeping up is Kino.
Do I like this site? Yeah, it's really good.
Well, we knew this was going to be a very one-sided match.
This site's better. This site's better than the kitchen site. It's just more people in ranked like to play kitchen because they know how to like set it up pretty default.
Yeah, it is.
Although I guess this is the site.
But I mean, the thing I'll say is usually you'll bring a ram, and I get rams banned
The complexion a little bit.
for a secret, but there was no vert. There's no vert or nothing on storage, so that storage player is just able to sit inside storage and get free picks.
But they may be able to rank.
Who is this, Castle? Whoever Castle is, he's just sitting in storage. Like, the storage window isn't even open. So he can just sit tight. He can just sit tight and just play storage and hold an anchor. There's supposed to be some form of vert there. But whatever. Why doesn't she everyone use flashes on therm? It's personal preference. But most people in Pro League will bring flashes.
To play aggressively offside, try and get information against the lurkers.
Just because usually, like, you know, they're able to talk to teammates calm and you know,
far away from the objective.
They're able to use the flashes properly, I guess.
Looking to bring a bit of spice into their lineup. We'll see the blitz for the first time here on Labs.
Yeah, I like the blitz for them, try and pick the pace up. It's been a bit hit miss so far, the pacing in this half. 1 minute, then 2, 1 minute, then 2, then 1 minute. So this might now be the fast pace again. Indeed, through kitchen, Flexi should find a kill here on Tanua's, trapped to the corner.
Wait.
Just completely bashing him into the wall as Mowgli then helps out. Good start for Secret. In a must-win
actually
round.
Good start.
That's a really easy clear on Tanua's. And now, if they want, they can slow the pacing.
Ooh.
There's no one else really around this first floor. J9O just kind of lingering cargo to control cargo stairs.
Oh, he died from Bert.
Noah did get taken down through the floorboards.
Yeah, he's outside though, so should be resable.
Should be resable, but when you're playing the sledge on low health, you suddenly then become very susceptible to this vert damage. Lexi creeping down vending.
I suppose fortunately for him though, all nitro is expended from the side of the defense, so that will help a little bit.
Here is the Shamika launcher though for later in the round. Gas Babes potentially, depending on where J9O will throw those. Flexi just needs to wait for the 1, 2, 3, and then in the end they go. Double stack into the corner as well. Flexi will call that out. 1-for-1 trade. Bolts to keep shooting his way through. A carnage of
this 2v3 is like hella winnable too.
Everywhere really, and then it just completely slows down. Reset again because of the Shamika launcher.
Wait.
Almost had an opportunity to push forward there onto NJR. But he's stalled out the pace, and J9O still up above. Has a pinch threat.
Oh, don't know about running around the corner like that from J9O. Mowgli can get the kit down inside of assembly. NJR does get at least the cover man, and then off the plant is Mowgli. Now they've got a minute. It's not as if he has to rush stick this, but he knows that NJR's turning the corner. Goes prone. That's not the way to do it. Mowgli gets
that was very winnable, but whatever.
Round.
Easy.
So late on the Echo drone.
Really bad time.
Yeah, they were doubled up.
Really strange.
They're double now, so it's whatever.
NJR swing.
So yeah, it's kind of backwards. There was 0 vert that round, and typically that site's all vert play. Exactly.
A team secret. A 2-4
like bring the buck, or bring the sledge, but
still an opportunity for
you gotta have some sort of vert pressure, just pressure in general on the swords player.
First half out of Mowgli. 5 kills for him, 5 kills for Noah. They're the two
that was very winnable, really, but Team Secret realized that they had to get aggressive. Like the sneaky plays and the fast plays were working for Secret.
Double stack there as well. Chaotic and Fault almost got a headshot there into Jules. The shoulder shot not enough to net that kill. Then resulted in a little bit of a stall out and a bit of a scatter.
Well, I was surprised there that NJR didn't keep kind of pre-fire swinging around the corner.
Josh, I think was
default. He kind of then stopped and then he tried to go prone.
W name.
Yeah.
But Oscar was also, if you saw in the replay, literally about to kill him anyway.
Had a read on, but just didn't quite get the opportunity or catch the timing. Yeah, some interesting micro moments. They're not going the way of Dark Zero. I don't think they're going to be too frustrated by that round. The overall macro from them in the first half was certainly superior. And I'm intrigued to see in the second half. I get the impression that this isn't going to be super defender-sided. I feel as if Dark Zero is macro, and the way in which they were playing as a team in the first half.
He said you think the Echo sprinting right there got him killed?
I think they'll be able to take the reins here and determine how Labs is played.
Sprinting.
and structurally as well.
Do you mean swinging?
I think they will be the ones to make a statement here in the second half. And
like, you think you should stay tucked, Josh? Thanks for the rose, man.
It's going to be all about trying to
thank you.
disrupt that. Try and take the game on your terms defensively, and what that may look like remains to be seen. If that's going to result in maybe a little more aggression and disruption, do they try and play more structured and turtled? Partially also going to be determined by the operator bans as well, what kind of direction we go.
Yeah, so it's over for Secret. You see how everyone's laughing? It's over.
Halftime break coming to an end.
Oh yeah, it's over. Look at that.
And the roll swap will commence into the band
Mental's
for the
chopped
second
on
half.
Secret.
Now beginning. Secret going on to defense. First two bands with wall focus in mind. Kaid and Ace. Hard breach and wall denial. We go bandit and something else. No, it's mirror crim.
Oh, when he switched weapons on the swing. There's nothing he could do there. It's just like 3 players, I think, walking down that exo stairs. Just whatever.
You could try and lull Team Secret into maybe testing the attack by selecting the bandit, but I really just don't think it's viable at all, especially Zofia buff meta that we're find ourselves in now. It's incredibly risky if you're going to put your eggs in that basket for defending the IT wall. And so as expected here for the opening round, top 4 selected. It won't be a part of the composition here from Team Secret. Does though mean that the Azami is up so potent on this top floor. Makes so many nooks and crannies far more playable for the defense. And it may result in Dark Zero needing to emphasize a little more vert in this round.
10 seconds left.
Well, first round's going to be tallying command server on the defense for Secret. Should be a strong site. Good opportunity to get this to a 4-3 scoreline.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
The problem with defense here is obviously drills 1-6, Flexi 3-5, Oscar 2-5. These guys, if they go down too easily, too early, that just creates gaps in the defense. Dark Zero will then exploit that comfortably. It's really important that they value their lives and then maybe just let Mowgli and Noah do more of the heavy lifting the way that they did in the first half. Whereas for Dark Zero, very good spread performance from all 5 of their members. Breach opened up. And Folds with a quick rotate over towards Connector. They do exactly the same, but on this side of the map, as Oscar will retreat towards server. And let the waiting game commence now for Team Secret. Although this is an aggressive position from
very
Mowgli.
Aggressive.
That catches the
Make it to Rotero.
Not bad. Not the kind of position you'll overcommit into.
One and done, fall back.
I'm looking at Jano here. Be a big threat on that vert. Again, as I mentioned, with the Azami in play. If he gets fed good info, Jano can lurk low, play for the triple impact, and potentially try and net an opening kill or a mid-round kill for the attack. Dislodge that anchor. DZ just continue to make themselves known around the map. They're not a triple impact from Jano, but just disperses them in those common and anchor positions, just to make them a little bit more of a threat if Team Secret still wish to anchor them.
Opens up a couple of vert hole.
That's one combo.
Oh,
my gosh.
Well, Kino, he had no idea it was that close. Got the down onto Folds. Kino was very quick to react though. He though too will fall. Secret knew that with that down, this was an exposed position. Trades back and forth that favor Team Secret.
Trade game.
Newers and J90, the final 2 that remain on the attack, and it's a split side push from the duo. Newers by himself went for the electrical push in, faltering. And now they know that J90 is blue side of the map and doesn't have kit. It's going to take a hero play from J90 to salvage this round.
Wow.
Jules is not letting that happen.
Okay.
Make that 2 straight for Secret. 4-3 on the scoreboard.
Thought this was Kevin G.
Not getting excited just yet, Guns, but Secret are here to play.
Yeah, it is top floor, so
Do
naturally
you think the side he
it does dampen
breached
the result
on
a
was
little bit,
intentional?
but I think
The thermite charge?
fashion in which they were able to win that round was really positive. The mid-round aggression here.
You mean the right side thermite charge?
Just lacking a little bit. Just a little bit of sleep at the wheel. We saw good aggression.
Because that's definitely
from Mowgli
intentional.
through Con, and then the follow-up as well. A further 2-stack on the Con side as well. Keeping Dark Zero honest.
You're talking about the breach on the garden wall, right?
Forthcoming as well, that maybe that kind of play style could net a result here on Labs.
Yeah, okay, it's on the right side, so you've only got an angle looking at, you have an angle looking at electrical. Like, say you get the full garden wall, well, now you got electrical, but you've also got the head holes on connector. So it's kind of like a, sort of like a one-sided
I mean, you say it caught
angle,
them lacking,
you know,
and I don't disagree,
and then you can
but I just
safely
wonder if they
peek
didn't expect
the,
at all
you know,
that
the head
Secret were
holes.
going to bring a little bit of that mid-round aggression. Get a little bit ballsy with the swings. I mean, we didn't actually even see that, funnily enough, from Dark Zero in the first half. They played a bit more of the sit-back and waiting game, and then looked to punish the attack, and if it was a sloppy attack or not. Secret actually got on the front foot.
Maybe a little too respectful from Dark Zero. It's not
honestly.
expecting that play style.
So basement for the 8th round. Secret looking to make it 3 straight to tie this scoreboard. I think comfortably we can all agree this was
Does that make sense?
at least one or two matches today across both streams
you and
that
me, we're both learning. That's why I watch this.
But Secret have other ideas. Maybe they have been workshopping this map after all.
Brava and a Twitch.
Double drone specialist this round out for DZ with the Brava and the Twitch. Great operators into the lineup presented by the defense. Only the Thorn, Ella, well, the Mute and the Bandit. It's really only Mowgli he's exempt.
Jammer ready to activate.
Minute down, and you can see all of the remaining members of DZ, or every member of DZ, still on the exterior of the building, getting this checklist to work.
Just playing the map really well right now, Secret. You know, extending out top floor, first floor, looking for contact, happy to take fights, as Mowgli does through storage. Expecting one at the window. Oh, he could catch the timing.
Oh, timing.
Oh, my goodness.
Timing.
That's so unlucky for Mowgli. But so fortunate for Kino.
Sort of timing here, too.
Ooh, but then one at the doorway. But then it didn't expect up close for Drills.
That's
to
Case.
Retaken
He's
storage,
Case.
But as they lose Noah, it's a 2-player advantage for Dark Zero. And it's a very vulnerable site. No one there now for Team Secret. Contact to the window. But Drills. Many different positions that are under threat. Newer's down outside of the map, courtesy of Oscar. He'll go and finish him off, but then caught down the hallway.
Good trades, good trades, good trades.
For the attack.
She has 3v1 and Jules is 20 HP.
Means this will be an almighty task.
And this is the exact kind of position where Dark Zero are going to be so disciplined, so patient, not feed ones irrespective of that health deficit. They will drone him out right on cue. Formulate a plan to stack this for a trade attempt if required. 30 seconds on the clock. Time not an immediate concern.
His best hope is to be in a position that they either walk by or don't expect, and maybe he can get a free kill. Make it potentially 2, but not to be. Faults pushes in. A good
He's one, literally
towards
one.
The site. 5-3. And Dark Zero able to just keep that lead healthy. Not allow Secret to win 3 straight. Biggest concern is 8 rounds played, and it's a 6-2 lead in terms of entry battles in favor of the North American outfit. Just has seen enough. He'll call the timeout for Team Secret.
Tech
timeout called.
Previously, Twister, a very experienced and highly regarded coach. How much of his messaging, though, is going to be impactful in this matchup? 2-round deficit. They find themselves in a tricky position here to try and find momentum back in the match. Top floor was good. That's kind of expected, but the tertiaries are what's going to make or break this map. Norwich up next. Will Dark Zero be able to find 3 match points, or can Team Secret just produce something special here, something a little unexpected?
Well, this ends up being a round in which if Secret could win it, 5-4, you go back top floor, suddenly then could aim towards 5-5. Put a little bit of pressure back onto Dark Zero. Timeout expires. We head into the 9th round. Triple Nitrocell available for the defense.
Oh, well, initially, DZ were looking to play triple info with the Jackal.
I didn't want to touch on the Jackal because it attacked a repick and then it changes it last second.
5 seconds
There we
left
go.
before
There it is.
insertion.
On cue.
We haven't seen a Jackal, I believe, released one round here at EWC.
We did.
But naturally going to be a niche pick. The Valkyrie and the Pulse combination, though, on the side of Team Secret can be very potent, especially against an attacking lineup that nothing to worry about is likely to play for heavy vert with that round.
No IQ either, so, you know, these are well-placed bulk cams that maybe stay up for the large majority of the round.
Changing max. Some serious drywall work coming up.
Again, with the mirror and the Kaid ban, IT breach is very easy for Secret. Once again to rotate over towards Connector.
It's another benefit of playing a map that is typically hidden.
Oh, Mowgli. He finds an early kill. That's quite rare for Secret. Just their 3rd opening kill. In fact, all 3 have been Mowgli, and Mowgli has been involved in a ridiculous amount of entry battles. He's now been involved, get this, out of 9 rounds of Siege, Mowgli's been involved in 7 of 9 rounds entry battles.
And what's the split?
All right, MW, think you're coming out?
Pretty close, you take that.
You have a good day.
Oh, direct from DZ.
Direct indeed. But they haven't really got Vert. Doesn't matter, apparently. Double kill onto Drills and Oscar,
Good
and the plant now
Kino.
is going down from Vaults. Where's the denial? Noah falling to Kino. Nitrocell doesn't do anything. Kino's found 2. Big match so far from Kino on the Blackbeard. Puts Mowgli on his butt and
Good
finishes him
Kino.
off. Dark
Wow.
Zero make it 6.
That's just good
3
idea.
map points, 3 match points in this best of 1. And Secret now staring down the barrel of lower bracket already here on day 1 of groups.
Yeah, it's a fun little set play there from Dark Zero. So much vert established there from Team Secret in an attempt to ward off a direct
Where was the
hit, but
Valk?
all it really took was an upside
Unless she was
down
playing base.
repel IT wall. Nitro Cell didn't quite land, and it meant that NJR could prevent the defense from denying plant vertically from up above.
And Kino's playing well today.
He is. And his Blackbeard will be taken out of play alongside the Bandit. Now means that Dark Zero will have little to no problems with Hard Breach for the remainder of this match.
Kino 10 and 5, 2-0 in the entry battles. A 135 EPS. Unfortunately, though, for Secret, it really is more of the same from EML guards, where it's Mowgli and Noah, and that's it. And in fact, EML stage 1, it wasn't even really Mowgli either. He really had a poor stage 1. Of course, he's definitely tried hard today when you're involved in 7 out of 9 entry battles.
Think of the magnet as your lucky charm.
Now, not all hope is lost just yet. We do return back to the top 4 where Team Secret have found previous success. The unfortunate follow-on from that, though, is that they'll need to find, of course, success on the tertiaries, and that is far from a given. This side, no certainty either. Looking across at the lineup here from DZ, they'll bring the Deimos into play this time round. And in combination with the Zofia, if they double down for that vert counter,
Dude, Kino's 10-5.
again mean that those power positions, largely facilitated by the Azami, are going to be much more volatile for the defense to contend with. And it's, again, may force Team Secret into a similar mid-round playstyle where they need to abandon those positions, play aggressive, and try and catch Dark Zero off guard. But they won't have that element of surprise this time around because Dark Zero will be privy to it. Newest could just go here for a solo play. I wouldn't put it past him. Oh,
he's thinking about it.
Enemy located. Second floor.
Drills, I don't think has too much of a read.
Drills has no idea.
Go down the stairs.
Well, the problem with this as well now for Drills, as he's fallen down blue stairs, he needs help from someone like Mowgli to say, well, is my top blue stairs still safe?
Well, Mowgli just cleared it.
And exactly. Newers can swing.
Uh-oh.
Here it is. Oh, beautifully
timing.
Played from Newers.
He was throwing out a disc.
Masterclass.
Oh my gosh. Fat
Playing
pinch.
off the auditory information. And they got rid of Drills. Full blue side control for Dark Zero. Still 90 seconds remaining in the round, which means they can go back towards IT Rafter side, Con meeting side as well. It's a desperate looking defense now for Team Secret.
Oh.
The hope has scattered into the wind.
What an angle. Just
Noah and Flexi, all that remain. And Dark Zero, the most recent major champions. It's a very easy start to the Esports World Cup campaign for them. Flexi to keep some semblance of hope alive with that frag onto Faults. Need the next one desperately. Noah searching down that blue hallway. But you can see the way that they're just navigating the side. Doorway check after doorway check. Left side, right side. They can't stop just worrying about which way DZ are going to make their way in. They do find the kill onto NJR. Oh, Newers, lovely kill. And then the second with the Vendetta from Newers as the plan was going down as well. Dark Zero totally in control. Start to finish.
We knew from the start. We knew from the start.
A very strong performance to debut here at the Esports World Cup.
Jax, thank you for sharing the love.
It was. Certainly doesn't go down as a perfect win, but day one of an international
was
event,
it 7-3 or 7-4?
Any day of the week. And for the side of Team Secret, a gentle reminder that whilst as an organization they may be the reigning champs of EWC, as a roster and as a team, they have a long way to go.
They certainly do, and unfortunately, Guz, they don't have a long way to do it. They're actually one best of three away from being eliminated. Secret, whilst they stumbled throughout the map, we saw moments of hope, I think is a good way of putting it. You look at round 7, you look at the aggression, you look at it as a positive from the roster, but ultimately the biggest positive goes to Dark Zero.
And with the way the format works, you kind of mentioned quickly the brutality of it now for Secret in terms of now facing the elimination matches, the best of threes. On the flip side for Dark Zero, they've got two best of threes now to qualify for playoffs. Well, two chances, I should say.
Correct. You do have two chances, and that's the thing when you're looking at Dark Zero and you're looking at
SR lost yesterday. They're out.
Such a well-rounded.
Now more than
why do I have an ad?
America needs a laugh. Now more
Are we serious?
than ever, America needs a laugh.
This guy's kind of cute.
Idiots. This Friday, these troopers.
This is the second time you've tried to kill Farva in a week.
Yeah.
Reporting for duty.
No new info on the guy who did it.
Oh, so it couldn't have been a woman?
Sexist!
Not sexist.
Women could be criminals.
You ever see Ocean's 8?
Enough!
Super Troopers 3, rated R. Only in theaters Friday.
At Wingstop, it's all about flavor. Cooked fresh, made to order. Every bite hits different.
Can I show the leaderboard?
You already know. Wingstop is here.
I got you. I'll show you the
Olive
Beckett.
Garden's got 3 new dishes tossed in our limited time creamy garlic sauce. And
because you know they have ads on for some reason. All right, here's the bracket.
Or shrimp. You might find a new favorite.
So we just saw DZ.
Fettuccinis will be gone soon.
We just saw DZ play.
Any team in the world right
every
now is
every game today is a BO1.
Like Dark Zero, right? They're just so strong. They're so
and so the winners will play tomorrow
to give up advantages
in a BO3, and then the losers,
something about this roster at the moment,
like Secret, will play in a lower bracket tomorrow.
A little bit for the other teams.
Yeah, they're so well drilled, and I think that the respect that they
trying
showed
to find
Team
the
Secret
wild card
today
in
was
Team
commendable.
Game,
and in
that's
fact,
that's Group A, and then Group B,
over the course of the map, where maybe that respect actually proved a
which
little
we'll
bit
watch
costly,
later.
right? Where they didn't maybe anticipate some mid-round aggression from Team Secret or a specific playstyle, etc., etc. But then they were able to adjust accordingly, right? And I think that's really, really impressive. It's day one. Sometimes there can be maybe not even nerves, but a bit of rust can form. You're also trying to conform to the new setting, etc., and get comfortable. And I don't think we really saw any of those teething issues from Dark Zero, where it's which is a positive sign for them on day one.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, when you look at their opponents who they're going to verse next, All Gamers or CAG here, Jake. It's going to be an interesting one. But before we kind of, I guess, deep dive into what to expect from them, I've got my boy Lax standing by with Call Out.
You know, first I'm getting mogged by Anderton. Now I'm getting mogged by my boy Call Out here. I mean, I just can't compare with the muscles right now. But obviously, Call Out, the boys are firing on all cylinders. A 7-3 for the opening day to your EWC. How are you feeling so far?
Pretty good, pretty good. You know, we came out today and I think we fixed a lot of things we were working on over the past couple of weeks, so pretty happy.
Talking about the past couple of weeks, even going back to this most recent stage of the NAL, you guys do finish third, obviously being the SLC champions. Do you feel like you took a lot from those losses and even placing third and making sure that you correct any of those mistakes coming into this EWC?
Yeah, I mean, every tournament, you know, is the same to us. There's always things to work on. There's always things we need to improve, mistakes we need to fix. So we obviously learn from it. Same way we will if we win. We'll still learn from this one.
Absolutely. Well, one last question before I let you go celebrate with the team. Now, looking back at last year's EWC, you guys were 1 or 2 matches away from that grand final to be able to possibly be the EWC champions. What's going to be the biggest difference maker coming into this EWC versus last year's?
You know, I told you before, the results don't really matter too much to me, but uphold the standard, anything can happen. Like, we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. Well, you heard it from Call Out and the boys. They're obviously firing on all cylinders. Can't wait to see what they bring next. Send you back to the desk.
I'm kind of terrified by Call Out. I won't lie. The composure that he has as a coach obviously kind of amplifies into the team. And you can see there, Jake, I think one of the scariest things that he's said is we fixed what we wanted to coming into EWC, their first game, and they've fixed whatever problems they may have had throughout stage one. They're already tidying it up, and they know that they're not the perfect team. They know that there's still more to improve on, which I think if you're a viewer, if you're a fan of this game, you're excited to see where this ceiling reaches for Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think about, you know, is it comms issues? Is it role, you know, in terms of who's playing what roles and how they want it to all function? And I don't think you can ever fix anything off one map, and it's probably more, they would have been scrimming and preparing for the event, and on the opening day, everything clicked nicely. That's a good sign now heading into the best of threes for Dark Zero. We mentioned pre-event, you know, North America as a region coming in, wildcard M80, and then Dark Zero. It's kind of strange that the SLC champions are the 3 seed out of the region. They're still going to be very devastating, and they've got a very good side of the bracket.
They do, because, I mean, we were just kind of lightly touching on it for a second. Who they go up against, unfortunately.
Well, it should be CAG.
Well, it should be. Well, but this is the thing, right? Because we're still, I still truly believe that for the vast majority, CNL is so untested, it's not even funny. Like, you've got all gamers going up against CAG, and who knows? Best of one, you have no idea what to expect there.
But CAG are warmed up. If we're going to quickly bring a little discussion to it, because it's an interesting one, they're warmed up. AG not so much. So I think, and CAG have got the experience that they should be able to win that. And if it does eventuate, could you imagine CAG then beating Dark
First
Zero?
of all, it's BO1s all day. There's no BO3s. BO3 start tomorrow.
Dark Zero. Who's next after
we just watched DZB.
You really don't
Team
know.
Secret.
That's the problem, and that's the thing
on
right now.
Night
Where Dark Zero are at. That, like, if we had expectations for Shopify Rebellion performing well in Plains, that exact same expectation moves on to Dark Zero in terms of this bracket, and especially who they're up against next. All of the pressure, all the weights on their shoulders. But again, it just comes back to that same conversation, Guz, when you have a coach like Call Out, when you have individuals that are so, I want to say mild-tempered.
Hopefully you're good, Kino and Crazy. He did, actually. He was top frag, which was
with each other. That really
a little weird.
Because I feel like if
you know, because he's IGL and all. But he made some really good calls, like this play right here with the Blackbeard.
Dark side to Dark Zero.
Yeah, he clutched up.
Yeah, look, I mean, their temperament, their discipline, their approach to the game has stood out to probably be the best globally now for quite some time. And whilst it maybe took a little bit for that to actually produce a trophy, we've now seen that at Salt Lake City, and I think for EWC it's very much just the same approach. We heard it from Call Out, and we hear it from many teams and many players and many coaches that, oh, we take each game at its time and it doesn't matter who we're playing and yada yada yada. I think Call Out's probably the one person where I actually truly feel that.
Oh, we're about to watch Falcons versus
M80.
See it
inside of the server. You see it from the temperament of the body language from the players on the desk. and they play really well inside of the server as well. Clearly,
he's just support, not IGL.
From this
the mayor's
match
IGL
as well. Maybe getting caught out by some of the
you
stuff
are
that
right,
teams
actually.
produce. And just be mindful that going forward, that yes, it's great to be respectful of their opposition, but just be mindful that they may play into a bit of desperation.
My bad. Kino's mostly the shield player.
That it is, even if they take on a CAG, I wouldn't be too surprised if they go for that kind of play.
I'd say he is a shield player.
So just something to note.
It certainly is something to note.
Yeah,
the CAG AG game
I don't know why I
still
thought it was
a while
Kino.
away from actually being played. I think on the B stream at the moment, Fnatic and Wildcard are playing, so that's a big game over there. I think that to have an element of a dark horse conversation about them and could potentially go on to ruin some teams' opportunity here at EWC. Best of ones are always dangerous, but this next matchup that we have on stage, I'm very excited for this one. Falcons M80 going toe-to-toe so early in the bracket. I can't wait for it, but I can wait because it is time for us to go to a short break. On the other side, this matchup is going to be insane.
Shoot, how long's the break? I bet you it's like a 5-minute break. So I guess I will check the stream out.
For 25
and I have an ad again.
They've pushed buttons.
Hey, you stop laughing right now.
Pushed limits.
Give me a liter of cola.
And pushed their luck.
You boys love Mexico!
But it's never too late to push things a little
Who won?
farther.
We, Dark Zero.
This Friday,
Dark Zero was like a 7-3 maybe?
A comeback.
This guy's actually kind of cute.
Super Troopers
Yeah, 7-3.
Rated R. Friday.
At Wingstop, it's all about flavor. Cooked fresh, made to order. Every bite hits different. And the ranch, you already know. Wingstop is here.
You said you wanted them to win? Oh, it was a really easy game, Damon. Really easy game for Dark Zero.
Your old Dio could never. Switch to 72-hour protection with advanced skincare. Tested by real life.
Now from Liquid side here. Now it really gives Wildcard the capability to slow this round down and really milk them. Make Liquid make the mistakes here, so they have to be very careful not to give another kill back into that 5v3 here.
As you say, there's going to be a gap somewhere now that they've lost that to Chankra. It's going to mean that it's likely on site.
Yes.
That's where you're going to expect it to find him. So they do start pressuring towards that Dorms wall straight away. They know maybe the window's going to be, the vending window's going to be a little bit more sort of free territory. They don't need to worry about that as much, and they can start pressuring directly. Felipox is still worrying about this old tower drop. They know his position there in behind the shield. There is 2 stacked up from Wildcard, ready to go in there and pressure him.
No Warden though, so the glass is going to be really good here. Going to be baiting a smoke right now. The Blackbeard too going to be huge on the entry. Nothing to stop this, especially since the chunk is gone right now. They're giving so much space Liquid here. This should be a wild card closeout.
Felipox is just trying to get up close and personal with the Blackbeard there. The Razor Bloom is maybe just slowing things down a little bit, but there is absolutely no rush for Kansan as he manages to find that long angle through onto Mayor. 5 versus 3, opportunity to get the diffuser down, and they're going to take it quickly.
Labs on the main wall too right now, cutting the whole cross. No plant to knock capability here. JV gets one. Bay with another. 3v1 here, all on JV.
Successful plant then just puts him on the clock. 1 versus 3 with a shield in his face. You've got to think it's going to be very, very difficult. He knows that there's one outside of the window here, but Bay's going to give him absolutely nothing. There's no reason to. All they're going to do here, Wildcard, is just play this behind the shield because he's all the intel they need. He's not going to make the challenge, isn't Kansan, because there's absolutely no reason to. Bay just supporting this fellow Siege player. I don't think he does have it though. As the final kill comes in, it's Kansan on the Blackbeard. Ultimately, JV had to turn his back on him eventually, and the shield drops down, the kill comes in, and Wildcard take the first win here at the Esports World Cup. Adrian, 1 step closer on a long journey to defending that title.
Clean game from Wildcard too. Very composed. Great discipline towards the end round too. Even when you're feeling that confidence to match point, you can get a little bit aggressive in that 3v1, but Bay showing complete and utter discipline to not even peek at all.
And it shows why Wildcard is
Team
one of the
Secret,
best Fortress teams that we've seen since the introduction of
in. They're
Fortress
just in the
the
losers
pool
bracket
as well.
now.
They keep calm, they hold their nerves, and as you mentioned, Adrian, a great performance for him. He
so like
was
they
the
still play it.
MVP
It's not a single elimination.
He's doing a good job to try and keep
That
that one in his pocket for now. And
and
what a close game
win or
we
lose.
saw in
Sorry,
regards
you lose
of
and go
rounds,
home.
right? Many of these
What's
rounds
up,
going down to
Epicus?
1vx's, 1v1s as well. Maya trying his very best to hard carry, but Wildcard ultimately were better in this one.
We said that it was likely to
Let me
come
get back to
down
the
to the
mainstream
defenses, and I feel like
and watch an ad. Oh, no ad. Dude, a 10-minute break? Bro, what? 10 minutes? Oh my gosh. Did you tell me that you hit him? Yes, 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 you told me. Say Wildcard is good. They're at #1 in NAL for a reason, right? Let's see. So yeah, Team Secret will play tomorrow in a BO3 versus I wouldn't say they want to verse whoever loses between All Gamers and CAG. I think no will change teams. Yeah. I mean, everybody else has, right? Him and I think he's the only original one left on Secret, right? Or was Mowgli always on Secret? He was never on Falcons. I thought Mowgli was on Falcons. But I do think Noah will change teams. He's, you know, he's too talented of a player. He's too talented of a player to not be on a team that can, like, at least do decent when it comes to making it to majors. I mean, had it not been for the fact that Team Secret was the defending champ, that they're the defending champ, that they won the last EWC, Team Secret would have not been here. They were 10th in EML. He's definitely looking for some sort of a roster change. And you know what? There are some great teams that didn't qual for this event, or maybe qualified for the play-in and it didn't go well for them. They could definitely get signed to one of them. Could definitely see that. It was Mowgli, Noah, Jew Major, and Savage. Give me like a Savage, June, Adrian, Mowgli, and Noah. So yeah, you got it right. Yeah, I thought Mowgli was on Falcons. I'm tripping. Yeah, so sorry, Noah, because I mean, if you think about everyone else went, Savage is on Falcons, June's on Falcons, right? Really good team, and then Adrian went to Wildcard. He'll get his spot, his chance. There really is nothing better to watch. So I want to hop back on the stream, and I get hit with the fat ad. Yeah, there it is, bro. I get hit with the 1 minute ad every time I get on the stream.
Daily intake of magnesium, but this essential mineral is
What's
great
my
for
rank?
your heart, bones, nerves, and muscles.
M2 right
Life
now.
Extension's magnesium glycinate delivers
I
this
haven't been
popular
playing on my
form
main.
equal to 105 milligrams of elemental magnesium.
I think
and because it's a well-absorbed form,
I get my
different
main to,
parts
like,
of your body can make the best use of it.
D3,
so get the
and then I'll just
magnesium
stop
your
there.
body needs with magnesium glycinate, and you'll
It's, like,
say,
not even worth it.
OMG.
Grinding for champ.
Why won't she answer? She's breaking up with me. Is she breaking up with me?
Do you crave nicotine when you get anxious? Or do you get anxious when you crave nicotine?
Breaking up with me?
Break the cycle and quit nicotine with X Program.
Wingstop, where are my points at? Points? This is access. This is community. This is experience.
Because in Club Wingstop, members eat first. I'm in. Are you?
Good, you heard it from Spiker and the boys. They are hot on their tracks right now. I'm gonna send you guys back to our desk.
Good stuff and great words from Spiker as well about this game here. And as they have many more to play, already speaking about Agent a little bit, of course, the potential for him to go back-to-back. For Secret, that same potential is there, but they had a rough opening game. On the A stream earlier today, they played against Dark Zero. 7-3 for Dark Zero. I feel like, is that what we expect from that game? They were able to get a few rounds on the side of Secret. Is that enough in this one, or?
I think, yeah, from what we've seen from Team Secret through AML, I've got to say that it is. You know, you've got Dark Zero. They've just won at Salt Lake City. They've been consistent in NA as well. And it was always going to be a tough start for Team Secret coming in here. They've got their spot as the defending champion, of course, but it's been a rough ride through AML. They have improved towards the end of it. I will say that, towards the end of Stage 1. But it's going to be welcome to Big School, I think, here at the Esports World Cup.
Of course, like I said, Twitch was saying they're more focused on the process, just enjoying the event, not really the results. And I feel like Dark Zero, you know, they're just churning, man. They've been just working extremely hard. I'm glad they're finding the results, and I feel like they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders coming off of that major championship. And I feel like what's really good about their system is they don't allow that pressure to really influence them. So having them start out with a win is a very important thing for the tournament.
Absolutely. I feel like Wildcard will now have to move their seats over towards the A stream because they're going to watch their future opponent play there with Falcons versus M80 on the A stream very soon. We're going to divert our attention towards All Gamers and CAG after the break.
Then what's a break on this stream? Cool. So I go back to the main stream. Dude, they're giving them an 18-minute break? Gosh, dude. We got a minute 30 to the next game. Let me low-key edit real quick.
We power through with Group A on the B stream. A nice matchup for Wildcard sees them through into what is the semi-final, and actually it's kind of almost the grand final, because if they win that, they will be qualified through to main stage. However, behind us, a massive matchup, and do not get it twisted. Massive is very much the key word there. It is Team Falcons taking on M80, and we do have a bit of a changing on the guard on the desk. We've got 70s Dev Marta joining us here, and
looking good.
A really nicely dressed Pengu.
I got eyes on me. What can I say?
I love
I love it.
There. Yeah, the hills have eyes.
You're on a yacht right now, right?
Yeah, I am. I feel really...
A yacht owner?
Look, if I was a yacht owner...
Mr. Old Money.
Yeah. Okay, old money. Look at this guy.
Play-ins are over.
Yeah.
It's time for the group stage.
Oh, are you Batman?
I'm Batman.
Yeah, well, which team is Batman?
No, we've got Iconic on the other stream.
That is very true. He kind of is a lot. He would mog.
I don't want to step on any toes here, but I do want to get into group stage because play-ins was so much more exciting than we thought it would be.
Yes,
big upsets, and of course, already today, we've seen big hitters stand up on the stage, and it only gets more devilish as this group stage goes
devilish.
on.
I like the way you said that. Yes, as we were talking about Group A, that is what is first on both A and B streams. So whilst we are going to be watching Team Falcons take on M80, Dark Zero's opponents are now playing on stage for their spot. That's a big one as well, because I think the context between AG and CAG are actually the fact that,
so Team Secret has to win out
really
both their
Team
games.
tested. We haven't seen CNL really pop off yet.
That's right.
And I think that that's an incredibly exciting prospect. But maybe let's rein it in. Let's keep it on this stage, because there's so much to talk about here between Team Falcons and M80. I know we were kind of talking, Nick, between just the vague context of this. If ever there was a hope for EML, if ever there was hope for Europe right now, is it Team Falcons?
It's Falcons, and then maybe Virtus Pro will sneak into that conversation.
Maybe. We'll see if we get there.
Yeah.
Then we have, Fnatic and Team Secret. Unlikely that they make it super far, but anything is possible. But I do feel like you're looking at this organization, looking at the players, looking at the history that they have together. Falcons, they're expected to make a deep run at this event.
Of course. I mean, this is the third place team from the World Championships at Six Invitational here in Paris just 6 months ago. And after that, they, of course, had a huge upgrade, picking up Doom from that old Team Secret roster.
Huh? Who did Doom replace again?
Doom for Shaiko, and that's an upgrade, I'm telling you straight right now. Doom is one of the best players in the game right now, and I think really the last 12 months have been Doom's domain. He, of course, won the Esports World Cup with Team Secret last year, and for Falcons, so many times they hit that second place finish, and of course last EWC, far worse than that. They got first rounded. They needed a change. They've made that change. It's Doom, and they're really just keen to get their hands on another piece of silverware.
Yeah, and I think that this is an organization that definitely could. This roster right now does look quite dangerous, and the feel of the swap between Doom and Shaiko, yeah, sure, like that's a very big talking point, obviously, but that's of old now. And I think as we look forward to the expectations of Team Falcons, the expectation is main stage, and I think it's got to be top 4. I think anything less than top 4 at this event, Pengu, they would be disappointed, and everyone at home would probably be shocked.
This is where it's really tough when you're one of the teams that the fans are watching for. Expectations is you win the grand final or you're awful.
Yeah.
And imagine your Team Falcons, right? That was a year when they were BDS where they made every single grand finals in the calendar year and they lost every single one.
Yeah,
right? And people think, oh my god, they're awful, it's a bad team. And I'm thinking, guys, nobody else did better on paper than when BDS Team Falcons made every single grand final.
For sure.
Making a final is a privilege.
It is.
Winning it is incredibly rare. The fact that they go deep should be enough. But this is Team Falcons.
It's just not enough.
They need to win it to be enough.
I mean, on the one hand, of course, I said Doom won it last year with Secret. The 4 other players on this team won it the year before with Falcons, of course, when it was in Riyadh. They are definitely one of the favorites for the tournament, but it has been recently the rise of North America.
It certainly has been, and that's really taken over so much of our discussion leading into EWC, and certainly now in group stages. I think, obviously, if you look at the Shopify Rebellions of the world, gut-wrenching for them. But if there is hope, M80, Wildcard, Dark Zero, all these rosters look phenomenal, Nick. Have you got NA at the top of your standards?
It's crazy to say, but I genuinely think this is North America's best chance, not just for, what was Salt Lake City in a grand final or EWC. I think the entire calendar year is for North America right now. They're in such a good position for it, and we're looking at M80 right now. Savage, the newest member to join the squad, and I think it's going to be an instrumental addition. Fabian is a European coach who's very hard on his players. We always know that. I know that from playing with him. And I know from Fabian, speaking to him, the North American boys, bit of a culture shock when Fabian first came into this.
I could imagine.
And they had hot and cold as the former IGL, a North American player.
Yep.
With Savage taking that spot instead, he shares the same cultural views as Fabian, getting a bit more responsibility on your side,
Yeah,
yelling at your teammates, making them take it into their own hands and take action, I think this might be the strongest M80 yet.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think so.
I think most people would agree with you as well. Obviously, Hot and Cold, a very esteemed player in his own right. But with what Savage managed to achieve with the rise of Team Secret in the last 18 months, winning an Esports World Cup, making it to a 6 Invitational Grand Final, he was the most coveted IGL in the game, and M80 finally got their hands. And yeah, I know he could have gone pretty much anywhere he wanted. And I wonder if he could have even gone to Brazil, being Portuguese himself. He speaks the language. Who knows? But of course, it's just the start of a beautiful journey for M80 as we see the veto come on through. We go to Chalet.
Certainly do. That one should be interesting. I think any battleground between these two teams is something I'm going to be looking forward to. The top of EML versus potentially the top of NA. Where do you actually put M80 in the NA discussion?
Oh, that is a hard one.
Yeah.
I think we need a bit more VOD reviewing here right now, but I feel like, I think Wildcard is the best, actually. I think the way they play the game is incredible. I saw the game against Team Liquid Alienware just before.
Yep.
Sweet.
Incredible retakes, making clutch moments happen and appear. And then DC just won a major. M80's chasing a trophy. They just won a major last year.
Yeah, totally. I think that's the thing, right? You've got DZ and M80, both have major championships, and Wildcard, of course, don't.
Let's see if M80's run in NAL was just a fluke.
This is going to be quite big, I think.
Or if they're actually serious.
Best of one. This is quite brutal. I'm going to be completely honest with you at home. The format is unforgiving.
Yes.
A best of one to decide whether you are one map away from going home or one map away from going through to playoffs. And these two teams have the weight of expectation on their shoulders. Both will expect big things. Both will want to showcase that they deserve to lift this trophy and continue their legacy, not just at EWC, but further. Remembering a massive talking point coming into this EWC for the very first time ever. There is an SI auto qual for the winner.
Did you know
that is massive in the context. It gives you a lot of room to move heading into stage 2. Not that either of these will be taking their foot off of the pedal. But we do have two of the greatest teams that we have in the game at the moment.
Yeah,
on
I just
stage,
watched the Dark
ready
Zero
to
game.
play. I think it's time to get underway. James, Dev, Marnus, Stuart, Nick Plus, Pengu, Moritzen.
Say that
I
again?
hope you boys enjoy this one, because I think
this
will be, as the Australians say, a barn burner.
Wait, you were typing?
Thank you, Robert Manic Monday.
No,
yeah, it's time to get into it. This game should be crazy. It's two of the favorite teams to win the entire event. And Pengu, they go head-to-head here in the group stage. We're digging into it. It's just a best of one, a ruthless format. As Bride, the hometown hero, says his final words to his coach as we load in for Falcons. It is a massive task ahead of them to go up against a team they have never beaten before. A reminder, of course, what happened in the Munich Major Grand Final when M80 stole the trophy away from Falcons and claimed it for themselves. Now we go head-to-head in this best of one to find out which of these teams will be just one series away from the main stage, and one will be one series away from elimination.
It should have been a BO3 low-key, right? Like if we had full control over the format, I would have loved this to be a BO3. Just give us as much siege as possible. Third mapper, some overtime in there, but we just have to settle on Chalet. You know what? The best part about events like these, James, that you're so close to the players. They're right behind us, sitting in the crowd, watching the games, and I didn't know what map we're playing today. So you know what I did? I walked up to Fabian and said, Fabian, what map are we playing? And he told me we're playing Chalet. So I was like, great.
What else did he tell you? Because you guys have a little bit of history.
That's true. This is a Chalet game.
He's got a little baby girl back home.
Beautiful.
And, he's struggling being a full-time father now.
Sorry, Joe. I was editing.
Full-time father. You can't like
a TikTok.
Make that a part-time job or something like that. That's,
I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Some people don't show up at all.
I edited it. I uploaded it to
ChatGPT,
and I was like,
Jonathan is the analyst that
"Can you make this better?" And then he gave me a full script.
When they started, so Fabian becoming a father needs a bit of help.
I'm dead serious. I was like, "Hey, how's the hook?" I was like, "How's the hook on this video?" And he was like, in the chat was like, "No, it's fine, but it could be 10 times better." And he was like, "All right." Heroes are on my band. There's there's always, now that Wamai was buffed, there's always going to be a Wamai band on Chalet. You'll never see Wamai touch Chalet again in Pro League.
Joker and myself and you, of course. That entire
and you said and Cafe
G2 team over the years. That was definitely a lot of babysitting. A lot of kids
in
there, yeah. Of course, now for M80, they have transitioned from being children into men. Every single one of the players on this M80 lineup, except for Ashen, have won a major trophy or a Esports World Cup trophy, I should say, in the case of Savage. And the other three, Gunnar, Gavin, and Diffuser winning the Munich Major not just 9 months ago. They're going up against an equally esteemed roster here in Falcons. And guess who? It's Doom. Holding on to this roam. He's being tracked. He tosses out the first of the Thorn Traps. It does a bit of damage and will slow Savage down. One of the best players on the shields. But Doom does take down his old captain. But can he get out alive? Indeed he will, because the support from his teammates will enable it. A second for the German.
That was nasty. A little
as Gunnar is now found in a 1v5, and they know exactly where he is. Oh, beautiful. Little bit of tap damage. He knew that he had lit up Leakofac from before. And so the lifeline will pull the plug on Leakofac.
So you do know Phantoms T2, right?
For the young American. But let's be honest, there's just no way in which he wins this. Salatov to finish it off. Falcons off to a flying start.
I feel like the more that we see here at the EWC, the more people jump in that bar double window, and it's just a bloodbath right off the rip. And the big issue is what we just saw there from Doom. When you're playing in that stock position, you have a very one-way angle towards the jump in, where the shields don't get a lot of coverage, and it's hard to close the gap as a shield between the window jump in and Doom himself. Also another point, Barbara on the ground. They're expecting that push. Doom keeping Razor Plumes on the Thorn in pocket to proactively toss out after the grenade to further weaken Savage.
That was such an easy.
These very small things can be very defining on Chalet. This is a map that we know everything about. There's only so many ways in the map, and once you show your hand on the attack inside, you have to kind of full commit. And it's why we saw Falcons on the response committing so many bodies, playing the blue staircase, playing in stock. It wasn't Doom being caught in an aggressive position, it was Doom holding his ground with the supportive network of Leakofac and Salatov supporting.
Yeah, very well played.
Oh, not the tung 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 sahur. I thought we were past this. I thought we were way past this.
Can I get that from you again?
Are you serious? Why does he say it like that?
Jonathan and I did an awful content piece with whatever that thing is.
I think I missed this beat. What's the lore here?
I don't know.
That's
the irony. Like, I just know the phrase, the saying.
Yeah, there are a few sayings that North Americans bring to the table. I will say, like, the North American teams tend to have some of the highest meme potential out of all the rosters that I see. Well, what is it that the DZ boys say? LYNH?
Oh, is this?
I can't say that on
I'm
screen.
not sure.
LYNH.
I know they love that little catchphrase for them.
I just love the DC core, like the whole
whatever that means.
Crank it. Let's crank it.
Let's crank. Yeah, no, I do love that.
I got their phrases.
Certainly all about mentality. I mean, Siege is such a mental game. It's funny, Rainbow Six Siege sits in the middle of a lot of other esports where some, like for example, Counter-Strike, highly mechanical. There's a lot of tactics in there as well. And then other games are much more like chess, for example. There's not as much mechanics, but it is all about the brain game. And Siege is one of those that sits very much in the middle. And I think that means that the secret third skill that really becomes so important for teams is the mental game.
I mean, very tilting game, right? So much can go wrong.
Falcons are very aware of that. They're one of the most infamously tiltable teams. I mean, how many times have we seen them struggle in a grand final, not 9 months ago to M80 in Munich, for example? One of the greatest teams of all time.
has a better round than whatever I saw the first round.
Them, a top 3 greatest of all time. Had they won a few more of those grand finals, like imagine Falcons had actually won in Munich. Imagine they had actually won back in Manchester, which was, by the way, against Gunnar, Gavin, and Diffuser. We would be talking about this team in such a different way.
Same window, same players, same exact operators. Doom and Savage, the Thunder Blitz on the gaming double window. Surely you don't go 2 for 2. So again, we see Explosive come out to clear the barbed wire. Second Razor Plume goes out. We've seen this exact thing play out, but a lot more caution now from the side of the Matey. A little bit slower, double droning, triple droning, and League Effect invocation for the
Jeez, that was
work.
close.
Falcons, they want to stick around and starve them off that entry position. Maybe they're now troubled with
Doom's
the
so nice, but he is nice.
They full commit, jump in the window, go in the doors. They flip
He's
the
good
attack
with the
and try and
sticks.
find the gap elsewhere.
Did they clear the thorn that's on the window?
Utility being spent and the time being burnt away.
And for the blitz, he's worried about these crossfires. The smoke grenade to try and deny one of the lines of sight.
All they're explosive.
As June
and here's another
does
thorn
get
too.
spotted by that Deimos, but yes, as the Rotero drone destroys that one thorn trap, he
Oh, yeah,
throws
they
out
are flipping
another.
it.
As you say, M80 have flipped the switch.
Everyone's hitting
Savage
sight. There's
has
one
found his
person.
gap, looking for the bomb side. It is just one player. Brede, the hometown hero, gets taken down by Ashen with the F2, and immediately M80 erupt into the bomb site. They look for a plan. It's Savage to get it done with users coming to flank from the trophy stairs. Straight into the bomb site for Solitol, but he is far separated from his team and will be taken down. Another attempt at the plant now for Savage, but he doesn't rush it. He waits for Ashen to support. Linkafak will trade. It's Joom now in a 1v2 as he tries to make his way back to the bomb site. It's up against his old captain, who he does light up to low HP now for Savage. Him and Diffuser both. Joom now holding on with this Uzi, almost lands the shot, the fatal blow against Diffuser. But Savage with that Diffuser, he does fall back. How does Joom need to play this? Savage
Diffuser almost got, yo, he almost won that. Diffuser almost got wall banged.
Beautiful.
Almost got wall banged. Good call from Savage,
was
though.
Spacing for the blitz. If he
Good call
closes
from
that
him.
gap against Blinded, like we just saw there, it's going to be wraps
What's
round
up?
over. And it was looking so good for Falcons. The individual decisions bought them enough attempts at saving that round. Solotov sprints in and forces the fight. And therefore, Savage has to stop planting down that diffuser, get the shield up, take the fight. Solotov injured. Savage back to planting. Now Ligeback pushes in, gets a couple of kills. Savage again gets off the plant, has to go for it himself. They keep buying them. 7 seconds, 7 seconds. Then Joom arrives and so close. One more bullet, Savage is dead. One more bullet, the player behind him, I think it was Ashen, falls too. Okay, Diffuser falls too. And that would have been the round.
Who do I think is winning this?
I will praise him.
I've got no idea. I can't tell you. This is two really good teams. It's just unfortunate that like they gotta burst each other so like early.
The flourish storm, the grenade, the Deimos tracker, the smoke grenades, and then when they had really sold how invested they were, that's when they ran away. And that's why there was only one player bleeding by the bomb site. And that is how you can create a gap out of nothing. By applying phantom pressure, because they have to respect the possibility of that push.
Every round matters so much in a best of one, especially on a map like Chalet, which simultaneously can be very hard to defend and very hard to attack, especially with the operator lineup that we see taken by both these teams, with the vetoes that have come through, getting rid of the Dokkaebi, the Snake, getting rid of the Romai and the Azami. M80 now look to go back to back. This time they change up. No more blitz. They bring out the Blackbeard. Savage, one of the best shield players in the game at the moment. And he's happy to flex between the different types. He now will use his grenades, but will need the team to somehow clear this Kiba barrier before he can start sending those nades in.
This is why these shields are so important, because when you lose operators like your Solid Snake and Chalet, getting information can be quite
he
easy.
dropped.
This shield does the same thing. They saw the drops, so they don't have to now start burning down their Runigits and burning down those ADSs. And no, guys, the corner is clear, okay? Just have a player continuously hold the angles, no one can retake that position from mezzanine in towards library, and we've gotten our first step accomplished with the counter-fire arrows in the pocket and the frag grenades. This is best case scenario again for M80's attack inside. The only thing they're missing now is achieving that second step. Either it's going to be finding a kill by getting a good bit of information and maybe using the utility in pocket, or it's going to be finding a gap and saying 3, 2, 1, let's go straight for bomb site execute. But instead, it's DMR Solotov from mezzanine, takes down Gavin, the Capital.
That's some of the most important utility here for M80. The Capital is so valuable.
I thought Gavini saw him the first time.
And of course,
he lined him up perfectly.
2 fire arrows plus the baby EMPs all now gone to waste for M80. Solotov's taken a lot of damage. He's now essentially trapped in this corner. He will try and make Vert to try and protect against that push-up from Snowmobile Garage, but no one's doing that so far. A nade from Savage could surely finish him off, but Ligefact is the one to go down first for Falcons, as Ashen is actually deep into the fireplace.
Now, when you get the Twitch drones, you can take down those default cameras, and therefore you have a lot of safe shelter inside the building that normally you wouldn't be able to go into. Deimos Tracker, opposite side of the map. Again, this is going to be the distraction game. Hey guys, I'm in master bedroom going for a backstab attempt. Look at me. Meanwhile, Ashen in the building, playing a library balcony, finds the gap again. Second kill.
There was a bulletproof camera watching his position the whole time. I don't know how they didn't know where he was. Good shot from Gunner. Solidov goes down. Joom needs to be the hero once again. He might be good for one. Users helps him out. It's Users to find a double kill before he will fall to the grenade.
Users took Savage out with them?
Now for Gunner. Against Joom, 30 seconds to play with. Gunner caught on the camera again. That bulletproof reveals his position. Good grenade. But Joom has all the info he could possibly want.
Never mind.
He swings wide! And Gunner shuts him down! 2 rounds in a row for M80.
And it's just one player consistently as the last player standing is Doom. First round to make the first play, second and third, last alive in a 1v2 or a 1 versus 1. So much pressure on the newest player, and yet to prove himself in those final moments of the round. And it's M80 with the same sort of attacking style.
Bet probably a Blackbeard
they're not doing a whole lot,
then...
but they are at the same time, right? They're not clearing step by step. They're not getting in the building. They're just waiting for the opponent to make one wrong move and get into the middle of it all. Okay. That Twitch ban right there, that is a target ban.
That is...
Again, when you darken the map in the vital areas, you know, your west lane, your fire players, your blue stairs cam, it just means that, again, an attacker could be in that area and we have no idea. Now, there is an exact one-to-one substitute, which Ashen is hovering right now, Brava. And it actually is stronger than Twitch in terms of the gadgetry, because now you will not just take away the info from the defenders, you will gain the camera as the attacker. But on the flip side, worse gun.
Yeah.
Don't got the F2 no more.
Also, I will say, I don't think that Brava is straight up stronger than Twitch in every way.
Not in every way.
Because, for one, like, the Brava, you have to get a lot closer than with the Twitch. The Twitch laser will actually... Well, yeah, the Twitch laser will go as far as you want, right?
Yeah.
Brava, you have to be within, I think it's about 10-15 meters of the gadget. Secondly, it's louder, like you said. The drone is much more visible, much easier to spot. And also, once you attack the gadget with Brava, it takes...
5 seconds left before
I was really thinking about that one. It takes like 3 seconds or something, 1 or 2 seconds, to actually hack it. And you could destroy it in that time and it'll save the gadget you're trying to hack. Also, Twitch zaps will regenerate over time. So actually, technically, you could actually destroy like 6 or 7 gadgets, for example.
So does Brava?
No, it doesn't.
It does it not?
It's capped at 3. I've played a lot of Brava.
I'm wrong. See, I don't. But I actually thought it did. I'll be honest.
Brava's great, but that's the big weakness. Like, if they have Malusi and bulletproof cameras and Denari,
I genuinely thought it started recharging once you spent the
so you have 2 drones, both with 3, which means you can hack maximum of 6 things, whereas Twitch you can do far more than that.
That much I do. And I do play a bit of Twitch. Here comes that distraction game. Actually goes inside a piano instead.
Oh, big kill for Ashen. Doesn't somehow die to the Thorn Trap, but will not survive the second swing. This is a very early eruption from M80.
Wow.
Only 45 seconds in the round. We're down. There's just 5 people left in the server. Savage is low HP, but he is in that bomb site. Critical kill doesn't land for Diffuser. And Falcons will recompose. Even is the scoreline once again.
Driving in the chaos right there and playing close together, but also they got the right operators for the job. Denari, Laser,
this is going to be a tough game. This is going to be a really, it's going to be close.
Down the attackers to giving constant information. Hey, someone jumped in piano window. We hear the gadget going off. Hey, somebody's in solar window repel. We hear the gadget going off as well. They know where to face their guns. I will note one thing though. M80, I'm not sure if they were not sure if the push is good or if they were a little bit on the wrong timings. When the Ying jumps
in, BO3s don't start till tomorrow.
Gap before the follow-up. And that can mean one of 2 things. Either it's that they said,
and
guys,
the format's set for double elimination, so like, you lose today, you lose tomorrow, you go home. You lose today, you have to win out your next 2 games.
The gap finding and trying to force rotations to Falcons to saying, now we're going to
in turn will leave 8 groups to qual.
And either win or lose the round in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah. I really think that Twitch ban was huge there from Falcons. Because you can play the Brava, but like you cannot destroy it. Like look at the gadgets that were brought last round, right? You've got Aruni, you've got Ella, you've got Denari and Thorn. That's 3 traps plus Aruni.
I know.
Now, Aruni can be countered by the Brava.
Falcons are really focused on util and the Thorn. Juma's played Thorn every round, and it's so like
destroy like every individual
it's so broken.
Denari laser point. Like every
that's why I'm primarily a Thorn main. Like she's just too good.
I almost would think at this point M80 should start considering the Thatcher because you can find a lot of that use still and then deactivate it temporarily.
I mean, there's the Ella, there's the Thorn, there's the Denari. You got Plant Denial, and then the Sentry just brings an even more set of util with the barbed wire and a potential C4. Mephisto, thank you for sharing live.
It's going to be huge count. Exactly. It's all soft counters. And it means that wherever Savage goes, there's going to be, most likely, one of the 4 operators will be in that position that he will struggle against. The only solution that is maybe
on the flip side, I mean, dude, look at
with the current M80 playstyle. It's not like the lethal sort of operator like drone intel. That's maybe for a basement attack, not for the rest of the map.
Yeah, and we're now on to kitchen dining, which we have seen once before. That was when M80 used Savage on the blitz to rush the bomb site, and Brede was overwhelmed. He now holds that position again, C4 in pocket. TCSG in his hands as M80 look to try and take control of Solarium. They're feeling a little bit of pressure at the moment, the grenades and the Selmas from the solar windows, but M80
June got a pick
to
on
actually
the gunner.
their teeth into the building, and now Gunner has gone down as well.
What do you do now, M80? On the back foot early on, not a lot of map control to work
Does he
with.
have
No one's
pocket thorns? He has
inside the
none.
building yet either. This feels like they're gonna go fishing. And Falcons right now, they gotta just
yeah,
calm
they're switching
themselves
up the
down,
push.
right? No one should be swinging. Don't jump out the windows. Just burn down that time. And you got so much free intel with the gadgets. You got solar sales control, supportive network both above and beneath as well. They just need to wait it out.
Yeah, and all of the Selmas that have been tossed out by Gavin have just been shot off the wall very simply.
Yeah, okay,
Like,
they're gonna
Falcons
clear. They're
do
gonna
not
clear this
have-
Elo.
Oh, sorry, M80 rather. Do not have the map control to achieve what they want to do.
There
And
they
they get
go. It's
no
a minute
free map
left.
control with the snake ban, with the
No
Dockerby
one's in.
ban.
No one's in the building
And everywhere
actually.
they do enter has a point of friction because they
Right?
can't use the Twitch to hunt down all those traps. It's a very slow round and a disappointing one. Great shot though from Ash and onto that C4 that saves his own life. As Savage is the first one to find a kill.
Look at that. They're hopping in with like 50 seconds left.
Advantage. It's all up to
Wow.
Savage now. He'll need to ace up on the Blackbeard, and I can tell you right now that ain't gonna happen. Falcons are about to take the lead.
Again, game of adaptations. You just played nice and slow when you have to. You played quick to the punch when that is going to be the counterplay and the right respond. Savage now on the office door, stuck, getting peeked away. A bit of short and different juice, that's okay. From a 1v4 to a 1v3, the lower that man count gets for Falcons, the better they're going to play this 1v3.
League of Fact wants to peek him. Info from down below, be careful guys, don't over peek, but League of Fact will go for the swing, and he swings to win. One more round left in the half for M80 to tie things
Falcons
up.
are playing this.
We're going to go 3-3? We're going to go 4-2.
That really comes down
really
to whether
good,
M80
honestly.
can change pace right now, because the
I mean,
playstyle that
dude, when
they've
you
run
hold
for
a
the
pro,
last
when you
5
hold a
rounds
pro
has
league
been
team,
hard
and when you hold a team in
and so they're
general,
going to need to jump
so
into
they've got
action.
50 seconds
M80
left
have
and
just
no
taken
one's.
their tactical timeout. What
Okay.
the hell
No one is in the
Fabian gonna
building?
say to the boys?
Perfect time if you
That's really bad. Look, he's hopping in with 50 seconds
right now.
left.
They are indeed, and I think
No
if they
map
weren't
control.
going to make a huge change, it is going to be 4-2. I genuinely believe that.
No
This
one
is
gives
the time
up.
of
No
Fabian
one
to
gives
show
up
his
control
impact.
of Burt. They've still
Big
got
stylistic
what?
changes,
They still got
play
3
style,
guys
speak some sense
on
into the
Burt.
boys, and guys, they banded Twitch.
They haven't given any of that up.
Things around. We might even
It's
see
raps,
Thatcher,
dude.
like
It's
you mentioned,
raps.
could see a Monty and go
You
very
pistol
slow,
think you're
steady.
staying
Step
alive.
1.
How do I
take a bit of
stay
map
awake?
control,
I
step
don't.
2,
I go
a
to
bit of
bed,
breaching.
Jalen.
Another idea is just to
I
play a
sleep,
lot of
man.
grenades and then pre-nade all the positions where their
And I'm a
traps
grown man.
might be.
I don't need that much
Flores is a
sleep.
great one. They
All
did
right?
play Flores at the start of the game.
Come on now.
So here Fabian is. He's just finished his tactical timeout. Had a chance to talk to the boys. Of course, the same case for Julio talking to the European roster
Trying
on
to
the
fix
other
your
side.
sleep schedule and you've been up for 23 hours.
Ooh, okay.
One thing we didn't talk about with Falcons in the pre-show
Why
is
you-
that
why
Falcons are
have you been
currently
up for
in the
23
lead for the
hours?
club championship.
You woke up at
However,
11 a.m.
Virtus.pro
a day
are hot
ago?
on their heels. If Virtus.pro end up with a better performance in Rainbow Six Siege than Falcons, there's a very real chance that VP could overtake the reigning champions of the club championship.
That's a very good point indeed. And you gotta think about that. The longer you go into the tournament, you know, because there's only so many weeks of EWC, we're getting quite deep into the
Only
event.
so many titles, and look, Falcons, Siege is one of their strongest titles. So they've already won quite a few of the games here at EWC. They certainly would love to once again raise the trophy in Rainbow Six.
So let's have a look here at the big changes. Honestly, not exactly what I expected. So I like the Falcons are now going to the Kaid, for example. It presents a new problem that we've not yet seen in the server, and it's going to be a stylistic change. And this is what you do when you're expecting a counterplay to your current playstyle, you change it. So now they're countering their old playstyle, right?
Guess the
Not gonna
longest
work out.
you've stayed up?
the
I have no
Bravo drone
idea.
gets shot before the
48
hack goes
hours.
off. That's
what
another
you said about
example.
it takes too long, it's very noisy, very slow. But it made it look at the attack and lineup. They're playing very
But I have to
similar
edit this video a little bit
operators,
later.
right? You still got the demos, they got Savage
You're a
now
big fan,
Bravo,
Bullet.
they got
Thank you, man.
Ashen on the Ying again. It's like,
Thank you,
okay,
thank you. I
but Gunner's
appreciate that.
playing Ash, that's just a gun.
2
and
days?
the
Yeah, go to
soft
bed.
breach. Diffuser doesn't know
Go to
which controls
bed.
the
Go to
aggression.
bed,
That hasn't been an
Dalen.
issue for them. So I'm still curious, with Savage going to a drone operator and Brava, who's going to do the entry? Who's going to find the gap? Who's going to create the space for the entries to thrive
Dude,
in?
Gavini's 0-5.
Like, you'd be better
Oh my
off honestly
gosh.
playing as a Fear or playing anyone.
He's having a really bad game.
Yeah, you're not getting the value of an Ashe that you would if Mira was open. Very strange pick from Gunner, but look, Gunner's the kind of player where he can just have single-handedly
trust the system,
right? He could just get a 3K this round with the R4C, and then it doesn't matter what operator he picks, right? Like, all that matters is, oh wait,
he's right there.
June stabs his old captain in the back. Very nice swing from Blue.
Did Savage have any intel that he was there, or did he drone that out or anything?
A little bit of a mistake as they try and erupt on the bomb site. Nice fire from Gavin. Second one from Gav. Now the round is wide open.
Just like
there
that.
You go. It's one way to
honestly, I think Doom
get some
died
kills
because
on the
he was
board.
shooting a Brede behind him inside a stockroom or whatever. So almost like a misinput that gets into a kill instead. Now they got that middle of the gap. That great swing takes down Gunner, and just like that, back to even numbers.
That's nasty.
Candelas once again go out from Ashe, and he jumps straight into the bomb site and meets a lot of resistance. Gets affected by the Thorn Trap as well as the Dread Mine. Needs to have an impact with the shotgun as Brede wants to try and contest him. Another Candela, I believe, thrown on out, but Brede, no, it was the smoke.
It's too easy with the TCSG.
Directly into that smoke. Perfect timing for him. Now into the 2v2. Diffuser goes hunting, takes down Brede.
They don't know.
And now it's just Leakafak and Usus to try and hold down the fort, but Usus does so. Diffuser is now the last player alive for M80 to try and conjure up a third round in this half. But from up above, Leakafak
what is this plant spot? What is this plant spot?
Like a hawk, nay, like a falcon.
I don't know what that plan is.
It's a 4-2 split on the defense.
Beautiful. Again, the adaptations, just playing it nice and calm and controlled there from Falcons. Big smiles from Julio as well. It just feels like, honestly, the Solid Snake though could be banned. That happened right off the rip. It really weakened the attacks from NH because they don't have information to work off of. And then they tried playing the shields. But then we saw a Twitch ban with the traps. The shield is miserable. It can't play the game at all. So really good foresight there and good decisiveness when it comes to the playstyle from Falcons. And I mean, generally speaking, we say Chalet, Attacker, Haven. You get a good, 3 rounds, 4 rounds. It's been Defender's Paradise instead. Now, of course, with the side, so we got 2 minutes where you can talk to a coach, discuss the strategy, and I don't know, get the nerves out of your system right now. Well, you gotta have a huge switch up if you're MAT.
Yeah. I think you really described it so well at the start of that round there for Falcons. M80 are the ones who have a responsibility to change their playstyle because they were losing. Their old playstyle on the attack was figured out by Falcons, so it's now M80's turn to try and figure out the Falcons' defense. But what? Straight up, Brede has changed pace. He's gone for the Kaid, a very different kind of operator.
I think Brede is just strictly, since he's the site anchor, he's going to be sitting on a TCSG on a broken gun.
Admittedly, it did get down to a 1 versus 2, so it's not like the round was won and lost on the strategy.
No, but also, if you look at how it came to a close round, it was Gavin finding 2 wallbang kills, effectively. It was like, when I'm looking at top-down strategy and the line of thinking from 80, I didn't see a clear plan. I didn't see a clear way of executing. They got a couple of kills that, sometimes you do get them, sometimes you don't.
Is there a tech pause?
It wasn't convincing to me that it was close.
It was like the strat was to make sure there was no one in the dark corner of library and then just throw out a couple of Candelas and then figure out if Ashen can jump in. And then hopefully there'll be a few kills from Gav and the other guys. But of course, like Savage was the one who died early alone
is that Paul
in the basement. Without a lot of map control, not checking blue, like default stuff.
I thought I heard Paul's
voice. As we're into the end of the scheduled timeout at the end of the half, we swap sides.
Now really ban Solid Snake again here.
Maybe on the defense, do they get rid of that snake?
I think you have to, man. It's such a strong operator on Chalet.
They get rid of the snake.
And the thing about playing against
Falcons,
my
bans.
You don't typically ban the shields against
Let me see it.
They're not a good. They're not like
okay
shield team. For the best teams in the world, they're not a good shield team, but they can play them.
Ban moose, ban moose.
There's the one my ban, bro. I'm telling you, you won't see. And Joy, you brought up a good. You brought up a good point. You won't see Wamai on Chalet or Cafe.
Yeah, he's been jumping on it recently.
He just won't be played.
Most played. Brede's second and third most played.
While Brede does play it a lot, it's like he does it because he has to.
Yeah.
I don't think Brede willingly was like, you know what, guys, I'm a shield guy now.
Yeah.
Because he's been playing it to success, but it does look like a bit of a struggle sometimes. Doom is a bit more maybe learning from Savage back in Secret days. Solid Snake will go second, so I'm very happy with this. Again, we're talking about the intrigue, the information, and the early stage of a round. That's what we're targeting towards the attackers on both sides.
I want to see what June was playing. I feel like he's going to be playing the Deimos.
And the Ella ban is it does leave the Azami wide open. Now, Azami is one of the most powerful operators on this map. It's also both Ashen and Gavin's.
Whoa, Doke, Buck.
Ash. I couldn't decide whether I want to go Gavini or Gavin, but let's just go Gav. Let's
let's go with Gav.
Jim switched to the Twitch, so this is more of a
Ashen and Gav's favorite operator in the last couple of months as well.
Lineup.
M80 have that in their arsenal. They have the Solus, which is really great for early round info and for retakes.
Okay.
And they've still got a little bit of trappiness, even though the Ella has been bad
switched it up.
thanks to Savage on the Thorn.
No, never mind.
Obviously, if you're Falcons right now, let's say you go for a double trap.
Dude, I know. I've seen that lineup from a lot of pro teams where, like, if they're not winning, they'll switch to a Fragger lineup. I think Wildcard did that against some team. I forgot who. No, it might have been a team going against Wildcard. Like, this team was getting pounded. So, like, the whole team, Ash, Buck, Twitch, Dope.
Feels like they can keep their cards open.
Someone went on like Snake with the ban. I was like, dude, this is a straight fragging lineup.
Third and final operator. For now, though, we're gonna be upstairs in master bedroom office. Bit of pressure on library. Bit of pressure on office balcony. And this is just Falcons putting out their feelers and gonna see
what this sledge is for exactly.
And here we see the Azami at work here for Gav, who's had a bit of a slow game so far. Ashen's running the MBX from Tubarao.
Fraud.
That is pretty Giga Chad. You don't go with the DMR, which is unbelievably powerful. Instead,
are you
Conveni?
Gav really should have won that fight.
What is Ashen doing? Did I know there's three goals there?
For Gav, 2 kills to 7 deaths.
Dude, I think Gav is kind of just nervous almost.
HP on Brede and Joom. And now that Savage has fallen, Falcons just look to consolidate their advantage. Gunner and Diffuser.
I've seen him whiff a lot.
2 OGs on the roster look to fall back. Young guns, both of them. Diffuser looking for just his second kill. He finds it and finishes off Solotov. But now a 1v3 will await him as Joom finally finishes off Gunner.
Got a card on the roof, watching that rotation, so they know that he's stuck in piano, office, or master bedroom bathrooms. Brady is super low on health, Joom is less than half. It means that either Juice has to be the playmaker, or someone's gonna walk in and get that first bit of information, and then you can play off of that intel. So they're gonna say, guys, reset. Get a flank drone downstairs. Vigivec is holding that right now. Then uses moves forward the other drone to figure out where he's playing from. Rotate in office to have more points of entry. Office door,
I mean, he's on Wardens. SMG-12, a shotgun. He's got a Nitro. It's winnable, you know.
Nice attempt with the Nitro cell.
Wow.
He even finds one of them, which is pretty impressive. But
well, it was winnable. Oh, I got these
Falcons. I mean,
dude, this is looking. This is looking really bad for Mady, but you know what? Like I said, two good teams.
I can hear Julio's screams.
We'll see Mady ball out tomorrow.
So much more energy today from the players.
They're done for though.
Oh yeah.
Like pretty quiet play-ins, even when Fnatic were popping off or CAG had a big upset. It was like, all right, guys, good job. Let's play again tomorrow. Couple of rounds between Wildcard and T-Law.
Bro, what is Gavin doing?
I
just whipped the whole play.
Love to see
this.
From
guy with the whole mag and a guy not
level
even
of
looking.
energy we haven't seen from them
That's
as much recently.
Style, man.
M80 have now really fallen behind. They only managed a 2-4 split on their own attack, and now they've struggled to find any defense in that first round. Also, what's worse, Pengu, is that wasn't a close round.
It wasn't convincing again.
It wasn't.
Nah, bro,
there wasn't any moment where you're like, oh, M80 look like they have an idea of the strategy.
Well, when Ashley got the kill, that they had the 5v4 for 5 seconds. I was like, you know
what? Why did he hop on Mars?
3 bodies in library. It's like, no, it's over. And that's the thing. It does feel like to me a little bit. This is like Oakman speak. I feel like they're overplaying. Right? They see Joom in library. 3 guys swinging, but not together.
He's the bearing 9.
Gavin swings, he dies. Ashen swung, he
got
dies.
2 and
Diffuser
7.
tries
Yo,
and escapes,
Sanchez, let you in my rank game.
Either fight the guy 3-2-1 together, or give them library. Play top blue, play in piano. A bomb site does exist behind you guys to play from.
But you want to know what's crazy, bro? He's running
in the first room of combat.
MPX.
We do have different ways of playing it out.
That's really awesome.
Someone's just got to keep it simple, right?
Greedy on the Monty, by the way.
Yeah, you
As I
mentioned
said, not every day we see it. Greedy is one of the most passive shields of all time. And that is not a critique. That is not a bad thing to be. I think against this aggressive playstyle from M80, it's the perfect person to have on that shield operator. Because Greedy will not die for nothing, and he will stay alive to get that constant information.
Yeah.
Where I
actually turned 30 last week. Did you know that?
Yes. Oldest
oldest player in the tournament now that Canadian has gone by.
That's why I thought second oldest.
3 days 30?
Okay.
And,
I mean, it makes sense. He does look young. He does look young, but you know what?
He is one of the greatest support players of all time.
He's been
that way for many years, actually, at this point. I think him and Shepard at a certain
I'm
point will be
22.
fighting for that title of #1 spot, but Breedy's
dang.
longevity has proven
He's gonna
very
take this
worthy
call.
of the
He's
title.
gonna have to.
Of course. Been playing for 10 years, started on console, back on Xbox Pro League, and then
Oh,
swing again
man,
with just
Kavini's just getting
walking
caught
with the
up.
breach. 2 players fall down
Man.
again from M80.
Wow, all it takes from Falcons is a little bit of hard breach and then the eruption. Now Brede with info.
Look,
Can not try and hunt down Ashen, who has no more.
You know what I'm gonna tell you too? I don't think I don't think M80 is a bad team on Chalet. It's just Falcons, man. Like when you think of who the Falcons have to verse when it comes to Chalet.
Unless Ghana could pull off an absolute miracle, out comes a shotgun, but Joom finds him.
Dude, the Falcons
indeed
on Chalet have had to verse teams like G2, who's really good on Chalet. They've had to verse teams like FaZe.
On the verge of getting a date in the upper
They had
bracket.
to verse really good teams on Chalet. So I mean,
And again, if you want to look for some shield
this is
player
just crazy,
inspiration, the
though.
moment Breeder jumped in the building from that window, he extended his shield and it never went down. And the reason why it's so valuable there is that he's just saying, guys, look at me, I'm over here, and the defenders are running around in circles, not knowing what's
just
going
turned
on.
away, and
that's
then
when
I
you
don't
see
know what
players
Savage is
like
doing.
Solotov just crouch walk in bar and gets the kill. Breedy is at 0 risk of dying, yet he's taking the attention span of multiple defenders and getting constant information to his teammates at the same time. And M80, Gavin, playing that missing position now 2 rounds in a row. What is Bro doing, I gotta say? He wide swings where the wall is getting opened up, he has no supportive network, getting shot from 2 different players, and doesn't hit a single bullet to his name. Like, it's just not good enough right now. It's not sharp enough. And I can't even say maybe flew here from America. They boot camped in Sweden, Fabian's hometown.
Yeah.
I saw the photos. That they were in the lake, they were swimming around.
Loki
They're acclimated. They're in the time zone. There's no excuse
in
here.
the same spot
Falcons, they
3
played
times.
incredible siege. Do not get me wrong.
It's
but this is
not,
maybe playing
but you know
below
what?
their level.
It's a default. It's a default spot for that library hold.
I know, but I really
in Sweden, but
somebody
Falcons
else.
have been boot camping in
But you're
Paris.
right. You know,
So,
you're down
they're acclimated-
2-6. It's time to change things up, and that's why Ashen. See, I didn't even know. I didn't even know Ashen was on Warden. I just knew if anyone spawned, they're going to be Ashen. But you got to change something up.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I do admit,
And
like,
more
it is
so,
very
if
strange
anything,
to see M80 struggling as much.
You might just want to tell your
individual
team,
players.
hey, let's play body,
Gavin
let's play
in
back.
particular, Diffuser,
If they want
these
to,
are
let's not get
absolute
too aggressive and
gunners
swing
that
it
we
and
just
just
don't
give up
usually see
bodies.
go
It was a
so
5v3,
negative.
right?
We
So
also very rarely
maybe make it a
see M80
5v5 with a
down
minute
4 rounds.
30 left. Instead of
Solotov
making it,
wants to try and use
what was
the
it, a
cover of that
5v3
smoke
and
to break this
2
bomb.
minutes
Why wants
left?
to take the fight, but this is a very fickle crossfire for him. And Savage now falls back as
But
he
Savage
was
is
worried
choosing to get a
about
little
that
aggressive.
logic bomb, which he will tank as it detonates. He takes 40 damage. Meanwhile, Falcons to try and take map control from Trophy across, thanks to Brede and supported by users with the gridlock.
All about the opening pick. It's going to determine so much here in Chalet. It's going to give you a lot of map space if you're the attacker. If you're the defender, it's going to give you more firepower to fight back, combat execute later on. We're seeing Ashing with an NC
what
dies
is
in the window.
what?
The Sanaki Bear
What?
not good enough.
What?
Either a small gap, but destroyed way too quickly from that DMR.
What are you doing?
Oh, he threw a zombie
the
bear.
Grim
Where'd the
weapon.
zombie go? I don't think it got deployed.
Now, just again, it's slowly falling apart. They fall back from Blue Staircase. They have a player on Mezzanine still overcommitted right now. It's Gavin, 3rd time in a row. He has to come out victorious now. He has to find a kill.
Yeah, Gav still has, I believe, his mirror window to use to try and protect himself against a push from outside of library. But yeah, there is
they know
no
that.
one
They're not-
pushing
they're
from
not-
library here
they're
from
not doing-
Falcons.
they're not-
Thanks
they're
to the
flipping it.
Montaigne, Brede can get so much free information. And also, once the smokes have subsided, Diffuser still has 2 more in pocket. He will be safe to march on forward up display and look to enable his team to get that kill onto Gavin in that instrumental position on the mezzanine.
And League Effects now on library balcony going for that back. But now they have Falcons, all the right people in the right locations. Now they gotta communicate, guys. Who do we deal with first? Is it gonna be the blue player or the guy in mezzanine? Brede walk forward.
Deal with
try and
the
get a bit of
Mez
information.
player
3,
first.
2, 1. Because they got that 5 versus 4.
Oh, good
they have
cover.
4 guns near
Oh.
opponent.
The coverage from the fire
No.
extinguisher to detonate it allows
Oh.
a gap
Oh.
for Solotov, but Gavin wins
What
his
a
fight
sell from
regardless.
Solotov.
Brede
What a
trying
sell.
desperately to make his way forward, but this keeper barrier does make it very difficult. Almost takes a little bit of damage. Gav needs to win this
Nice,
fight. And he
Gav.
does.
He's winning
Liquefact
them. He's winning
will
them.
go
There you
down.
go.
Brede on the floor. Joom
Watch
desperately
out.
tries to get active.
Gav,
Only
another
find
one. Another. Wait.
Uses
Hold up.
1 versus 2
I
with
love
no
that.
diffuser,
Good.
but time of plenty. As Gav and Gunner on different floors, separated, gives users a gap, an opportunity
he
to
doesn't
try and
know
make
Gav.
this happen. The time is ticking away,
Gav, give it up.
and M80 have run away with their advantage.
That was beautiful
Users
from
to
him.
grab that kit. And now look for a chance to
go.
get onto the bomb site.
That's one of those plays where he probably had like a really bad mental and he's feeling really bad, but now he's feeling really good.
What is?
Wait, never mind.
3 seconds. You're about to lose to Falcons. Gunner now has to win in the clutch. Users forced to hold down the line. Hold down that
what is
defuse.
Gavin? Look at
Either way, he's not like, look.
Too close for comfort.
Users threw both nades, covered his drop.
It's a struggle time and time again, but finally they are more clutch in the final seconds of the round. Gavin found that huge kill on the mezzanine.
And then fell asleep.
If you want to know who sold that round,
right? Good for one.
look at Solotov.
How did he not hear the nade get thrown? And
I
then
mean, I love the
drop?
fire extinguisher play to cover him, but I mean, dude, he just whipped. He just whipped.
That was his job in that round. Breeder shot down with the player in the blue staircase. Good crossfire in the
It was really
I
bad.
feared they were going to give up too much ground too quickly, but
Banding
they did
Asami?
stick it out in
Yeah.
the end. Good use of Asami barriers,
No,
toxic
gotta ban
babes,
the
just getting a bit of denial.
They're using it every
Speaking of
round,
Asami,
and it's
Asami,
helping
yeah,
them.
and that's
It's
right,
providing a lot
right?
of cover.
Falcons
Bro,
are
I gotta
attacking
start being,
every bomber side with these operator bands.
whatever.
Wamai, Ella, Asami, you can pick them
Hey,
every
hey,
side,
hey,
every
don't
round
you-
against every
Let's not-
enemy.
let's not be
Gonna have a high bit of value.
rash here, okay?
On the flip side, it's been a multi-target ban.
Let's not be rash here.
Falcons, that's not very common.
Let's
that we
not
see
be
it.
rash here.
And this is why it's genius, right?
Let me play Monster.
When Falcons have a 4-2 half starting on defense, they can play unusual siege on their attacks. They can start saying, what if we spam
Dude,
the
Jim's
Monty,
14
they
and
have to
5.
ban
Oh
it.
my gosh.
And if it made it go into this set,
Licky Fact 9 and 5, uses 8 and 5, Solotov 8 and 6. Wow.
I literally
have not been
never
the problem.
seen Licky
It
Fact
has
go
been
negative.
Monty.
Okay.
So now Falcons
Licky
are finding
Fact,
themselves so
when I
much
started
more
watching
space
Pro
in the
League,
surge
Licky
for
Fact
operator
did not
flexibility.
do that good.
And to
But
make it
after
worse,
he
Greedy is right
after he
now
queued
hovering
some
in place.
games with like
So he
Mingo or
still
stuff,
has
I
other shield operators
figured out who he
if wants
was.
to. And
It was like
last second,
he was an
that access
attorney.
set. Grim,
He did like a roll
capital
attorney or
protection,
something.
even uses on the
And
glass.
now,
You would have wished
I think they
Van
switched his
Operators
role.
now,
I think
but
he
you
switched his
couldn't,
role.
because Breeder Monty was a problem.
I'm not sure though. I think after Shaiko left and someone else left.
Mostly on Doom though, funnily enough. The last 3
No,
months
only
he's played
Shaiko.
Glaz 20 times.
Only Shaiko left?
Users is
Because
usually more
You're
of a
right. No,
document
you're
player.
right. You're right. You're right.
But interesting to see Falcons.
I think
they
to
switched
mix
it up.
things up, and
I'm
that's
not
one
sure,
of the
though.
important things is really focusing up on what is the win condition of this round. It's execute. So you have that trifecta of execute operators: Glaz, Capital, Grim, supported by Leakafact. We talked about the Twitch when Falcons were defending. They banned Twitch because it was so good at clearing out a lot of these trap utility, a lot of information gathering. In the case now of the Valkyrie from Gunner, instead of picking the Twitch, Leakafact opts for the same purpose but a different operator, different tool to do so.
The IQ, get in the mix. It's the same thing for Falcons when they were defending. They tried to play, you know, a fast defense rather, a slow defense.
Wow.
Now they do some fast attacks, some slow attacks, a triple stack ADS mirror window one missing. And again, we're investing so much into Gavin, and that just means he has to be successful. A Valcam, 3 ADSs, and a mirror. He has to find a bit of value.
No,
either bring
Chris,
it on a
SR
good
didn't,
show,
and
or
they
like I
lost.
keep saying,
They're out
find that one
of
kick
they're
to
out of
even.
EWC now.
Falcons, they can take
Unfortunately.
all the time that they need. This attack is a one-punch strategy. When you see the fires go out, the green bees, the smoke supporting the glass, that's going to be the execute. And very often, you're going to have one really big go at that, and that's it. So you have to make sure that it's perfect. Jump off mashing was attempted, didn't find anything, but you can tell that maybe they know something's up. There's nobody in the building, there's no pressure, a lot of default cams are alive. They don't know exactly where the push will happen from, but I think the more
I don't know
time that
exactly
goes
where the push
on,
is going to
the more
happen from
obvious it's gonna
anyways.
get. It's
too.
somewhere around
I
the
think it's gonna be
master
like
bedroom
controller.
trophy portion.
I like this though from users.
Like,
He smokes off the line of
Where's
sight looking
sight?
at the kitchen.
I didn't get a chance.
He
Oh,
will be able to
it's
peek
a
through
second
that
floor
once he
bomb site?
jumps inside.
All
And
right.
so he does. Doesn't see anyone trying
Oh.
to contest him. And the fire as well from Brede to protect him from a potential push from the
Even
other
he
side.
takes out
Leakafact actually
Solotov, that's the
does
Grim.
use the opportunity to jump in from West Main
Oh.
and take down Gunner. And look for a
Kidding,
second as
Leakafact.
well. Onto Ashen, who tried to retake that control. Now he sits down below the bomb site and could try and go for these four bangs. It's a bit desperate, not likely to work, but it might land a little bit of damage. Gavin, though, finally erupts. He's starting to redeem himself. And
Oh,
Savage
they're
as
getting
well
aggressive.
joined in.
They're getting
The
really
guys will
aggressive.
go
That's such a
down.
weird
Numbers
run out
favor
there. I like it.
M80.
I like it. I like
As
it.
Brede and his captain, Leakafact, try and break their
Here,
way
shotgun.
into this bomb site. A breach on the
Please,
wall.
shotgun.
Brede loses his fight. Leakafact
Yeah.
looks to trade and will do so. A nade may well finish off that kill, but he might need that nade to prevent against a push from the rest of these players of M80. 15 seconds, there's not a lot of time to get the job
He knows
done.
it. Can't spit the nade for the kill, therefore goes on in. Confirms it,
Can't go
starts
for a plan,
planting.
1v2,
10 seconds
sadly.
left, has to maybe stick it.
Gav and Savage
Wait,
just need to
comes
play
on.
this right. I like this from Savage. He's biding his
No
time.
time.
He's not looking for the swing just yet. He can hear that Leakafact has gotten off that defuse, and time will be Falcons'
Can't go for a plant in
worst
1v2
enemy.
15 seconds left. You have to go for a kill.
M80
But you know what?
Restabilize for two
I
defenses.
changed my name
in a
to
row.
SR.Noxy and I was so invested for them to
He might have played that
lose.
missing position position with a ton
So
of
you went
utility,
on a
but he came back to the
10-win
bomb
streak
side,
and
found
said
2
everyone
quick
is
kills,
trash.
stopped that initial push, and the thing is, a lot of those Falcons attackers were stuck on window repels. The Capital Breeding most notably only going in that 2 versus 3 position, a little bit too late. Julio, Falcons, they call a tactical
Hey, you got it,
timeout,
7.
and I
You
think
got
it's
it,
fine.
bro.
There's no cause for massive alarm
That's all
just
you.
yet. We're 6-4.
Moose,
but
I'm
we wanna,
pregnant and you're the mother.
lock this one in before
Yo.
OT and get that regulation
Remember.
victory.
Yeah, last tactical timeout of the game as well. As
Graduated
took
with a
those
degree
very early when they were down
in biology.
on their
All right.
attacking half.
Not possible. Not possible.
Now Falcons have taken theirs. We've also had the role swap timeout already, which means there's no more chances for the coaches to talk
They took a
to their teammates after
they took a
this.
sack timeout? Really?
Both Julio
Wow.
and Fabian have plenty to say to their rosters.
Look at Goat Fabian.
It's Julio
Probably
that really
cussing
needs
him
to
out.
get the message across right now. 2 chances to lock it in before we go OT.
I'm curious if
You're
maybe
laughing.
we'll
I'm being
just
so
go for
real.
a
If you
curveball
listen
right
to
now.
some
Is it Fabian
some tag
Press,
timeouts
right?
by
They're down
Fabian, dude,
4-6.
he's
It's
cussing up a
all
storm.
or nothing. You go to an odd bomb side, or
He's all, dude. He's always yo.
just to say whatever they
And
just
he's
talked
up,
about,
and the
doesn't
other team
matter.
takes
We're
the
doing
tag
something
timeout.
completely
He's
out of the norm.
have-
It's again trying to play to the fact
have
that
you ever-
they want to do
and,
a
like,
specific
have
strategy.
you
Just
ever
have
seen
60
Tom,
seconds to
like,
discuss it.
Yes,
They can counter.
dude, it's
Whenever-
hilarious.
whenever-
Otherwise, I
no,
can leave
not
right
even
now.
whenever
Nothing
the-
too crazy. There's no
the player.
Caveira, there's no Tashanka, there's nothing unusual.
Notably
It's hilarious.
here for M80, they actually
You
don't
went
have
from
a lot of
Plat
choice
3 to
for bomb sites to go to,
M5.
'cause
You're
they've
the
just won
big
Master
spitter
Venture
after
before that
SR
Sonic
loss.
Bar, which means
That's
they
like SR
essentially
needs
have a
to
choice
lose
between
more,
kitchen and
7.
basement, and ain't nobody in
Good,
the right
Rom.
mind going basement.
That's why I was
Yo,
thinking
Zane,
solid
we are in
basement,
fact
that was
not
the time it was gonna
seahorses.
break
That's
down
that's
for
actually
guys.
insane ball
curveball.
knowledge, but
I
we
know
are
it's risky,
not.
hear me out.
We are
Yeah.
not
But
seahorses.
that's a pretty hard hear me out to try and convince your
It
players
is.
in
That
your
is crazy
1-minute
ball
tactical
knowledge, though, right there.
timeout.
Well, we all
How do you
got a
know
daddy.
that?
When daddy tells
What-
you, gotta
what
listen.
have you been
Daddy
looking up?
Fabian tells you what to say, you shut the hell up and listen. But no, M80 will actually
Damn.
go to kitchen bomb site. And I'm looking at the operator lineup compared to the last time they played it. We have a few changes, notably the Valkyrie, which they've played a couple of times now, starting to consider
Is
whether
this-
it's
Third game
worth
after
playing
this?
off that
This is
information.
not.
The danger with the Valkyrie,
You just be
Pengu, though,
studying
is gonna watch the
anything and
game.
everything.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Maybe
Chalet is a
we'll
very
after
small map. Nobody has got somewhere safe to just sit and watch
Zane,
the
I need you to
cameras.
study more trumpet
Often the
intro,
issue with,
trumpet
you know, your Maestro,
solo
your Echo,
intros.
your Valkyrie. On the other side,
Was
right,
there another
go
game
for a
after
couple
this?
gunfights.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
defender dies
there's-
early,
there's,
guys, I'll watch the cameras. I'm dead.
Yeah.
There's
That could
there's
be
2
the
more
way to
time
enable
slots
it
for
out
games.
even
There's
more,
4
but of course,
games in total
don't
after
take a
this.
fight that's bad.
But every game
But when
today
that
is a
happens,
BO1.
taking
The
defenders will give a
only
small advantage.
starting tomorrow we've
Big
got
thing here for me, for
BO3s.
Falcons, is not only they have the
Wait,
Twitch,
wait,
which
so
is
what's
great
the-
for
what's
taking
the
out
play next?
the Valkyrie
Let me
cameras,
look at it real quick, let
potentially
me look at it real
even
quick.
the ADSs, but mostly the Thorn
So-
traps. But you've also got the double up between the Deimos and the Dokkaebi. Both operators function
Should be
very
FaZe
similarly.
Clan
They're
versus
all about
Hypnotic, which you're
targeting
definitely gonna
players on
tune
the
in.
defense and hunting them down or
And
going for an execute. So
Virtus
any
Pro
solo
versus Edward
players here,
Gaming.
like Gavin, for example, are going to be in a spot of bother if Falcons start
Which
to
will watch
target them
FaZe
up.
Clan 7-0.
Solotov able to take down one of the ADSs
calling while
and go for a
snapping.
second one. That's so smart. Gavin had
Oh.
to answer his phone or shoot the Twitch drone. He couldn't do both at once. Wow, he
That's-
actually managed to protect against one of the Selmas as well from detonating on the wall.
Bro.
There's a lot
I don't think
happening
Gavin
in this
meant to-
round so quickly here by
No, whatever.
Falcons.
Gavin stepped it beautifully. From kind of lacking
Oh.
behind the curve on the scope is being 7-9, getting good value now round after round, and that missing in spot getting much better. Reading the building, looking for
Whoa,
that fight. It's a blitz.
whoa.
Here comes the blitz,
Oh.
but quickly, Savage will
Savage
shut down
with the-
Brede
with
from the
the
long
save.
angle.
That's a
This might
great-
be exactly
that's
what
a
M80
great
need.
trade.
However, Gavin will be traded back from Solotov elsewhere with that F2.
Can't put that much
Action
pressure
is
now
down
with that.
below. Hopefully
Really?
someone's going to jump in this double window. Joom, though, who's got 14 kills to just 6 deaths, by the way.
Okay, Deimos isn't
He's
gonna
biding his
hop in that
time.
game's window, I'll
Solotov
tell you
is
that
the first
right.
in the building.
Or
He's
not
done
game's
his
window,
work
sorry,
with
that
the
library
Twitch drone.
double.
Now it's time to get active.
And they
Definitely
finally fall
won't.
back
No
and play
shot
the
he won't.
layer scheme here from M80. They've
Yeah,
been so
he
quick at getting in the fight, they can keep fighting the entire round. Now,
I know,
no
dude.
one's in the area.
Yep, I
They're
told
playing deep inside a piano bathroom. They're playing downstairs, close to the bomb site. Actually, right now, no one's by the side itself, but they're playing a bar beneath the attackers, rather. So they're saying, the side
he
is in the middle
know?
of the building.
Does he know
We don't gotta
someone's
play on it,
creeping
I guess.
up?
We can play around it instead.
I
but
don't think he
they're
knows.
Again, out of nowhere. And M80 have no easy ways back here from the player here of Gunner. So this could easily be a
This would be an excellent pick from Gunner.
Yeah, and Gunner could get cooked really easily here as well. The Deimos has already gotten Jum one
I
kill, and he's actually going to target Savage, interestingly. Users could also go for the target onto Gunner here.
They have no
Are
info.
they aware of it? I think that Soltov has no clue. This flank
come on, Gunner.
could win
Come on,
the
Gunner.
round for M80. But Gunner
Come
has
on,
to
Gunner.
bide his time.
Gunner has no idea.
20
He's just
seconds
biding his
ticking away.
time.
Sees the first one. Are you kidding me? You cannot afford to be missing shots
Wait, it's
like
fine,
that
it's fine, it's
on
fine.
match point here. As the plan starts to go down for Solotov. He gets off of it. Uses
What
things
is
to
he
get
looking at?
active. Gunner going for his flank. Savage on the
Wait.
bomb side is the only player but look at how many of the Falcons members are low on HP. Solotop forcing it down, users to come to life with the SMG-12. It's Gunner in a 1v3, and he will not stand tall up against the might of Falcons.
Fisher, not today, man. Not today, not today,
not today.
not today.
Has its first win here in the group stage of the Esports
Was that
World
2
Cup,
whiffs from Gunner right there?
Falcons are coming here to play.
Don't ever leave Gunner in a clutch situation. If he's got to win a 1v1, he's not winning it. What was that?
Right? Had the perfect flank
Mason, thank you for sharing the live. I like the crossing your name.
Your plan starts going down.
Bro, what a whiff. What a whiff.
About how they were falling
He's
back the C4s, playing the Valkyrie cameras, but no, they were still very deep in the roam. Ashen dies solo, side player dies solo, Falcons.
Yo, 7 is just pronounced Moose in the OSE. That's just it, you know.
It did. How
are we missing those shots? Hey, Zane, I have no idea.
And Jim are going to say to each other, here we are, old teammates.
But like enough trolling, he's probably super nervous.
A year ago, but
I mean, MA didn't even make it to the last. What was the last event? SI?
As of yet,
right? They didn't make it to SI.
Will continue on battling through that lower bracket, but their opponent will be Team Liquid Alienware.
Oh, wow.
Not an easy matchup. And on the
flip
side,
gonna beat Team Liquid
they've got their
Alienware.
work cut out for them against Wildcard.
You're a Spoik Blazer and you play like shit. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something right now.
On the main stage,
the 2 gunners for SR are Andy and Spoit. Like when you expect the 2 players you expect to get kills and produce on SR are Andy and Spoit. Well, in the BO3, we witnessed them lose yesterday. It wasn't Ambi and Spoit that came up clutch. It was Surf and Rexon.
Our hopes and dreams are crushed of going to overtime or for this being more competitive than what we would have wanted it to be.
If you ask me, North America needed to be humbled a little bit after having 2 teams in the grand final of Salt Lake City.
Dude, get this caster out of here. What is he talking about?
Getting knocked
we don't need to be humbled.
M80 getting a little bit more than they bargained for with Falcons, I think is just fair enough. But also, I will say, like,
when
North
I'm 40 years old,
looking really strong. Wildcard are insane. DZ are monsters. And I'm pretty confident that M80 will also be here to play in that lower bracket game against Team Liquid Alienware.
Well, that's what they're going to have to do, right?
Yeah, just gonna say is that or you go
home.
The good thing is
the other thing?
You can afford to have a slow start.
Every single time I go to this stream, I get a freaking ad.
I put curing.
Yeah, there it is. It's like a 1-minute ad every time. I'm not subbing to them.
Chronic hepatitis C with a 98% cure.
See how good Surf was playing? Dude, Surf was playing so good.
For 12 weeks.
And that was the thing was like.
Hepatitis B, that was the thing was like cause serious liver problems during and after treatment.
He was doing really good, but he's not expected to do good, you know. He's not expected to play that good.
Medicines and supplements you take,
taking
amiodarone with Epclusa,
Surf was holding it down though. In sight,
most common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor about
They wouldn't have made it to map 3 without Surf. 100%.
So my friend Kyla sent me a new going out top with DoorDash.
Even in map 3, he was balling out.
My move was going. Well, it wasn't going. Kyla's
it's
always
fresh
been pushy,
on desk.
and we love her for that. Needed that, delivered.
Oh,
DoorDash.
The caster. Okay. Says that they all left, Zane. Only real ones that I'm just kidding, bro. That don't matter. They come and go.
That CAG have had to play against.
Oh, this game's over with too.
Cup so far, but also if I'm CAG,
so this was a quicker game.
I'm not scared of anybody. I'm ready. To
yeah, I watched an ad just for it to be over.
Nice.
Seems about right.
All right, and now
Dude,
looking
if I would have clicked back onto this stream and got an ad, oh my gosh.
Against another former teammate of yours, Adrian. He was the
MVP
of his last match.
on my
Got
main.
anything you want to say to him ahead of that match?
No, I hope he has a great match.
No, I reposted the trumpet one because that was kind of come on now. That was.
I hope he will do the same to me. And
I had to repost that.
All right.
I like
is
that.
there anything, any
skins,
any shoutouts you want to give to fans before I let you go
Is the Rengoku event good?
Of course, there's new Azami bundles out, so make sure to grab it on the in-game store.
All right, well, sounds good. You heard it from Joom. The boys are shooting. They are up in this series, 1 game away from putting themselves where they need to qualify for playoffs. Send you guys right back to the desk.
I love having a
also, I think the one thing I hate too is that they're doing like 20-minute breaks in between games.
Media trained players, there's just something about it that connects well, but there is a sneaky humbleness.
You see videos. Wait, I see videos you have reposted when you're scrolling. Oh,
and respectful.
Well, because like I'm a nerd, Zane. Like I know I repost edits. I repost any meaningful message about God is very important to me.
Switch, Delta Project, Fabian.
What else I repost? I repost anything funny.
I think I think he was 18 but just turned. So Joom joined on separately with Fabian, Kento Arcade, played the qualifier for CL, didn't quite make it through, and then of course Joom's career kicked off I think a year after that.
Yep.
That's where that Fabian story comes from.
Yeah, for sure. It didn't really take a long time for Joom to become one of the most
Did you
coveted
repost
players in the
everything?
world.
That too, but you know what? I used to do that, but then I realized like I realized what reposting actually did, and I don't think I wanted
and he's really here to play. He's
all my friends to see every damn For You
and
page
he's really got the chops in
video
the
I
server
watch.
as well. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, he certainly does. Obviously, an absolute standout performer. I think that going into this match, Joom was obviously one of the players that we highlighted, and I really feel as though where Joom's headed, where Falcons are headed, this is going to be a really interesting event because Falcons always
You know,
turn
we
it on
say
to
that about the
EWC.
Falcons every
They
time, and then they
always-
get to playoffs, and then they like shit the bed.
Why'd you have to do me like that?
Like they have a really good like
They did get first.
group
They were the
stage
first
here,
team eliminated from the
and then they
tournament,
make it to
which
playoffs,
was
and then
admittedly quite hilarious.
How'd they go in the two before that?
it's like watching
Look, they
it's like
won
watching
the other
G2 RSR
Esports World
choke.
Cup, and they won the G8 2 years before that as well.
Correct. We'll hold that onto our hearts. But I think, look, when you look at the other side of the board, when you look at M80, Ashen, nice start, then kind of fizzled out a little bit, whereas Gavin had a bit of the opposite effect. It felt like, Nick, no one on M80.
Do you know what? I'm proud of M80 for coming back. They came back down 6-2,
they're a pivotal
right?
player right now because it just
And they made it
never felt like they had
6-5.
the full grip on
So they had a little bit of
Yeah,
momentum.
if you look at the player positions, what we're seeing them, how they were reacting in the server, I didn't feel like anybody was the standout captain saying, guys, this is the play. Follow me.
Yeah.
When they're on defense, half the team is fighting, half the team is running away. There's no C4 with the yellow ping using the Valkyrie. There's no you peek left, I peek right. It was, there's a guy in library, let's all peek him. And they just turn off their brain and they don't communicate how, where, and when to do so. And that, you know, we can speak about sometimes mistakes, they happen, but there was like 5 or 6 rounds in this game where it felt like immediately we're playing with only 3 people using their mouth to speak to each other.
Yeah, you're right. It was very loosey-goosey and very disjointed for M80. And I will admit, sometimes a chaotic, loose playstyle can work.
Sure, oh, did I show you the bracket?
That needs to be when you've got gunners gunning. And I'm not just talking about gunner, I'm talking about the whole squad.
All the gunners.
Not a single
No?
player
Oh,
on
okay,
M80 went positive in that game. On the flip side of that, like we said, Joom 15 and 6, everyone
still
on
in here? Is
Falcons
anyone
went
in here?
positive except for one guy, but it's Breday, so he doesn't need to because he's playing shields anyway.
I was gonna say, I think
Paul.
like the secret MVP,
Paul
that
is
dig
here.
into the details.
Didn't know that.
Oh yeah, they are not okay. The hidden
Sorry, I'll let
MVP is actually gonna be Breday.
Would have been cool to know, but you know what? Whatever.
2-4, 2-5 at the end or whatever. Every single round he's playing a selfless role. He was playing the shield sometimes on the attacking side or the capital. On defense, he was playing the kite anchoring down, a Rooney anchoring down, and the sentry, the recruit operator, anchoring down.
On the bomb side, buying enough time for his
Exactly.
team to
Let me look
rotate
at
when
what
M80 went for the
game
rushes.
If Breday
Nice.
dies early in a bad position, he caught off
Oh,
guard by
it's a face
Messi,
game.
they get
Okay,
the bomb
cool.
site and they start planting. And that's how they actually got one of their round victories on that dining kitchen.
Oh my
attack.
gosh.
Because Breday
All right,
did
and
that.
then for the people that don't know,
that was
CAG,
the one time he was caught off guard.
He's the GOAT. I know. I really.
CAG
I
beat
got a
all
lovely moment
gamers.
with Breday the other
It
morning.
says
as I
they
did. I got to
6-0'd.
walk around Paris with the guy. Got to get to know
What?
him a little bit, and yeah, he's really won my heart. So
It said that they
Falcons for the
6-0'd, and I guess all gamers just
Do you know
forfeited.
who may not have a shot at the championship?
Do tell.
You want to know what happened
Run
on the
roll?
B stream?
Oh,
Wow.
what happens?
Spoilers. All right.
Oh my God,
I'm gonna give you a countdown.
Oh my God, wait.
3, 2.
That's corny
One.
as hell. Just tell us.
CAG 7-0'd all gamers.
Oh,
7-0.
Big dog.
Big dog.
Big dog.
Where's the big
That's a
dog
boys
moment
right
from?
there.
Well, CAG.
Oh,
Did they-
okay.
Kagan.
Yeah, but
CAG be
all-
Kagan.
Yeah, I know, but all.
I'm sad.
gagging.
I'm sad for
Poor
AG.
gagging.
I am sad for AG, but man, like, it's crazy to think
Wow.
that at the first game of the tournament
Exactly.
for CAG that we watched, which was against Fnatic, yes, it was a 7-5, but casting that was like watching a car crash in slow motion.
Yeah.
I was like, I've casted CAG
You
this
said
entire
what happened,
stage, and they
Maddox?
do not look even a shadow of their normal selves against Fnatic.
So,
and then they
Maybe
lost the first
lost
map
to
I believe
Team
it was King
Falcons.
Zero. Ever since
But the
then,
big
they've
thing
been
that happened was
unreal.
CAG,
Reverse swept
who
King
we
Zero,
saw
beat
beat
Shopify
SR
Blade,
yesterday,
7-0
just
against
7-0'd all
AG.
gamers.
The sky's the limit for the
That's a
Japanese
team
in the
from
lead up
CNL.
to what's happening in a couple of months' time.
I think there's an event.
I should say all gamers are a team from CNL.
Ever in Osaka. I'm so stoked.
That's pretty good.
Shout out Osaka. Can't wait for that one. You mentioned Fnatic at the very start of that sentence, and I'm going to go ahead and segue it and bring it back. They're taking on just a small team.
Was that them over there standing up on the stage?
That's them. It's Wizard.
I
I
see.
see. I see the play this event.
Isn't Wizard the best player in the tournament so far?
Can you see who's in the background? Who
Oh, is that the two-time world champions FaZe Clan?
Oh, they're so close.
DOS. This is going to be
it's noise, but okay.
Okay, well, very true. That is very true.
So I think we're going to see
look,
like a 7-2 favor FaZe.
Move this train ahead after the break. When we come back, FaZe take on Fnatic.
How long's the break?
$15 minutes.
Yeah, serious, right?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
You might actually be like on the money. They're gonna get through all these advertisements and then put up a 15-minute timer.
Play is in our DNA.
Oh gosh.
Whenever
is
we
that
let
AI,
it out,
bro?
It becomes our superpower.
Yo, can we reinforce people?
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Yo, did you see what Skype did?
What did Skype do, bro?
He was playing casino, right? You know where like the bracelet goes outside?
He's playing Destiny?
I don't know which one it is. It's where you go into green.
Okay, whatever. He was saying so, and then what?
Bro, he started saying like he reinforced himself out. But he was outside the whole time.
And this isn't R6.
Yes.
Wow.
Siege.
Oh, it wasn't Siege. Okay, well.
And ranked, by the way, and they lost that match after.
Sweet. Yo, shout out whoever used my code for Aura Gaming Gear. So that's the first order. I wish I could see more details on who it was, but I can't. Shout out. Sweet. All right, let me show the bracket. Let me show the bracket real quick so everyone knows what's happening. The people that are here. There's two different groups: Group A, Group B, Group A, and Group B. What's the timing? Gosh, dude, they're just spamming ads. Okay. So, winners bracket. Whoever wins between these two goes to playoffs. Wait, hold up. I'm trying to think here. Yes. 2, 4. Right, cool. Whoever wins between these two, or whoever wins these, goes straight to playoffs, and then losers go into the losers bracket over here for another chance to fall. So we watch this tomorrow. Tomorrow there's going to be 2 BO3s. I don't know if I should watch DZ versus CAG or Team. I'd probably watch Team Falcons versus Wildcard. And then the losers bracket will be played out for Saturday and Sunday. We're about to watch FaZe versus Fnatic. Yeah, same bracket layout. Cool. A 7-minute break. Yo, Cole, you can't come in here. Cole, you cannot come in here and saying that, bro. Wait, in the meantime, though, I can give you guys a sneak peek. I can give you guys a sneak peek of This bad boy right here. Hold up, let me go back to this real quick. Oh no. You said I'm not locked? Yo, Cole, stay and watch this, bro. Tell me if I'm locked after watching this, yeah?
Nope.
Let me zoom it in here. Is that okay? Watch this nice little, look at that. 1v5. 1v5. I'm gonna post this later today, but 1v5. I didn't know this until now, but I was versing a cheater. Look at that. Easy work. Now it's a 1v3. It's light work. Smoke it off. Aim head level. Easy kill. 1v2. Smoke that off again. Reposition. Reposition here. And now we just wait. Get up on an angle. You see the angle I'm on? You see the angle I'm on? Right? I can only be shot from the head-holes. I can't be shot from anyone walking up from the hallway. Let's keep it going. All right, Ash is the wall. Look at that. Swing out. He has no idea. You saw where he swung? He swung out thinking I'm tucked. He swung out thinking I'm tucked. Nah, I repositioned off the smoke. That's just champ plays right there, Cole. All right. Cool, 1v1. What is Zero doing outside in a 1v1? 25 seconds left. I have bomb. Bomb was dropped on the head somewhere.
Oh my gosh.
What do I have to do?
Oh my gosh. Hell nah.
For some reason, he was able to get bomb outside and then get inside and plant. So it's looking good right now. Oh, just wait till this.
Time expires in 10 seconds.
Right, run up red. He gets a plant off. How'd you get a plant off? I have no idea. And then got a comm that he was like prone behind the desk. Great comm, by the way. Great comm. Cool. Vault over? Nah, he heard that vault. Let's vault over again. Flick onto his head. But you see, like in a 1v5, like you know what I'm saying, Cole? Like that was pretty nasty. That's pretty nasty, no? Oh my gosh. And then of course we got the clutch off.
That's what we do here.
Got the DCs off.
That's what we do here. Are we serious?
Pretty solid. On a new mouse too. New mouse, by the way. New mouse. Oh, but wait, there's more, Cole. But wait, there's more. What was that? You wanted to see another one? Oh, okay, cool. Let's just watch this then, yeah? Am I ever... Oh, wait. Cole, I can't edit your clip. I can. Hold up, I forgot. But all right, let's watch this. Oh, wait. Maybe let's not watch this. Oh, that was a little bit of bad aim, but it doesn't matter. Pissed on. Right there. See that? Let's keep on watching. Mind you, no warm-up. Just hopped straight on the rank with a new mouse.
Yo, one's piano double door.
What? Let's analyze this, bro.
Where are you scanning me from? Did you hear that? Do the sound call? You hear that audio? I hopped over into the breach. I know he's going for a default plant. But it doesn't matter. It's a 2v3.
Nope.
What am I going to focus on? Aim head level. Aim head level. That's all I got to say. What was that? He planted default? Flick onto his head. What is he doing? Who is he? I don't know if you noticed that, but the only reason I was able to swing out was because I counted how many bullets he shot, right? Dumps like, what, maybe 10 bullets? Either has to reload or move back. Cool. Keep watching it. Focus on my teammate. And then we get the nice little 4K. But, you know, just plays, just plays I do. Just plays I do, you know? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
When was this, bro?
When was this? Yesterday. Yeah. Solo queue? Yeah, solo queue. Solo queue last night, yeah. But I have to edit all of that. Which isn't much. You said Jinxie's better. Yo, Landon, appreciate that. Hey, Landon, can you tell Cole to stop missing his putts, please? Oh man, he needs to birdie everything. Everything needs to be a birdie. The logo, not the products. And now we sit here and we wait for the world's fattest break ever. All to watch FaZe like absolutely curb stomp Fnatic. Fairly on time. How do I actually let me not take a picture of that. Let me take a picture of that. In there.
Now we turn our attention across to Group
and now
B,
we're back from break. Let's go.
Could be an absolute banger on stage, but that would require Fnatic to step up to a level that we have not seen them at for a very, very, very long time. They're going up against the South American League champions, FaZe Clan. Welcome me back to the desk once again,
what do you think the score is? What the score is going to be?
What should be actually a pretty good matchup.
I mean, it's like a top team versus like kind of, and these guys kind of came in there and
would you agree?
I'd agree.
They played
it's a good test
pretty shit teams.
Warmed up a little bit, so you got to.
It's like watching. It's like watching Super Bowl champs go up against like the Cleveland Browns over here.
There were a lot
like this
of
is
expectations on Fnatic coming into EWC this year, but got through play-ins. That was maybe the only expectation.
Yep.
From here on out, they're playing with house money.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I mean, Fnatic so far have proven that they're still a solid team, and they didn't get here purely on a fluke basis, right? I mean, they quite literally took down G2 to earn this spot in the first place, and they have a little bit to prove, I suppose, in that regard, in proving why they should be at this event, and so far they've been able to scathe off the potential of going home after only a couple of days. So they're in a decent position, but this is going to be a real tester. FaZe are a very scary team for good reason.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, I can't remember if there's a single event where I didn't look at FaZe and go, well, they're a favorite, at least not for the last 2 or 3 years. Looking at how this group will pan out, of course, this is our opening match here for Group B. However, across on the B stream, if you will, Edward Gaming. I'm very excited to see
Edward
what
Gaming.
this roster will
I'm going to be so real with you. No one's excited to watch Edward Gaming versus
and actually, like opponents-wise,
Virtus Pro.
Talk about like a turnaround. Like
no one's watching that.
Yeah,
you see, there's a reason why most of these games are going to be on the A stream or the main stream, and most of these games are going to be on the B stream, the backup stream.
Team from CNL, while you're going up against one of top 2 at the moment from EML.
Yeah.
That's going to prove to be difficult, but yeah, Group B now shapes up to be exciting for the rest of the afternoon.
Certainly does. Exciting. FaZe, they go hand in hand, do they not? FaZe Clan come into this after beating everyone in Stage 1, basically. They just looked absolutely phenomenal, and that's off the back of many, many years of them looking at their best. I think coming into this event, if you're looking at SAL, if you're looking at a Brazilian team to perform, FaZe Clan is going to be at the top of that list. They have to be a top 4. I don't think we can accept anything different.
Yeah, FaZe really are an enigma at this point, right? Given they've been able to perform at such a high level for such a long period of time is really, really impressive. Where we've seen maybe the rest of SAL drop off a little bit. Obviously, they were at the highest of highs, so a small diminish in their performance. FaZe have continued to be so powerful, so strong, and they go into this event
the same roster. This is the same roster. They've been on a roster for like 4 years now.
New environment, and Fnatic again are not to be taken lightly.
No, they certainly aren't. This is the thing: is it's on the flip side of the coin. We'll talk about it Fnatic in a second, but I think overall, this is a very hard sell if you are an EML or a European fan, just because of that. As Guz has said, I think the tenure that this roster has and the ability to perform at that level over the last 3, 4, 5 years, this roster just has held such a true level of competition that I think it's nearly impossible to deny them as the world's best, if not one of the world's best.
Well, you win back-to-back hammers, you are the world's best. Look, I think that the conversation around SAL entirely at the moment is that the region itself, is it at its peak from maybe 2 years ago? No. FaZe, yes. So they are the exception, where the rest of SAL has been caught up by the likes of EML and NAL, certainly. FaZe lost to the exception. They are still the team to beat going into any tournament for my mind. What you do at 6 Invitational then leads into Esports World Cup and the majors. Now, of course, they haven't really been successful at things like majors and EWC, but because of what they are able to do at easily the best and biggest event, that is the reason why in any event you play, they are still #1.
For sure. I think that what you do echoes, right? It doesn't, especially at SI, it echoes through the halls of Siege. It doesn't stop at that one event, because it's not one event that you can perform at and just win an SI champ. We will never see that. But what we will see is teams that are consistent, teams that continue to dominate well outside of their quote-unquote era. And FaZe is that team for me. Coming out of SAL, if you were to look at a team, you are looking at them to kind of champion the torch that was an incredible 23, an incredible 24 season. And now going up against a team that really made waves throughout Europe. I think Fnatic have come into this with a really interesting storyline, Guz. Yeah. We didn't expect them to be a team to make it, and, well, they've made it and then some. They've actually looked really good in play-ins.
Yeah, I would probably, at this point, describe Fnatic as a rejuvenated team, still with a lot to prove. I think it's important to make that clear that for them to have a splash at this tournament, they need to continue to improve and build upon what we saw in EML.
I'm going to be so brutally honest.
We're able to escape
with everyone
this
here.
very first couple of days here
will
at
not make
Esports World Cup.
To
and in fact,
the,
they actually go in today with the top-rated
arena.
player at
They
the
will
event.
not make
Wizard
it
has a
to
126 EPS, a 1.83 KD.
I do not believe.
So FaZe need to be a little careful that there is some dangerous firepower on
I really don't. I think they had a fluke against G2. I'm going to be super with you, because they proceeded to get 7-0 by DK and 7-1 by, it was either like Falcons or Rose Pro. And then,
well, I mean, Hendy's was the second rated.
They come in here to play
and he's playing hard.
And who did they play? They played easy teams. They played.
I still think he's the best overall player in the game. I'm not saying he's the best, right? And I've always said he's not the best fragger in terms of every individual aspect. Maybe he's not #1. You add it all up together, and he comes out probably as #1. For Fnatic, though, it's like what you said, making waves, caused a big upset in EML. They get through play-ins, as many would have hoped.
They're a decent team, but
obviously FaZe will be a difficult ask. We all know that. So for Fnatic coming into this game, they've got a mighty test, but they are the underdogs in this match. But as they've been in many matches so far over the last couple of weeks, they were the underdogs against G2. They won that anyway, and then they lost to GK. We'll forget about that in terms of the storylining. So I think that for Fnatic, it's about keeping themselves grounded coming into this.
I don't know how Fnatic does on Nighthaven.
It's a best of one, and then the best of 3s begin. What can they learn from this? Win or lose?
Nighthaven Labs is
I've seen FaZe lose Nighthaven Labs to... We saw them lose Nighthaven Labs to SR.
Fnatic underdog storyline here.
Well, it's a great map for FaZe, 7-2 record. Fnatic on the flip side, still good results, 2-1 overall, but the one thing that stands out as a big red flag is Fnatic's attacking win rate on Labs up until this point, 5 out of 14 rounds, so about 35%. That could be a big difference in this matchup. And they start on the attacking side, so they'll need to prove themselves over the course of these first 6 rounds.
They certainly will.
If Fnatic wants to win, they're going to ban the...
up until this point, but they are about to meet an immovable object.
I don't know. I think the only thing I know about FaZe is that they love... I know
coming into it with a lot of momentum.
Vidiking loves bringing the clash.
Can cause chaos in the server, but if you are a Brazilian fan, if you're a fan of the SAL, you know what FaZe can do. They should be feeling comfortable in this one. However, It's only time will tell. Let's get underway with Nighthaven Labs for the first game of Group B.
The Group A, done and dusted for the best of ones. For those that missed it, Dark Zero, CAG picking up wins, Falcons and Wildcard. Those will be the respective matchups in the upper bracket semi-finals. And then in the lower bracket quarterfinals, well, how about this one, guys? M80 versus Team Liquid. One of those two will be heading home, not tomorrow, but the day after. Secret versus All Gamers. Heading into Group B now, though, FaZe and Fnatic. Winner of this will play the winner of Virtus Pro and Edward Gaming, happening live on the B stream at the moment.
Either the loser of this plays
the day out will be Weibo Furia.
one of them,
to be entertaining.
well, whoever plays,
and GK.
whoever loses this is winning the next game.
Close out today's proceedings. FaZe on defense labs, though, is going to prove to be an almighty challenge. And we're being quite realistic about this, guys. Fnatic have got a mighty task ahead of them.
Heartbeat sensor activated.
They do. A tough prospect for Fnatic. Not impossible, but it will require Fnatic, as I was kind of alluding to in the pre-show, to probably play the best we have seen in this iteration of the roster. Qualifying for this event, taking down G2. Certainly a good performance and respectable. But FaZe, a whole different beast.
Deadshot took like 10 HP
the best of one provides an opportunity
took 10
for
damage
them
off the can opener.
Snag a result.
When you go back to play-ins, they beat CAG. That ended up now actually looking a really solid result in hindsight, 7-5. Then they beat MIBR Lows 2-0, 7-3, 7-1. So dominant. And then same as well against El Eula Club 2-0, 7-4, 7-4. You could argue maybe the quality of opponent hasn't been anywhere near, of course, the likes of FaZe, but their form has been solid. They've put to bed the teams they should. KDS on the pulse, getting early information towards Electrical Souls. That's a wonderful headshot onto Wizard. You noted him coming out of play-ins as the top player. Immediately realizing the quality of opposition will now increase. Makes it very difficult on this particular site. Now down a player already. No ability to use those air jabs to get Rafters control. Puts a spanner in the works for Fnatic's first attacking attempt.
We can push forward. I've detected an enemy device. Flash set.
Well, a good early test here for Fnatic. What's their follow-up like? What's the plan B like? I think that's one of the best tests of a team is on attack. When things don't go your way, can you formulate a response? And unfortunately here in the opening round, that has not been the case. Deepak. Bit of an odd spray.
That one just got away from him. This round has gotten away from Fnatic. In fact, it never started. Well, FaZe dominant. Wow. No surprise. No one's shocked at all. Flawless to begin here in the Esports World Cup.
For FaZe? Okay.
Well, that's the wake-up call Fnatic will need here for what is their third day at this event. Obviously, well and truly warmed up. But very quickly realizing this is not
welcome to the
club anymore.
Welcome to the group stage.
This is not MIBR Lows. This is FaZe Clan.
Nope.
Welcome to the big boys. Yeah, pretty brutal start there from FaZe. If there's any solace for Fnatic, it is the fact that it's top 4 labs. If there's any sight to lose, like on many maps, the first primary is not the end of the world. But again, when you see the plan fall apart in the early stages and then there's a lack of follow-up, that's where the red flag starts to emerge.
What's up?
Bit of a pause in the lobby at the moment, hence the delay into round 2. And so hopefully we'll be back in a moment's time.
What do you think of the other match on the B stream while we have a brief moment? Edward Gaming, the #1 seed out of CNL.
Is there another tech pause or what?
Very difficult seeding
no,
for
there's no tech pause.
them, but hoping they can make it competitive against
Josh,
Virtus Pro
things
as
like
we
my
return
life.
for the second round.
Yo, Josh, bro, thanks for liking the live, bro.
No, don't even.
EDG have been.
By the way, W name.
CNL. I think they're a shout in that match.
I feel like all Joshuas are just like handsome people, you know, like handsome, cool, funny.
I'd say I'm
all of them. Just from what I've experienced in like.
We go for the second round.
10 seconds remaining.
Chalk that first round up.
This is a
learning opportunity for Fnatic. Top 4 is always going to prove to be difficult. Need to do a lot better though in this second round.
Okay.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Position secured.
Yeah, it is. Okay, cool.
I do like what I see. This could be a fast-paced round. Namor, Solid Snake into a phase roam, top floor. I'm expecting fireworks early.
Breaching sequence activated.
Top-down approach likely here from Fnatic, spearheading IT wall. Ram in play for Vert, and then the Deimos Solid Snake combination for the map clear. To be contested though by FaZe. 2-1-2 split with Souls and Handy on the top floor. Vidiking, Cyber, and KDS now all actually contesting first floor with appeal potential back down towards basement. Oh, it's aggressive here. It's active from FaZe.
Ooh, Citizen catches the timing onto Handy, who was just unaware. But Souls saves the day.
That would have been such a good play
as well. What looked
if
like
Handy,
maybe an opening kill for Fnatic
if Handy would have died.
Crumbling pretty quickly. They lose the Solid Snake of Wizard.
It's actually really unfortunate.
Up towards storage. Entry made by Deepak. KDS though, patience. Not panicked, not rushed, but losing his life. Well played from Deepak, and suddenly a 3v3. And look at the health margins of Souls and Handy. Very winnable round now for Fnatic.
It's been a good recovery from Fnatic in this round when it felt like FaZe had established dominance on the roam. Nexo control for Smiths, maybe waiting for the rotation back down from Vidiking. It is combined now with Handy elsewhere, trying to isolate Deadshot. Cargo stairs, now under pressure.
Vidiking's going to have to be the one to get the information.
Oh,
Deadshot, what a headshot.
Wow, what a shot from Deadshot. I don't know how he knew.
The plank going down inside of Assembly. Souls got one.
Nice,
Traded
it's a
immediately by Smiths,
1v2.
and now into the post plant for Vidiking. Fnatic looking to strike early here on Nighthaven Labs.
We know how good Vidiking is, but a tall ask here in the 1v2.
Won't have a lot of time with Deepak getting to play outside of the breach as well. That's going to make it even more difficult for Vidiking. A low percentile chance for him. The champion player that you certainly would give a chance to drone a little bit of information. Hence another one too. Smith can just sit Exo. He'll wait for the tap and then he'll rotate in. This is done. It's going to be 1-1. Shield up. It's a nice attempt from Vidiking, but even by the time he got through the animation, time was pretty much over.
Wow, it's so rare. I don't think you see a lot of
get an early round against FaZe Clan.
3v5 cells from or sorry, 5v3 cells from FaZe.
We saw that early trade onto Citizen, and I actually had a look over my shoulder. He was very animated. It's only round 2, very animated at how that played out. Maybe wondering where his support network was at, what the rest of the team was up to, maybe a disconnect elsewhere. Despite that though, Fnatic then through the mid-round were still able to find a win condition to fight their way back into the round with some sharp shooting on screen now. Minute on the clock, 3 versus 3. Great work from Deadshot Cargo side. And then positionally perfect in the post there from Fnatic. So some good composure. And it's nice to get an early round on the board.
It is. You get the fist bumps out. Everyone feels energetic and hyped, and you get that early reward. Storage and control to follow. Now it's one on the board. This is going to be defend decided. You would have to hazard that as the assumption to begin with. So for Fnatic to get an early attacking round on a map where maybe only 2 is necessary puts them in good stead.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
And as always, this tertiary site it can be a tricky beast. Back-to-back opening kills from Souls. These have looked a little better in the early portion of these rounds.
Some good info gathered there from Citizen. Shock Drone will be a valuable tool against the Fenrir and the Thorn combo. Love the inclusion here of the Pulse. Cyber will have the ability to garner information with the shotgun in play and a hatch rotate below. That could also bring the Nitro Cell into play late round for plant denial.
drop down puts a little bit of pressure on Cyber as well. The way he just wants to hold into storage and get information. Needs to be mindful of the vert being created. Making sure that he doesn't overstep his mark. Like the patience here from Fnatic. It's getting as much information as possible. Drones into good positions. It's all spotted out towards Rafters as expected on the Azami. Pretty standard hold right now from FaZe. They'll use KDS as the anchor towards control side. Cyber to get information storage. Defender.
Does he have a suppressor? Andy has a suppressor on
deal with this hold. In
the MP4?
towards control side is Smith. Now this isn't usually the way you'll see the entry made by the attacking team.
Oh my gosh.
Reaction perfect after Handy got the opening kill. Souls quick to react himself. Citizen low. The Razor Bloom. Catching him, and with that now, slow towards Cargo.
Oh. Yeah, Citizen is desperate for the follow-up there onto Smith, but got stalled out by the Thorn. And with that, basically stripping away the big win condition for Fnatic. Deepick, though, does get control storage, has the diffuser, but unfortunately for him, easier said than done to get the kid on the ground.
He will slip back outside. They do still have 55 seconds. Citizen critically low.
Oh.
Deadshot still unable to find an angle through this vert. A 19 breach, that's not going to be easy to push into with a bulletproof camera also watching that location. Rafters still in control for FaZe. That was the chance. A little damage on
What an angle.
Souls,
I actually like that angle. I haven't seen that one from Souls.
Deepak hit the headshot. Now it might be the go time for Fnatic.
Yeah, it could be. Citizen still in the same position. Opportunity presents. KDS taken down.
Oh my,
well, they got control side opened up as well. The only problem, Vidican's still above. They got no idea. Vidican. Oh! The shotgun doesn't fully connect, and therefore Deadshot easy turnaround. Cyber though, he responds, but Deadshot follows up. And Fnatic
he just got lead. He just got he just experienced what every Siege player experiences when they use a shotgun.
Late round.
How's Ram not dead?
One of the strengths
Ram's what, 5 HP after
so far
tanking a full shotgun spread?
At Esports World Cup is typically really good discipline in the late round and good composure, but FaZe there.
Wow.
Several moments
Fnatic up 2-1. I was never expecting
the opportunity that was presented to them. And Fnatic have kind of snatched that one from the jaws of defeat.
I put my chair away, guys. This is going to be a stand-up
game. Tag timeout from FaZe.
You sure your back's just not sore? You are quite old.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, tech pause.
The Clash band away from FaZe. Ace band away from Fnatic. Add that in with a Thermite. Hard breach will be missing. Tech pause in play after Fnatic have had a little issue on their side.
Dude, there's so many tech
Hopefully
pauses.
Can get fixed up pretty quickly. 2-1. That's the start you would want though. If you were Fnatic, you said we're going Nighthaven Labs versus FaZe. First 3 rounds, we're up 2-1 on the attack. We'll take it.
Yeah, and the only site they lost was that opening round of the primary site. You would take that every day of the week. FaZe haven't quite looked as polished as I probably expected so far. It's very, very early days, and that could change very quickly, but early signs pointing towards this one maybe being a little more competitive than anticipated.
It's funny how quickly in this game things change, stories change, and develop. And Fnatic as an organization has been lost in the wilderness for how many years now? It's like a sleeping giant now at this point, but are they starting to awaken? With this new look roster after causing the biggest upset in the EML and getting through play-ins, you beat FaZe here and suddenly you're one best of 3 away from playoffs. Top 8 bound.
Nice, Rebecca.
Esports World Cup. Can't get too ahead of yourselves just yet though, Fnatic. Long way to go.
Yep. Absolutely, but it has been a strong start. Very excited to return back to the primary site, top floor of command and server. Win this, Fnatic, and I think you have every right to start getting a little excited.
If you win this site, this round, I think FaZe are almost forced into attack timeout.
Probably.
They definitely are forced into attack timeout.
Playing a different outlook this time on their re-attempt. Info heavy, so they bring the Snake and the Deimos this time around. Monty a mainstay. Citizen jumps on some util clearance of the Flores as opposed to the Thatcher. And Deepak can flex on the striker.
And on the flip side, FaZe, their operator pool has actually been pretty one-dimensional. They've played Azami every round. They've played Pulse every round. They've played Wamai twice. They've played Denari twice, Mute twice. Like, they're not really shaking things up. Keeping it really grounded and really default, but that makes it then easier to read for Fnatic. KD is back onto the Pulse as he was in the opening round. Cyber jumped on it in the previous rounds, but I think he's lost his license. Oh, Wizard freebie on Andy. Straight in towards blue stairs and catches the superstar completely napping. It is Fnatic's first opening kill. And on command server with 2 minutes and a 5 versus 4 advantage. Well, this promises to look spicy in this 4th round.
And it's Wizard's first kill, top-rated player at the event so far.
Oh. An aggressive push into IT from Cyber. Deadshot doesn't go for the swing.
FaZe sensing they need to make a play to even the man count. Good pressure from Smiths over towards Warehouse. This is good from Fnatic so far.
This is really clean. Rafters control established. IT opened up. Wizard freebie onto Solve.
Hello?
Does he know?
Hello indeed. And hello again as Wizards into another battle, but Cyber able to win it out. On the Wamai. Vidiking as well against Deadshot. Cyber, lovely shot too. And a follow-up. Vidiking, Cyber combined 2 apiece. And just like that, the round now seems as if it's gone.
We've just seen both teams give up.
My word.
It's a 5
give up the man
3
advantage
for Fnatic that they lose out. That was a huge opportunity. Tied at 2-2.
That's a very frustrating round on the primary site when you win the opening duel.
FaZe take a timeout anyway.
FaZe take a tag timeout.
I think they'll be pleased with how they've played so far.
I take a timeout.
And they'll be sensing that the next 2 rounds are critical in gaining an advantage at the halftime break. On the flip side though, for Fnatic, equally offer Sathis an opportunity to speak to the troops and probably just settle them after this last round. Great start from Wizard. Caught Souls lacking, but as FaZe so often do, and it was Cyber in particular, always there for the trade, always there for the repressure, never allowing their opposition to settle. And that playstyle serving them well there in round 4. And as the timeout now concludes, can FaZe try and ride that success on the upcoming 2 sites? That's where we saw it unravel not too long ago. And can Fnatic just refine some composure?
I like the timeout regardless. I know I said that if they lost top floor down 3-1, you call it. But even though they won it, the starts of the round didn't look great. Clearly FaZe look a little bit shaken. Add in the fact, basement storage control, both lost previously. Those will be your next 2 sites. Yeah, I think it is a good time to kind of talk things over to close this first half out. Important half on the defensive labs. Fnatic cannot be satisfied, though, guys, with just the 2 attacking rounds. They still have 2 more opportunities. And even though they lost the previous round, again, really good signs. Finally got their first opening kill. Good control that they were able to get, spacing-wise. And sure, the finish wasn't great, but you could put that down to some very good individual play from FaZe Clan. This will be top down clear again. And again, like last time on this basement site, FaZe will meet them head on the top floor. Souls in handy.
I've detected an enemy nearby.
Running towards storage, of which Cyber currently is located.
Yeah, Cyber likely to eventually peel down that warehouse hatch once pressured. Oh, he actually went for a run out off screen. Survived to tell the tale.
FaZe don't look shaken. They want to keep the pressure up. And hope that Fnatic will then slip under the pressure. But Fnatic, to their credit, they don't rush. They know that there is clearly presence from the defenders.
Who's still outside? Citizen?
But not overwhelmed by the presence. The FaZe have done enough in time denial. They'll look to go back towards basement now.
Cyber on 20
He
HP.
hits that Joker payload. Now low. Looks like he might play his life towards storage.
It has to at this point cross-established warehouse side. Although he is able to escape lounge side, which is now no longer covered by the attack. We'll lurk cafeteria for now. Maybe sensing that a flank late is his best option. It does mean, though, that Fnatic can gain control over towards cargo, and so Smith will elect to do so.
Wizard, the first pick on Vidda King.
Wizard coming alive here on Labs.
Good vert play with the Boogie Auto Breacher. Open up the floorboards, find the kill onto Vidda King. Back-to-back opening kills from Wizard. 60 seconds remaining in this 5th round. Fnatic searching for their 3rd attack here on Labs. Cyber, though, still around Lounge. He promises to be a nuisance that maybe Fnatic won't be ready for.
Has Cyber
been
forgotten about?
I think they must have imagined he'd gone back to the side. Voltover's clean. Citizen wasn't ready for it. Smith, though, loved to rotate back to cargo quickly. Lovely pistol play. Wizard wanted to go for the blank, got off it, now back down. Handy, active. Gets rid of T-Pack, and then Smith falls. The plant will be successful, but now a 2 versus 3 for Fnatic. They don't have the vert either to play off. Both in sight are Wizard and Deadshot as KDS captures Deadshot from Nano. Wizard with it all to do. Spots one through the hatch.
Oh.
Lovely headshot onto Handy, and now makes it far more doable. Can he create an isolated 1v1? He cannot.
That was a good pre-fire.
Souls clean. Composed push from FaZe. They will take the lead 3-2.
Simply too many angles to watch there in the end from Wizard. It felt like he was almost on for something special. But a small overpeak ultimately punished, and FaZe now find themselves back in the lead. Good signs from Fnatic, but again, when you're versing a team as good as FaZe, it only takes a moment here or there to go astray for the round to unravel. Cyber on the flank. Maybe some unoptimal positions done in the post with the retake above from FaZe.
Fortunately, forgetting about Cyber, ended up biting them.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
So 2 straight for FaZe. After the timeout, they've regathered themselves. Final round of this first half, in which if they get to 4 defensive rounds, once again puts them in a pretty good position going into the second half. Interestingly enough, 4 straight rounds that the opening kill has not been converted. So it's been a little messy at times here on Nighthaven Labs. Maybe not the most clinical, clean siege that we've seen at EWC thus far. But that can change quickly. With Wizard and Smith both looking very solid right now for Fnatic. Need a little bit more maybe out of the likes of Deadshot and Citizen, two of the older heads, bit of veteran leadership.
And we know they can do it. We have seen it before at international LAN events. Let's see if they can tap into that previous form though here. Just as FaZe start to slowly clench their grip of Labs.
Oh.
That would have been a tilter for Citizen. Would have been 1-5 if he had died.
It's just the way that Cyber has played this half. Fears no man.
Oh no. He is the Terminator from SAL.
Third round would be so critical for Fnatic going into their defensive half. Cyber once again feels at home inside storage.
Feeding this call to Vidda King, who's in a really good off-meta position.
Vidda King for the swing.
What? You're good, Lamb.
Doesn't quite connect the way he would have liked. No shots played that well. Nitroself
Oh,
Cyber,
wow.
though. Again making an impact. He goes up to 7 kills.
And that's the
Very
Ying.
strong
A
half
lot
from
of
him.
detail there.
Wizard to fall on the Solid Snake over towards Lounge is not ideal for Fnatic. Handy collects his 5th kill of the half. Now Fnatic in a 3 versus 5 scenario.
It's a really good demonstration of how to respond to a tactical timeout and just how influential they can be, especially in best of ones.
Gets his kill, gives it up.
Started
Wow.
this half flawlessly, may end it flawlessly. A few twists and turns along the way in this half after Fnatic got 2 straight, forced the timeout from FaZe. But as usual for FaZe Clan, this team, they know how to respond. They don't worry about that pressure. And I like to push back down blue stairs, and they know that Citizen is making his way down. So much noise, it won't be flawless, but it will be FaZe. They take a 4-2 lead heading into the second half.
That was better from FaZe.
You're going to eat 2 pounds of ice cream and 3 energy drinks. Don't do that, Lamb.
A much cleaner
Don't do
brand
that.
of Siege from that point onwards. And a well-deserved lead heading into the second half as we enter the half-time timeout.
Well, I said to you before, if you were Fnatic 3 rounds in, you're 2-1 leading, you would take that, snatch, run, go. 2 attacking rounds in the first half. If I still had told you that pre-game,
Still pretty good.
You probably would have been like, yeah, take it.
But then you contextualize it with a couple of rounds with some key moments going against them. They play out differently. Fnatic could have at least drawn the half, and if not led at the halftime break. It'd be interesting mentally what frame of mind are they in? Are they in the camp of, okay, this is the position we're in, we can play off 2 and see how we go from here? Or do they linger on those rounds that could have gone their way?
You've got to just move forward with it. You're going command server to start, most likely. That's an assumption. Still a minute into the halftime break. You win that, suddenly it's 4-3. Game on. But I mean, like, I was going to say credit to FaZe as if this is something that's not known about them, but they just have that quality where they don't panic. They never look rattled. They never look like they're out of ideas. Even if a round or 2 doesn't go their way or things aren't looking their utmost best, they've always got so much quality still available and experience to draw back on. On the flip side for Fnatic, in the rounds that they did lose, especially like round 1, round 6, if things didn't go their way early on in the piece, they really did look lost. They really then did look out of ideas. But if they started well, they were actually very active inside of the server, which was really good to see. Halftime scheduled timeout coming to an end, and the bans to soon then begin. 10 more seconds.
Let's see FaZe take it.
I think it might be handy in the background just having a couple of teething issues with the headset, so I think we may be in a pause for a little while longer. Either way, though, we'll let the operator bans play out so that we can get those locked in place. And I don't think we're going to see them detract too far away from what we saw in the first half. The Bandit Coyote combo likely, and then on the opposing side, Ace, and then probably an info gather up.
Just saw a thumbs up from Handy to the referee. I think we might be good here.
So not info Monty, but also not the Coyote mirror.
Bro, they put tape
again,
over the IEM so they don't fall out.
On denying hard breach.
What?
We're going to be good to go. This will.
That must be really uncomfortable.
Quite rapidly. Referees have left the stage. Fist bumps go out in the second half to get underway.
And your prediction for the first objective was also correct, Jake. Second floor. Well done.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's probably the most easy. That's probably the easiest prediction you could make. It is still paused, but there's no one on the stage. I don't know what the. Okay, now it's unpaused. It is a round, though, that for Fnatic, it's must win. It's one of those weird ones where you're favored, your defense, it's command server. If you lose this, you're behind the 8 ball. And we'll see if we can now load into the server. That's maybe our next problem down the road.
Kick the can down the road. Yeah, I wouldn't be too shocked if a rehost may be required here as the server chugs along a little in the background. And so just an additional prolonged period of time for both teams to...
Did this happen last time coming out of the halftime break?
I believe it was pre-game, wasn't it?
Pre-game, was it?
Or post-round 1?
Oh, it was post-round 1, sorry. Yeah, I was trying to find a correlation. We will get a rehost, unfortunately. Apologies for the delay at the halftime break, but it's a good time. I'd rather have it now than after one round. A bit more that we can kind of go through and dissect. If you're Fnatic, though, you were incredibly impressed with Wizard's performance. You mentioned, of course, in the play-in phase, #1 rated player to begin today as well. 4 kills, couple of opening kills. Doesn't look scared or intimidated in playing against the likes of FaZe Clan. Smiths as well. Very
looks like he doesn't have much
shield,
energy, but we'll get past that.
Scared. Kind of sometimes look at shield players. They can be passive. They can be very much more shield up rather than bringing the gun or the pistol. And Smiths, to me, just looked so comfortable with his shield play. But it's like I posed to you before. You then look at the 3 below them. Citizen, Deadshot, Deepak. These are the guys that should be leading the way.
Yeah, it took him just a little while to fire up Wizard in this map, but certainly has had some influential moments and has stood out so far here at the Esports World Cup. And I think following on from your point in terms of playing without fear, I think that's really great to see. Very easy to fall back into your shell when playing against such a formidable roster in FaZe. We see even some of the best in the world at times struggle to find confidence.
Yeah.
You can't really blame them, right?
Well, I went back actually just to further add to my point while we've got a little time on the reho. So I mentioned before, Deadshot, Citizen, Deepak, struggling a little bit, just a bit. I'm not putting them on blast by any means. If anything, I'm using this to highlight Wizard and Smith performing so well. You go back ML stage 1, highest rated player, Deadshot. Second rated player, Citizen. Third, Deepak. It's an intriguing little flip for Fnatic today, where it's the 2 younger guys in Wizard and Smith that are kind of leading the way against FaZe. So if they can get their more experienced players into the server and more active into this second half, they may still be a good chance. If I'm going to be honest, I didn't really give them much of a chance, by the way, in this match. In fact, I had Sathis, Fnatic's coach, message me earlier today saying, what do you think of our chances against FaZe? And I literally replied, I said, no chance, good luck though. But I would imagine he's got more faith than me.
I would hope so.
I would hope so. He's the coach.
Well, I see all 10 names inside of the server, so I'm sure it's just a case of making sure the settings are good to go, and we'll be back pretty shortly.
But I hope so. Jeez, man.
Then we've just got to hope that we actually load back into the server without problem. We're going in. Let's go. Fingers crossed.
For the second half to commence. A 4-2 lead for FaZe Clan, but they now go on to their attack. Fnatic
what are you doing?
will go command server to begin to reiterate the bans Bandit and Mirror, along with the Ace and the Montaigne.
Brothers. Did G2? No, G2 didn't, Cody. G2 lost to Fnatic, actually, when it came down to it, and they didn't make it.
Half underway.
Like an extended.
So we won't see them. We won't see them again, but we'll see them. You said yikes, yeah.
The intermission.
Yeah, but you know what? We'll see them in a month when
well, I mean, for Fnatic, the way they're going to play this half to begin with, though, is
starts for the
but also don't probably
Osaka major, and they'll fix it. They'll make it. You know, they'll make it right.
Entire other way where you go for
yeah, it's just the first major without
aggressive plays. FaZe will punish that.
G2 and
you
know
find
SR.
This middle ground between over aggression and under aggression.
No stomping, no
split.
Neutral.
Show presence where you possibly can. A couple of pot shots here and there just to ward off the attack. Just don't over-invest. And for FaZe, well, they'll just pretty much follow the default playbook, and that's worked for them 99% of the time.
You mean you highlighted in the first half in terms of their compositions from FaZe. Very similar, regardless of site, and very in line with what we would expect from this team on this map. They haven't necessarily brought out anything unexpected. It's more so about refining and playing the default well. And so we'll see if that does reign true here in the second half. With the ace band out, they elect to go the Maverick round.
Sort of default lineup. There's no more Meyer.
This will potentially be a little slower and a little
like
bit more cumbersome.
They're the kind of team that
this
play
is a chance.
Strength, which is this upside down repel from Handy onto the blowtorch, opening towards
Don't
IT.
do it,
and
too.
what this does now is they've already got
Brought MPX,
IT
not a DMR.
And
Interesting.
it's essentially saying, inadvertently, yeah, make your way back in, you're dead. We've got this now. Of course, you've got to keep eyes on this, but what this does do is it makes it a lot easier for Cyber to actually open up more of this wall really quickly for an operator that doesn't always really do it that quickly. That's pretty good. Minute 50 on the clock.
That's largely taken the Tuberaz utility out of play as well, outside of maybe some potential crowd control later on. And so I'm sure FaZe at this point will be pretty pleased with how far they have advanced. Although keep in mind, we're at the midpoint of the round. Time goes by quickly when you're on the attack.
Yeah, interesting. I was looking at the position here of Deadshot, and we panned over to him, sitting lounge now on the
no one is lurking, but the Snake's going to go ahead and clear that.
Nitro below late.
They do have 3 Nitro cells in this round. Handy and go searching. This is where it could get really awkward for Deadshot, over towards storage. And I think Handy's going to make his way directly towards storage. Clearly has the read. 60 seconds remaining.
Although he's actually gone over back to second floor, so Deadshot might be in a good position storage now.
First Nitro cell thrown out from Smith. That won't really do much. Deadshot has blown his, and it gets rid of Vidiking. He's got one, though, close by to him. KDS over towards Warehouse. Deadshot wanting to take the fight. Maybe would have been better off trying to fall back to the site. And they lose Smith as well to Souls. FaZe looking to crack this top floor. 1-for-1 trade. A Citizen got Handy. He then fell to KDS. Deepak looking to retake towards Blue. Double stacking with Wizard, who sits prone inside a command. But this opens up the server side of the site. Cyber will go for the plant, and he will not be able to be denied. Tucked into the corner with a wonderful cross with Rafters hold, and you've got the server hold. Deepak and Wizard are in an almighty position. This is really difficult now.
They need to hit something special. 30 seconds.
Crossover from Wizard.
Oh.
KDS.
No idea.
Easy prone position. Top floor will go the way of FaZe. Nothing that Deepak can do now. Unless, KDS, a little overstep, but gotta go quick. Not a lot of time. Pulls out the shotgun. Knows though, sitting prone. Souls takes the damage. The time is expiring. Nice kill from Deepak, but again, the biggest obstacle was the time, and Souls and FaZe go 5-2 up.
Now, we said before,
it's looking really bad for Fnatic.
Critical objective for the defense of Fnatic to win, and they fall short of the mark.
And that's where you can drop your head now if you're Fnatic. That's where you got to be really careful. I already saw Citizen. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's the one where we know needed to get that.
Yeah. FaZe, though, such a pleasure to watch them attacking in autopilot mode, even just small things there in terms of late round plant position, and also the response to Deadshot down below, for instance, as well, the fact that he wasn't able to get back towards site. And then the discipline to allow time in the post plant to be the biggest determining factor instead of forcing fights. They sat passive on the cross. Good start for FaZe.
Fnatic with 3 opening kills. None of them have been converted into a round win. Starting well in some of these rounds, but the finish has not been there. It's missing that quality touch. More time at these international events, that's where the experience can be gained for this roster. FaZe is, well, a very difficult task for your first match of group stage. A whole different beast compared to play-ins.
It sure is. And at least at this stage, it hasn't felt like Fnatic have played particularly poorly either, to be honest. I think it's more so just FaZe
a FaZe.
FaZe, yeah.
Well, Fnatic do not opt for the repeat. It really does feel like they've got a good control of this match now. If the first 3 rounds felt lively and felt like a power struggle, and Fnatic started well and they had energy, and Wizard and Smiths were playing so exceptional, it's now changed. FaZe are in control. They're in command. They're doing what they want. The way that they enter, the way that they take these fights, it's FaZe's game. Fnatic are just pretty much following in what they're doing. Look at this again from Cyber. So much aggression. Although, a little answer back from Fnatic, and Deepak actually finds that first pick. But again, they've never won a round so far on this map where they've got that first pick.
Cyber's so low on HP, leaves him vulnerable, invert late.
This has got to be the round, but there goes Deadshot and Citizen, shot in the back. Lovely flank from Souls as he goes to double-digit kills. Again, for Fnatic, it's a great start, but the follow-up comes from FaZe.
And they completely disallow Deepak to have impact or any trade attempt over towards top blue as well. So really, really well played there by FaZe.
Loading new mag. Payload didn't
Still have 2 Nitro cells. Fnatic can go back and play side if they want, but side they leave vulnerable for now. Empty,
Oh, wow.
KDS, tapping away, headshot onto Wizard. This one's getting away from Fnatic. Started so lively. The FaZe clan, they've been in control basically ever since that tactical timeout.
Yep. They're able to turn on that switch that we have seen so many times before.
So you've got one
FaZe of the Kings
exo
of being able to get a game on their
below.
terms.
Hang on, oh no, oh, no.
Damn.
Oh, push up. Deepak gets just the one. Well, there is a double down onto Cyber and Vidiking. But a revive immediately on to Vidiking. Smith low himself. Needs to get this kill onto KDS. That would have been Case on the ground. KDS backtracks. Souls then covers from the hatch. It's 6-2. They're the Kings for the reason.
Yeah, it's just FaZe domination at this point.
Back to back. SI champions.
There's not much Fnatic can do.
Fnatic as an organization may be a sleeping giant, but FaZe are well and truly awake. 4 match points.
So that's 8 rounds down, and it will still be only 2 opening kills successfully converted. Fnatic in the early rounds of 7 and 8 here on their defensive half have been okay. They found the opener on both occasions, but it's FaZe's ability to find delayed trades back, then compounding that into an advantage and map control, which has been incredibly impressive. That top floor sweep was deadly and prevented Fnatic essentially from having any ability to trade or retake or pressure back up above.
What's up, Dirk?
And FaZe now have 4 opportunities in regulation to close out this map. Fnatic calling their tactical timeout, which is now quickly coming to an end, but I think it may be a foregone conclusion.
Well, for those that are following the A stream right now and thinking to switch over to the B stream, not missing a whole lot, if I'm going to be honest, but a little spoiler in 3-2-1. Virtus Pro currently leading 4-1 over Edward Gaming.
Oh, yeah, I'm not switching to that, dude.
Edward Gaming actually won the opening round of that match, but since then it's all been VP. What that means and why I bring it up is, well, provided FaZe win this and VP win that, they will meet each other in the upper bracket
Who's 1 and 5?
I think that would be a really fun game.
It would be.
Yeah, bro. 1 and 5.
Who would you have in that one?
I mean, I'd back in.
It's rough. Honestly, it's rough.
But it's not a massive
advantage.
No, compared to this match, it would be far more of an equal advantage.
70-30 FaZe, I think.
65.
Dirk, I play both, but I mainly play PC.
Splitting hairs?
Just a bit of an idiot.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, it's back to top floor. Fnatic, fresh off that tac timeout. Can we see Fnatic produce a similar response to the tactical timeout that we have seen from FaZe? As you've mentioned,
not too sure.
As you've mentioned, since that tac timeout, FaZe haven't dropped a single round.
My takeaway from this match is great start for Fnatic, and you can look at that and say, well, going into the
thank you
VOD
for the follow.
reviews
It's not showing up
the
for some reason.
experience gained and the learnings. Okay, what went right? We can actually look at what went right.
Thank you. I don't know, the sound or something's off with the stream
One
labs.
start, you can go back and find
This
what made you successful. But then there's also a lot to learn.
Oh.
Another opening kill. That has been their strength. Get this. 5 of the last 6 rounds, Fnatic have had that
Well, now you
first pick in the entry
technically-
battle.
Yep.
Haven't converted any of them.
If you make the
FaZe
wall
haven't
soft,
found
you
that
technically don't
fast
have
trade in
anybody
this
to open
round.
up
So
the...
Fnatic are posturing
never
nicely
mind.
here for the top floor
Never mind,
defense reattempt. FaZe goes searching for that pick back.
Hey, when you're down,
No
you have
real
to
opportunity
play a little
presents
weird.
until now.
Oh, and then there it
Vidiking
is.
King with
dude.
the DMR on the IT repel brings it back to a 4 versus 4.
In that situation, there's no reason in a 5 versus 4 for Deadshot to have to be in that IT position against the Maverick after what we saw earlier on Command Server as well in the 7th round. That is
Tell
a
him,
misstep.
Caster.
And Deadshot's
Tell him.
1-6. He was their best player in EML
Mhm.
Stage 1. A rough game today, but a lot of learnings that I'm sure he'll take from it.
Activating shock drone.
And it just gives the way back into FaZe, and that's what you can't allow.
Yeah, that's the nature of the best of one beast. If you have a bit of a slow start, you cannot recover through a potential second or third map. So 60 seconds on the clock. Checklist from FaZe as they deploy the final parts of Heart breaching towards the objective. And pressure starting to mount on the anchor players here of Fnatic. conside pressure from FaZe at the moment. Fairly one-dimensional by their standard for now, but wouldn't be surprised if they try and split that attack late, get a bit of pressure warehouse side, or maybe even top blue. Keeping Fnatic on their toes.
And also forcing forcing FaZe to push in late. Electrical control established from KDS. Cleared the area with the Guan Hive launcher. Yeah, Gaspave here is going to force Cyber back as well. FaZe here wanted to go, but the timing has been disrupted and does not matter. It's down onto Smith. Citizen is dead.
Oh, who is that?
Down onto Deepak, down to Just Wizard. Full Fnatic, and he can't beat out Cyber.
There's smoke. What's Deepak doing?
Well, FaZe Clan have arrived
What's
here
the
in Paris
most
for the
views I've
Esports
had on
World
one
Cup.
stream?
The back-to-back SI champions mean business. 7-2
on TikTok, I've had 200 plus
against
because I do
Fnatic.
these watch parties.
Well, they're branded as a scary team for a reason.
But it's like mostly like
really,
it's
really
the
strong start
G2
here at
SR games,
EWC
you know?
26 Paris. A wake-up call for Fnatic. They of
Well,
course came
obviously,
into this
I don't get much views in
expecting a
general.
challenge, but it must leave a little bit of a bitter taste in their mouths
Hey.
to have started off well.
Should I
and not
switch?
being able
Should
to
I
do much
switch
post
to
that tech timeout for
the
FaZe.
other game, the Virtus Pro versus Edward
I think
Gaming?
a lot to gain. I know it's
Yeah,
a 7-2, so on the scoreline, very
Well,
well.
Hey, is there a next
If you look at
Yeah.
the matches, the match
There's
itself
two
and the
games being
rounds within
played
the match.
at once.
You can nitpick.
But you know what's gonna happen here? I get an ad every single time.
More than ever,
My gosh.
America needs a
Dude,
man.
they keep
Up,
the pre-roll ads on all the time. What about on Twitch?
Up.
Now at the
Maybe like 8.
Yes.
These
I'd say.
troopers
Dirk. I think 8. I got rated by Grandpa once.
in a week. Yeah.
are reporting for duty.
No new info on the guy who did it.
Oh, so it couldn't have been a woman?
Sexist. Not sexist. Women can be criminals.
You ever see Ocean's 8?
Enough.
Super Troopers 3, rated R. Me
I
outplaying
don't have one again.
At Wingstop, it's all about flavor.
It'll be
Cooked
available
fresh, made to order.
in a week.
Every bite hits different. And the ranch, you already know.
You said nice.
Wingstop
Yeah.
is here.
It's nice, but I tend to not look at the viewers because if I do, then I just get like nervous, you know? So I just keep it hidden for the most part. Alright, what are these ads, dude? Oh, hell no.
The Tachanka, the Smoke, the Goyo, even the Tuber are ready to slow things down here. And interesting to see direction on the Jaeger coming through even after Wamai's gotten his buffs and is typically the more popular operator. We do see direction.
I'm going to be so
play a lot
real
of
with you.
Jaeger
I'm looking
on
at
this
all
site,
5
so it's not maybe
players
a big surprise,
for Edward
but
Gaming.
it just comes down to
Never
kind of
heard
that
their
personal
names before.
preference.
Like I know
Bit
they're
of extension
CNL,
here inside
but
of
like
the
I've
elevators.
never
Reef
heard.
probably won't take a fight.
I've
No, he's just
only
gonna shoot
heard
some drones and
of-
fall back.
Oh.
I think he knows that the Blitz was likely going to be chasing him down. Nitro goes out. Rorik will manage to take it down mid-air. Impact
Said
Nade
hug
goes out.
attack.
Doesn't
Yeah,
do too much damage.
that's
Just
a
a tickle
DoorDash
to
commercial
Neko.
too?
That's
That's
going to
weird,
allow
bro.
him the
What is
space to
that?
drop into elevator. Should he wish, but I don't think that will be
That's
the
like a
case at the moment.
project
He's
for
just
high
going to
school.
allow Reef to exist down there. So he's not too much of a threat in that location.
Everybody's falling back down to the bottom floor. Neko on the shield in particular doing a lot of good work. I once called him the only professional FPS player who does not use a gun because he is only ever on shields, and he does such a great job of taking space for his team. He's cleared up the entirety of these mid 2 floors, and now they can start to work their way down to the bottom. Of course, they brought Skies on that Thatcher. Again, if you don't ban Kaid, I don't think you can afford not bringing the Thatcher on this bomb site.
I
It's
just kind of
way
hate this guy
too
says
risky with
Kaid and I just
being
Kaid.
a potential
but
operator. Now
whatever.
then, there's no cause that they have to worry about. They can use these to burn out the ADSs. You see him staring at all this utility put down by direction.
Yep.
You can also maybe spot some of those bulletproof cameras inside the site as well.
I'm really surprised he chose to bring Jaeger, not a Wamai. I would 100% bring the Wamai over a Jaeger.
Who's deep inside a lockers, and he's going to be doing this denial. I think they want to be able
Wait,
to get in there.
that must have been
Not
a
sure if
nasty
he's got
shot. That was a
deployable
one-tap, I
shield
think.
in front of him. He likely does, and it's an old VP tactic is to get on that long angle with something like a Gon 6 or a nade or the Zofia,
Yeah, I think it was
send
a
it in,
one-tap.
clear that shield away, and that's going to be, I think, what they're looking to do. But the Zofia is now out of commission, so it's going to be difficult
How
for
many
them
more?
possibly
He
to
has
do that.
so
The
many
timing
more
is there,
Tatanka
the nade
pellets.
goes in, and I think
And
that
the
will
smokes,
see
they're gonna
the
have to
shield being
redirect
pinged,
this.
actually. I think that's
They
going
won't
to
be able
clear
to
it
get a
out.
plan
So
off. He's like
that might
50
just give them
HP.
the opportunity. 35 seconds left to go.
The fire is still a problem, though. I mean, they've got so much ammo in that
and the
smokes,
smokes,
so they've got to be
dude.
really
There's no
worried about
shot.
where they plant. They could try to go deep and
Yeah,
get a
they
plant
lost.
down where they're not.
They could. They have to run. They have to run through.
Neko is now putting
So
the
they're gonna hit
diffuser
the
down
plank
on the
out.
ground. He's got low health.
And
if they
there
can
you
get
go.
something onto him, which they do, Reef manages to find
work.
one onto Skies. This is all going wrong for Virtus Pro at the minute. They've got about 10 seconds left to rescue this.
Oh, wow.
That's a big kill, though.
That is a
Taking
big
it to
kill.
Janka down.
That's an
gives them
even
the
bigger
opportunity.
kill.
Will they be able to get in and stop this?
Oh.
The cover is there from Rorik. This
God.
would be an absolute
Wait.
steal from Virtus Pro.
Wait a
if
second.
they can
Wait a
hold
second.
on, Rorik
Whoa,
is
wait a
doing
second.
some serious work. He is death from above
Oh,
right
we went
now.
for
One
we went for
after another,
okay.
but how about
It's a
that
blitz, a
direction
1v2
on
and
the
a
flank?
Oh.
Rescues the round, or does he, Jesse?
Oh my god, Neko in the 1v1. Gets close range with Mosquito. He's got the shotgun, but he's off the blind. Neko gets in the end there. He finds the 1v2 for Virtus Pro. And Tim,
Oh my
this has got to be the
gosh.
closest
How did
6-1
they
game of
win
all
that?
time.
It's so
Oh
true.
my god.
Every round is there
Song
for
about
the
a shooting
taking
for?
for Edward Gaming, but they just can't get it done. They had a 4v2, and somehow Virtus
9
Pro
months?
turned it around. Look, that was heads-up play coming
No.
out of Rorik and Neko. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
For that, the confidence that Neko
Yeah,
has
I'd say
got
9
in his
months.
teammate there. When there
Maybe
is a
10
com
months.
that says,
Something
go
like
for the
that.
plant, he's
Oh,
got
shoot,
about
didn't mean to hit the
40 HP max,
Oh,
and he's
how
being
did
told, we've got the Tachanka, go for the plant, get your
Bro,
shield on your back.
those guys made
Rorik
some,
is
like,
saying,
plays.
I've got you, bro.
That
Just
kill
go
with
for it. And he
Tachanka,
does.
and then
He does have him. Covers his back
that one
fantastically.
tap
Gets
with
a
the
double from the
pistol.
hatch. And
Oh my gosh.
The 1v1 at the end.
Yeah.
How cool he is to just step back, increase that distance. It's, again, just such smart play. It was something I spoke to Iconic about the other day, about this fog that you can experience when you're under so much stress, but it just didn't apply. And this is what I'm saying about the best players. They can keep that critical thinking. I'm against a shotgun, I increase the distance. Brilliant stuff.
This has been a joy to watch Virtus Pro versus EDG.
I think
It's a
they'll
shame it
throw
might be
a round
ending
or
rather
two,
soon as
and then
Virtus Pro have 5
clutch it out in the
opportunities
end.
to win this
Doing
game
the Habana
out in
long
regulation. They sit on match
Of
point
course.
now.
That's
It
a
just
must
feels
in
like,
Pro League.
I mean, they're always so aware of their win
Why
con, right?
why
What's the
not
next step?
ban 'em?
Clearing the shield, killing the Tachanka, getting
Why
the
not
plant
ban
down, covering
'em?
from above.
Zombie
Every possible thing they
Flash.
could think about, Virtus Pro had in their minds, and they played that so perfectly in the dying
I
moments.
mean, if they
despite
want
EDG
to,
getting some good
obviously,
picks
look at
in
the
and amongst
score. I
that
don't think the
round.
zombies helped them much.
Now it'll be
but
the top floor for Edward Gaming. Again,
but
flawless
like,
is what's needed. So the rotation
if it's a
of the
problem,
sites doesn't
you know,
matter
they
much
have that
at this
third
point.
ban,
You've got to
so
play them all, and you've got to
they'll
win
be
them all too.
they'll be A-okay.
They'll start to work their way in towards this top floor. It's the window pressure continues to be quite strong from VP.
I think this is going to be a tough site for Edward Gaming to hold on to, if I'm honest. They've got no clash because it's been banned out. They've chosen not to bring the castle along, so they're going to be quite exposed inside of site. We've got 2 of VP already putting pressure on from the windows. Pasha is going to dip away from that up onto the rooftop, but they will still be held by Skies on the Grim. And yeah, I think VP are just going to work to kind of tighten the net a little bit here. They're going to try and put some pressure onto Stock, so Mosquito is going to be in a particularly important position
Mosquito.
on the
Out of all
Azami
the
at the
names
minute.
you could have picked,
That angle
you
right
picked
there is why
Mosquito.
Habana's one of the most banned operators on Bank. Getting that long angle up through the lobby makes it really difficult to play in this hallway.
There's a
It
lot
means Mosquito
wrong
is kind of
with
trapped,
that,
and
I
now he's
think,
getting pressured
but
out by the blitz.
whatever.
He's forced back into this
Wait, go
angle,
back
being
to
held by
this.
the Habana. He loses almost all of his HP. He somehow lives to fight another day, but still the damage has been kind of brutal.
Reef does manage to pick up the entry though, takes down Dan. That's going to be the Roteros off the board,
That
but
is a
they're
warden.
not going to be needed now to take those Kiba barricades down. Can Neko pressure the player inside of Janitor? You feel if they can get direction down, that's going to open things up because it will give them complete control. Reef is getting aggressive onto the windows elsewhere though. Manages to take Skies down. That is massive. Carpe getting the nitro kill onto the blitz. Edward Gaming yet another round in the driving seat. Can they get it over the line this time?
Surely this one goes their way. Diffuse kit's been dropped over towards Janitor. They can hold it like a hawk with direction, having that close range weaponry to be able to make sure they lock that down. Pasha doesn't need to overpace this. He needs to be slowing down so that Rorik can get into position to play alongside him, pushing him through square and stalk. They have to be perfect if they want any chance of winning this 2v4.
Exactly that. Pasha just holding this angle. He's just basically preventing himself
there it
being
is.
pushed. The second that he goes for the reload, that's when the peak comes in. Carpe times it absolutely absolutely perfectly. And now it is all up to Rorik. 1v4. And I like the way that this is being played by Edward Gaming. They're not getting overly aggressive here. They're not chasing the kill. They know where the man is, and they know that they can let him just come to them. 10 seconds left to go. Very unlikely that Rorik has even the time needed to do this. Mosquito goes to stop, gets the angle onto top square, and this time Edward Gaming able to get it over the line. It's going to be 6-2.
Let it be known that nobody wins 7 straight rounds against Edward Gaming. You might find 6, but 7 straight rounds.
They drew a line. That is a hard line for them, Jesse.
I wouldn't wish that on,
they will not be losing
anybody.
7 straight in a row to lose this game. Instead, they put together probably their best round of the game so far, Tim. I thought that was really well controlled. We saw a lot of the pressure happening towards Janitor with Direction and also Carpe playing together. The fact that we had a Warden inside of Blitz meant that Nako couldn't go for the flash, because what's he going to do, blind a Warden? The goggles are going to come on. He's not really going to be able to get much value with the pistol versus the shotgun.
You notice how even though they're a team from CNL, they're an APAC roster?
And at the same time, while we didn't catch it on the primary feed, Rafe was just hitting heads. He gets a long angle shot over to Dan, who's playing square. Then he hits another long range headshot onto Skies, who's playing outside of the window. And so the man count just went lower and lower and lower as VP were stalling.
He actually got really aggressive onto Skies. He just ran round the bookcase and was like, you know what? The opportunity's there. I'm going to front him out. And it just worked perfectly. Carpe had him covered as well. Really nice from Edward Gaming. They got themselves settled in the round, and they get themselves their first defense, their second round overall. They will continue here. Virtus Pro just looking for one more round, and it is going to continue to be the same question that I ask of Edward Gaming here. How do they deal with the shield? Nako has already proved effective. He's already proved a nuisance for them, and they're going to have an answer again.
Technically, Tim, we're on pace for a 6-6 game and heading to overtime because VP, they lost their first defense and then won 5 straight. EDG lost their first defense and now have won the first of the 5 that they'll need to force the overtime. So technically on the same schedule for both of these teams, but Virtus Pro will be doing so with much less pressure as they will hold that match point for the rest of this game until we approach round 13 and things reset a little bit. For this bottom floor bomb site, again, they're choosing not to go for any of those mid-floor sites. They want to lock down this basement and get a victory so that they can play it again through that 4th quarter. A lot of these players trying to extend with their nitro cells. Carpace has already missed, but at some point, you've got to imagine these players will just fall back. They do not want to die on their own.
Nako at the minute is on that shield, pushing down marble stairs. He's moving himself across to elevator. He's done the same job as he did last time, and he's done it fantastically well again. Reef has been forced to drop down.
It's kind of weird, though.
Carpe will be pushed back as well. Nako's done such a good job here. 1:15 into the round, and he's basically bullied all of Edward Gaming back onto site.
Everybody is back inside.
VP can start opening those hatches, putting the pressure on towards site. They might just have one stuck on blue stairs as well.
But you know what? They're gonna get this server hatch open.
For Virtus Pro, they can't get past this. They need to start opening the hatch so that they can get a cut off so the direction doesn't get back towards the bomb sites. The hatch should get open now. There's a 2-round on the board, but he's not in position to stop that one out, so they'll have the good angle. But it feels like Direction is just continuing to play here with his life.
Which is good, but this smoke is gonna.
But the question is, how much time does he waste, and who
does he take with him? This smoke is gonna keep him
going. Pasha does manage to find Mosquito elsewhere. It feels like Direction's days must be numbered. Look at the utility that he's soaking up at the minute, but this is the point. He's out of Toxic Babes now. The push can come through. But the unfortunate team kill, it doesn't matter. I think Direction would have got the kill onto the Blitz there anyway, but the important point was taking the smoke out. 4 versus 3. Virtus Pro now have server and can start thinking about the push towards the plant. They still have Zafir on side, so they are also able to take that shield away from the Tachanka.
The problem is the time here, Tim. 30 seconds left on the board. Virtus Pro need to use their man advantage and go deep to try to force some of these kills. I want to see Rourke getting active. I want to see Pasha getting active. If they just try to plant, they might just die to the Tachanka.
The big first step there was taking the shield out. They've done that. Dan manages to find the long-range kill. Surely that opens up the round for them. Pasha, this is your moment. Move in. Start getting that diffuser down. He will do so. 3 versus 2 as the popped Goyo canister manages to get the kill.
Oh, bomb is down. Actually, wow. I didn't know they got it down.
But they have the plant that they wanted. However, 1 versus 2 now. It's all up to Pasha. Can he hold on? He doesn't have above. He's having to play this from blue stairs. He doesn't know if he's going to be flanked. He is going to be as the push comes through. The TCSG at this range could be deadly. Pasha manages to get the down. Can he get back down and protect this case?
What's going to happen here? 1v1, Carpe and Pasha. Now, Dan's finally been finished off, but can Pasha get the kill? Yes, he can! Virtus Pro find the final one that they need. They shut this game down and will take that first win at the Esports World Cup.
An important lesson learned for Edward Gaming there, and that is against a team like Virtus Pro. A round is never won until the number is on the scoreboard. Pasha there just proving his class, closing it out, and Virtus Pro a confident 7-2 win to get their Esports World Cup underway.
A victory for Virtus Pro is the expected result here, and I laughed at your comment, Jesse. The closest 6-1 we have ever seen. I mean,
so
yes,
true.
It's true. Looking at these rounds, the way they're playing out, you look at this very first round, like, okay, Edward Gaming, they come to play. They seem competitive inside this matchup. And then we're looking at a later round, round 4, for example, with Warwick. That 1v5.
Yeah.
I jumped up from the couch in the green room. That was absolutely incredible. Winning it just a bit on time.
Okay.
Good kills. You know, team kills
What's up,
and
guys?
EDG as well.
Thank you for liking my live, guys.
But it is just
let's take it back to the
we're seeing
mainstream.
on the side of Virtus Pro, right? This recipe of success with the shield play. That nice clutch by Nako as well. It has been working.
Now
and I get an ad on the stream.
America needs a laugh.
This guy's kind of cute.
You not sub?
Oh.
Idiots. Now in theaters.
I thought you.
No, because it's weird. Because sometimes they'll put ads on, and sometimes they won't.
In a week.
Yeah.
But I don't get why they would put ads on in general.
Oh, so it couldn't have been a woman?
Sexist.
Not sexist.
Women could be criminals.
You ever see Ocean's 8?
Enough. Super Troopers 3. Rated R. Meow playing only in theaters.
Actually, what game am I watching on the mainstream? Oh, it's Weibo versus Furia. Okay. Oh, I'll get to see Furia play. I'm actually excited to see that. I haven't seen them play since, well, SLC, and then I watched a little bit of SAO. I think they went against.
So my friend Kyla sent me a
NIP?
move going out top with DoorDash.
And they were losing
she knew
when
trying
I
to
logged
make new
off.
friends after my move was going, well, it wasn't going. Kyla's always been pushy, and we love her for that. Needed that? Delivered. DoorDash.
I would end up with these guys.
I knew it wasn't gonna be hard, I guess, to get a team, but anxious a little bit to see like what certain offers would be. We knew we wanted to come to like a good, stable org. We knew like this was #1 option to come to. So.
All of them switched from SSG except
really
for
like we thought they would. So
Ashen, I believe, right?
Moving on from
something like
hot
that.
and cold and getting Savage, our new IGL, and kind of filling in for those roles that we were lacking. And ever since then, it's felt a lot better.
The off-season was a bit rough. When I got the news, I was worried. I didn't know if I was going to be able to stay on a Brazilian team or if I was going to have to go back to NA. So at the beginning, I was worried. But after a couple weeks actually, I got the news that Furia was interested in me and other teams as well. So
we were 2 years in Furia and our contract have ended. And then Liquid made a proposal for us, and we couldn't deny it because it was too good. So we are more versatile with Maya, and we can do more things in the game. And that's what Siege is asking right now. Flex players, versatile players. And Maya is a great player. He's always dropping a lot of kills, and he's really consistent.
Biggest move this year is probably Falcons letting go of Shaiko and him going to G2.
The biggest transfer as a whole was definitely Furia. The storyline there is amazing. But if I had to pick one roster move, one player, I would say Laura for sure.
I'd say the biggest transfer was probably the entirety of Team Secret, kind of like getting let go, or at least 3 of them, right? And I think it's pretty big that like Savage and Adrian both come to NA. I think those are definitely like 2 big ones. So.
I think people just want a fresh new look for a year, and I think that's why you see a lot of roster moves like early in the year like that.
When one team makes moves, a bunch of new players are free in the market, so other teams are interested in making moves. Because of like 2, 3, or 4 moves, a bunch of roster changes happened, and I think that was like the main reason.
You never really know, because people, they tend to just like think someone's bad in the system and just get rid of them immediately. So you never could really tell, but hopefully it doesn't happen.
I think it's going to keep happening because these orgs, they want to sign until after SI, and all the best players are going to come together, and that's usually just how it goes. And I think, especially since teams are signing like 1-year, 2-year contracts, it's just going to keep happening. The big roster shuffles.
Oh, is Paul still here?
You.
You are still here. Are you watching? through the screen share?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Forgot lawyer was on this low-key.
You forgot what was on?
Lawyer was on fucking.
You forgot lawyer was on Furia. Yeah. Yep. Well, you do remember originally Laura's was from SAL before G2. Like, he is Brazilian.
Yeah.
Same thing with Alamau, although, I mean, it didn't look like Alamau was Brazilian, but he is, you know, Brazilian. Let me look at the updated bracket. Oh, they haven't updated it yet. So I'm thinking, who plays tomorrow? So Team Secret will play all gamers. Okay, wait. So Fnatic will play Edward Gaming, and then they'll beat Edward Gaming, and then they'll play the loser between FaZe and Virtus Pro, which is probably Virtus Pro. So that might be an EML matchup to see who makes it there. Interesting. Can you see the updated bracket, Paul, or no?
Your thing just went black, bro.
Okay,
what
hold up. I'm changing the stream. Cool. All right. So are you see the bracket now, right?
Yeah.
So tomorrow we're watching like the winners bracket. So whoever wins between these two games advances to playoffs. So see them in the arena. And then Group B is sort of the same. Like, it's gonna be FaZe Clan and VP over here, and then it's whoever wins these two will watch. But that's also tomorrow. And then Saturday, whoever loses, this is like the world's fattest toss-up. This is like trash versus ass. I don't know. And then I feel like M80 is gonna win, but the losers, whoever loses these two games, still has a shot to make it to playoffs. They have to win. They have to win one of these, basically one of these. And then obviously we have no idea that bracket. But in M80, it's kind of shitty because, like, you know, I feel like whoever wins this is gonna get absolutely curb stomped here. And then these are two really good teams. Whoever wins this will still have to verse either Falcons or Wildcard. My gosh, man.
Yeah.
That sounds brutal. That sounds brutal.
We got 30 seconds. All right, quick bathroom break.
Quick bathroom break? All right. Yo, make sure it's quick. Get down. Think like alive, man. Cool, I don't have any ads on this. Oh, I didn't connect any of this. Sweet, and we're back.
Well, the day is almost done, but not yet. I have two dancing gentlemen with me. Yeah, nice try.
You stopped and really threw me under the bus.
I stopped. You started.
No, you started
I
first.
started, actually.
I followed you, and then you stopped right when the
I
camera
hit
went
the
to
sprinkler.
us.
That's my next move right there.
The sprinkler.
Yeah, you got
How old are you?
Too old, apparently.
What about the shopping cart?
The
Oh, I set up a PayPal.
That's good.
What about the choo-choo?
No, we're not in the club, James.
I've been watching a lot of Thomas the Tank.
I'm sorry, that was so brutal. I really hung you out to dry then. I should not have done that. That was really
Can I just leave?
All right, man. Last game of the day.
Well, you don't want me in Pengu casting. Well, you
We'll
want
see
Pengu
Weibo
casting.
versus what is it? Weibo versus Furia.
But there are viewers
And
that
then
might
I
like
guess at the very end I can click on to Enterprise versus GK, but I'm feeling like GK will take the crown on that one.
Absolute massacre on stage.
think?
Not actually, but it could well be. Who knows?
Bro, come on. I think
Look,
the
just in general,
That's what I'm
just in general,
Oh my, the APL bias
I pick teams based off of region, so I get.
But it's justified. It's
So GK, by the way,
Weibo. It is the best
GK
that
wasn't
Apex has to offer
4th.
by
Obviously,
far.
Fnatic wasn't EML.
I
GK
totally agree with that.
beat Fnatic. They placed 3rd in EML, I believe.
Performing incredibly well.
But just in general, your weaker regions, APAC and CNL. I don't.
Of course, Weibo. The
I
one thing
don't
that
tend to
sets them
pick
apart from
those
all the other
teams
APAC
because
teams that are at this event and all the other APAC
they
teams
tend
in
to
general is the
qual and
longevity
make
of
it
their
here and then
success.
just like lose
They
out.
lost to EP at the Salt Lake City Major, which is why O's have 2 slots over Asia. But that was the first time that we've really seen Weibo look weak in recent history. They went very deep at the 6 Invitational. They actually played the old Furia roster there. It was the first loss, but before that, they won their group in the group stage before they made it to the playoffs at SI. Weibo are looking insane. They've also recently made a roster change, getting one of your old teammates,
Gotti,
and they're looking really solid. The fundamentals are there. The question is, when will Weibo be able to break through beyond top 8 and actually become a championship contender?
I agree with Nick. Right.
What are you doing after these games moves?
They could kickstart their campaign with a huge win. Now, I asked Jake and Guz, I probably shouldn't have before we went to break, what they thought, and it was not even close. They genuinely do believe Weibo beats Furia most times. Let's say 8 times out of 10 in this particular matchup. I'm on the same train of thought as you.
I just worry that our bias might recontextualize this map
and it pays pretty good money.
game a little bit, because let's be real.
Please.
Yes, Weibo have a real chance, but Furia are definitely the Goliath if this is to be a David and Goliath matchup. Like, Furia are one of the best teams out of Brazil, but the one thing that they struggle with is inconsistency, and we saw that in the Salt Lake City Major when they had an early exit first round, and after all of the hype behind them winning Brazil earlier this year. But of course, we're here into the group stage, but it's just a double elimination tournament from here
That's
out,
it.
which means you lose twice and you're out, and we're just playing a BO1. Anything can happen in a best of 1.
And that's always where the scary conversation comes in, right? Because 1 best of 1, and you can, let's just follow this right now.
Yeah.
Weibo wins 1 best of 1. They're into what is a deciding match to qualify. Furia, the exact same conversation. It's a little scary, but I want to ask you, because obviously you have extensive
no shot
knowledge
Furia
past
comes in
maybe
here and
all of us
loses
that are here on
to
the A
Weibo.
screen. What?
They're gonna
where is
lose.
the bias
Furia.
coming from right now with this conversation?
I just
Really?
have
I
like
feel like a
gut
lot of
feeling
things
that
have
they're gonna
changed
lose.
over the last 2 or 3
Really?
years.
You don't
They've
think,
really
you know,
slipped into
Herds,
everyone's
Laura...
Yeah, so
I haven't watched much Furia, so I kind of
know how
forget
good they
who,
are.
like,
They're very dominant
who's on the
domestically.
team. But
We don't work SL.
Let's
We
be
haven't
real
seen
here.
Furia play much of. Nobody here worked the I lost at Salt Lake City Major, so I feel like in my mind I'm thinking unproven Furia roster change, like a very proven Weibo has made a surprisingly good roster change, getting Gotti in the mix of all. And I think Furia, the organization name, it rings true. World Championship, major winning kind of players, and while they have still good players in the roster,
by the way, when they do these shots, is this like Aura or is this a French fest? Like which?
I feel like if Furia wants to prove that they are alive in this match,
I'm kind of like noticing like these guys are like that guy across his arms like the
big
weirdest
thing here,
face
let's
ever.
start
It's
with
just
Weibo,
like
because they're the ones on stream, is that this is like the undisputed best team in Asia, and up until very recently, the undisputed best team in APAC.
Might
they
be a
did
little
lose
cringe,
to
I'm not
Enterprise
gonna
at
lie
the
to you.
Salt Lake City Major, which meant that they failed to make it to the main stage. That's something that this roster has never done before. They've never played in front of a crowd at an international final, be it a major
Doesn't
or a 6
matter.
Invitational or an esports
What are
World
these-
Cup.
what are these
That is
names?
what they're
Whoa,
gunning
what the
for right
the
now.
hell?
They've been so close in the past, and here in Paris, I feel like they have a chance to right the wrongs of Salt Lake City, because it was EP that made history for OCE and for the whole APAC region at Salt Lake. And I'm sure that these guys are sitting there thinking, that really should have been us.
I would agree with that. I think that there is I don't want to say resentment.
What was that?
That's Furia, by the way.
Let's listen.
Crap.
Bask in the glory that is the Furious Scream. That is absolutely horrifying. But I will say that, like, if we're just very quickly recapping and capping off the conversation from Weibo, is this the best iteration we've seen from Weibo? And I think it's not just player base, but like the overall team. Just give me your quick thoughts before we move on.
I honestly have so much faith in Gohan. Like, every time I talk to him, when I see the prep work in the matches, the operator
my mic was on mute.
I feel like this guy just doesn't miss
I
very
heard,
often.
Did I hear what?
No,
I don't.
I think they got a bit more hungry with the loss to EP and making a little bit of roster change.
No, they said that they did
beneath them, and I think today, I think it's gonna be a Weibo statement match.
I can't deal with like these intros and this.
Stand in their way, and we all know the players on this team. I mean, when you look at this, it is a stacked roster depth. There are champions left, right, and center. There is literally more firepower on this team than the entirety of APAC combined.
For sure. I mean, like, this is the Brazilian super team. Of course, FaZe Clan might have won 2 Six Invitationals in a row, but Furia with their rebuild post-Six Invitational.
Let's just get to the game.
Of course, the world champion from way back in the W7M days. They got Diaz from Liquid, Boxera, who's an up-and-coming legend.
Spoken very highly of domestically.
Very much. Volps from Fluxo W7M, and Loira, of course, from his stint on G2. Like, this is, it's like the Avengers, the Infinity Gauntlet, right? Like, you assembled 5 of the best players out of Brazil, and yes, their first international tournament, Salt Lake City, they got first round.
Did these guys forget that FaZe is in Brazil?
Game. So while they do dominate domestically within Brazil, while they do have all the ingredients of a championship-winning roster, they need to step it up today. Otherwise, we can continue to say they're all talk and no game.
Yeah. And I mean,
no bite.
It's all about that unknown territory, right? Going onto Cafe up against Weibo, it's like, what are you expecting of your Furia? I feel like you need to go into this game looking just purely at yourself, what you want to do, what you're capable of, because your enemy, they're such an unknown factor. They can win an APL in Asia, putting in like 30% of their power. They've been hiding so much and probably holding back so much in stage 1, saving it for this very moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a... That's a shout that I feel like I haven't heard for a while.
Yeah?
Just a nice
I'm telling you, there's a bit of fire there.
Yeah, there is. Do you know the difference? I think the difference is even just in the team huddle there. One team, loud. Obnoxiously loud, let's say that. Absolutely furious.
They want to be heard.
They want to be. And then you've got this, I don't want to say muted, but calm persona that Weibo have now calculatedly built over the last, I don't know, let's say 6 to 9 months, Dev. And where we were always coming into events and looking at Weibo going, I hope they do well. Now we're like, no, we expect them to do well.
For sure. I mean, when this team kind of started back in the Bleed days, it was Turdster, Reeps, Hoffman. They built this team from the ground up, and they were just a bunch of guys playing ranked that knew they were better than the competition, and they showed that. And they were young, and they were immature, and they smacked talked too much. And when suddenly you got the experience of a player like Speakeasy, now a player like Gotti, and most importantly, a coach like Gohan, who has matured exponentially across his career from way back in the Team Liquid days in 2019 to where he stands today. Weibo are well and truly here to be a mature roster, a real team to vie to break history for APAC.
I need to ask you this question, Nick. Is Gohan one of the most, if not the most influential coach we have right now?
I think if you look at what he has to work with and where he's at in his career,
Coven,
the region he
Reap,
works
Speakeasy,
in, I almost
Turd,
want
and
to say
Gotti.
yes. Taking a good coach into a great region for a great team, a great players, a ton of experience,
Sorry.
that's an easy job.
Yes.
Go and win to
I don't know.
Asia
That's
out
crazy.
of nowhere, having
That
been
is
retired for
crazy,
multiple years out of the system, and he comes in, immediate effect.
Yeah, it was. The foundations he's built with this roster are now meaning that when we're talking about a Furia...
What map is this? Cafe? Oh,
jeez.
jeez.
Never,
A cafe match, really?
That it does.
Okay.
We're actually looking at Weibo going, hey, they could do this. They could look convincing doing so. But it starts now for both of these teams.
Let's go.
EWC, their campaign, their journey of what would be 1,000 steps, start with a mere 1. It was nearly close, I'll tell you that. But, gentlemen, it's time for you to go and enjoy this one. I think this is really going to go the distance.
Very much so. Both of these teams have very high expectations at this Esports World Cup. Both of them made the playoffs last year. Furia falling to G2 in the semi-finals. Weibo losing out to our champions, Team Secret, in the quarterfinals. Weibo, actually, I said before, they haven't made it on stage. They have. Of course, it was a bit of a quieter stage last year here in Paris. nice. I think things will be very, very loud. But of course, it's a very different ball game.
Is there a tech pause already?
Massively in the last 12 months. They've had roster changes. We've got a new coach, and this is a team that is well and truly here.
It's that guy on the far right.
Make an impact and start also
My
building a bit
gosh.
of pride for their
Jeez,
region.
dude.
We saw Daystar
The game hasn't even started
of the experience that Weibo had given us on the main stage, performing so well over and over again. EP stole
How many
that spot
times
away from
are they going to
Asia,
start a
gave it
game
to OCA,
and a
there is
round
very real
in or
chance
before it
that
even
Weibo
technically
could steal
starts?
back
It's a tech
this event.
pause.
That's exactly it. And on to Rob, salt in the wound, right? But what did O's do with that second spot, James?
Sadly, Chiefs didn't achieve very much.
They didn't, but to be honest, they weren't supposed to, right? They got experience. More experience in a region is how you get better and better. Look at Brazil. Look at how Furia, your FaZe Clan, your Team Liquid Elmo these days, how did they get here? They sent a bunch of different teams internationally. They figured out who's the best ones. And they kept sending those same teams. They kept qualifying. They go back to Brazil. They make the whole region better.
Yeah.
And it took a couple of years, but Brazil did something that almost nobody else gets to do. They dominated for almost 3 years in a row, taking majority of the tournaments, and they had that W7M/Furia, the old core, take a full year of Ws at all the tier 1 events, the majors, the SI, some of that basically nobody has done before.
For sure. Brazil really started from the bottom. I remember the very first season that we had of Brazil in Pro League. You remember it very well.
I was there.
For the first time, instead of facing a top European team or a top North American team, you had quite a rivalry with Evil Geniuses around that time, also with Sisu, your kind of second best team out of Europe. But no, Black Dragons out of nowhere with the best team out of Brazil. It was Nesk and Zig's team way back in the day. They upset everybody by making it to that grand finals, and you had to dig so deep. I believe that was a full map series, a 3-map series.
I believe so, yes.
For you guys to only eventually beat them and take the trophy. Like, Brazil made a statement from the ground up, and yeah, there's no doubt. Like, Brazil has historically been the best region in Siege.
The first big loss that the good old Penta roster suffered was year 2, season 3. We went to Brazil, lost to Black Dragons the first time in the semis, I believe. Seized with the Avengers in the grand finals, like that victory for Europe. But it was like, since then, it's like, okay, Brazil, they're pretty new, but they're pretty damn good.
Yeah, that guy's
and ever since then, they've been around. They've had many different styles rosters, and Furia right now, not a current style roster necessarily, but they're building to become that level.
Yeah, very much, and they are certainly capable. They have all of the ingredients. They also have the biggest organization, the biggest club from Brazil backing them as well. So the sky's the limit for these Furia players.
I also think that when Laura had his, let's say his last season in G2. Actually, no. I have a more specific thing. When Siege X first came out, the sound redesign, the new fuel mechanics, etc., the lighting upgrades, the engine, I genuinely believe that Laura might have been the best player in the world for that first 6-month period.
A lot of people would agree with you.
Yes, and you saw him in EML, he was just destroying people. I thought, this guy's getting lucky on play day, right? On game days. But he actually has a YouTube channel. On that YouTube channel, he releases scrim VODs or scrim practice games, etc. He has like hours of insane one-taps, of clutches, of wall bangs, etc. This guy is not just showing up every once in a while. This guy is showing up all the goddamn time. And the fact that D2 lost Laura, I feel like was not spoken of enough because D2 is such a big star brand with so many big players you can speak of instead. Your Shaiko, your Benja, etc. But I think Laura was a huge loss for D2.
Can't really speak because they didn't make EWC.
The only reason why people haven't really talked about that as much is because of the limelight being stolen by the players that G2 did pick up. You know, your Stompers and your Shaikos.
In the content piece, right before we went live, they were asking different players, what was the biggest roster change that happened? And everyone without thinking was saying, Shaiko leaving Falcons and going to G2. And while that is in isolation a huge change, no one thought about the repercussions of the other rosters that changed drastically. We have EDG in the background right now saying, "Vamos, vamos."
Are they vamosing for Furia or
for Weibo? Surely Weibo, right?
Well, they are saying vamos. That is Portuguese.
I know, but hey, vamos Penta. That was a saying once upon a time as well.
True. That was true. But isn't vamos also in Spanish? And you did have a Spanish player.
We did have a Spaniard. That we did.
How do you say "let's go" in Danish?
Kom nu. Kom nu!
Kom nu, Penta. Yeah, I can see why we said vamos.
Yeah, so Benja and Danish players often will like meme it. Kom nu!
Really?
Yeah. That's kind of like, let's go.
Oh, that's news to me. We're getting into the game now, guys. Thanks for waiting. It's time to cook this match. Weibo versus Furia, the first match. for both of these teams at the Esports World Cup. And man, we are so tantalizingly excited for what these two are able to achieve here. Weibo have a lot of hype behind them, undefeated throughout the entire of the APL. Furia, while they have been a little bit up and down inside Brazil, we're waiting to see what they can achieve on the world stage at an international event.
The Cafe on the board. Arbitrator Ben's off there. Just want to touch upon it real quick. I'm in love. Love what I'm seeing. James on the left side of my screen, the right side of my screen. Monty, Solid Snake are targeting two very specific angles of attack, right? It's the safe entry in the Montry, and it's the constant information gain from the Solid Snake, being on the window repels, going up a floor, down a floor, just scanning so much of this building, because Cafe, it's a map that doesn't have a ton of different playable positions for the defenders. Piano Room is a huge area of the map, but it almost only has like two spots a defender can realistically play in.
We'd see
Solid Snake can figure that immediately.
Well, my band sleeves the thing for the fall. Or sorry,
they're
like
aggressive. They're aggressive. When I get into those gunfights, right? They got great individual players. What can stop them? Well, Goyo Fire stalls them out for 20 seconds from moving in through a door, and the mirror window stops anybody from taking a fight wherever that mirror would be in the map. So they say, let's just carve a path easier in front of us and not be stopped by silly utility that we have to worry about.
Oh, and Lawyer,
Here starting on the attacking side means that they have their work cut out for them. Weibo get to dictate the pace, and they've decided to go all the way down to Kitchen.
Interesting starting point. That's like the tertiary site for so many people.
Yeah, very true. I mean, a lot of people these days favor the middle floor bomb sites because of the flexibility that you have. But no, Weibo want to play time delay. However, they haven't done a very good job of delaying time here because how quickly Furia have gotten into the building. That's one yokai going down as well. A second one spotted now. This is so well done by Furia. Very quick into the building. Can they convert it?
There's a couple of worries here for me. Like you said, not a ton of time denial. There's no big roaming game from Weibo Gaming, and they also don't have the Goyo canister to help them out further. So they're facing with these 3 C4s, yokais above, which so far, not successful. The IQ, great counter pick, found that Echo drone earlier, so the yellow pings are no longer there for information purposes. And I'm thinking now for Weibo Gaming, win conditions, they are dwindling right now. There's no way to stop a plant from going down once Furia get all their pieces together. They're gonna pop the hatch.
No feed holes on the freezer wall.
On the staircases. They can drop the hatch, use the sense to shroud the bomb site, and they can just go for a plant. Yes, they have Echo Yoka sense that can stop them from planting for those like 7 seconds that it takes, but they can't kill the guy planting necessarily. They have 2 C4s, but so far away. And to make matters worse for Weibo, they also lose Hobbin early to Lyra.
Yeah, big kill. 70 seconds left now for Furia. They have the advantage already as they start to make their way down the white stairs. Volks takes down Reeps inside of VIP. Hobbin actually manages to trade him back from the grave with the Thorn Trap. Oh, be careful, Turds. He tries to get back in the bomb site, successfully does so. Still numbers advantage for Furia. And time is aplenty as well.
The Howl tools though, 3 token because a frag grenade in pocket, a flashbang as well. They can still just walk in freeze on top, making it work. Boxera though gets a kill on Tursta. So again, Weibo Gaming, they want to play for time. There's so much left.
Yeah, and great decision here from Lyra. Oh wow, a little bit of damage.
Almost a one tap.
Speakeasy answers his phone so he can still use the yokai drones on the late round. He's about to meet 2 players.
Oh my gosh.
Takes him down with the SMG-12. Gotti now, the newest member at Weibo in a 1v4. They know exactly where it is. A little bit of damage. Trying to finish it off, but Lyra burns a little bit too bright. Gotti will take him down. 1 HP in the 1v3. It just ain't gonna happen. That diffuser has been planted, and Herds will swipe him down. A phenomenal fiery start from the Brazilians.
Boxera getting very lippy there, just shouting across the stage at the very first round. I do have a theory here for Weibo though that, you know, first game on stage for both of these two teams, often that means that the attack will be very slow, they're gonna be a little bit nervous on stage, etc. And maybe that's why they played super passive on the defense. But like we said, no Goyo, you can't really play time denial, no clear win condition, and they didn't hit their shots in the individual fights either. It means no way for Weibo to win that round. But honestly, great pace from Furia. They were in the building immediately. They had good pre-placed drone positions, and they were starting to rain terror from above with that sledgehammer. What, 60 seconds into the round? That's way too early if you're a defender. You're like, guys, we gotta do something.
Yeah. I really like Weibo's prep going into this game in terms of the operator
yeah,
bans, but I think they didn't play into them well enough.
Keep on thinking that, man. Keep on.
The most recent 2 times that Furia played Cafe, it was actually only 3 weeks ago. They played Ninjas in Pajamas on this map, and not a single round of defense was won for the first 12. Sorry, single round of attack was won for the first 12 rounds of that game. Furia won 6-0 on defense, and then NIP went 6-0 on their defense. Furia were not able to win a single round of attack. What did NIP do? NIP banned out the Monty and the Solid Snake. Furia ended up winning the game in overtime because they just won a single round of attack.
Nice.
But you know what happened? 3 days later, Furia went and played Team Liquid Alienware on this exact same map, and TLA did not ban the Snake and the Monty, and Furia won 3 attacks out of their 6 in the half. So I think Weibo have looked back. They've really voted Furia, and they've seen the difference that Monty and the Solid Snake make. I saw them play it a lot against Team Liquid Alienware as well. The problem is, even though the bans are there, Weibo didn't play into them. Both Monty and Solid Snake are really good at taking map control.
Yep.
Weibo didn't contest
no roam game.
map control. That is already a red flag. So while the ideas are there, we need to see Weibo play into the prep that they have done.
Different side, different way of playing it out. We're mining and dining right now. Often played with the mirror open, obviously here banned away by Furia. So you gotta fight for map control with your guns more so than your playable positions of utility. We have Reach inside of Cigar Room, locking down the first one of entry. We have Speakeasy inside of Stock with a DMR. And he's trying to keep Piano control right now, basically, essentially. And Piano is right above the bomb site. So that's what's gonna give him that middle portion of the map to work with. Fury, I think, doing a great job right now, not going too quickly. Hertz dropped the red hatch, they're on the window repels. Reach is still the corner, but it's a trade.
Big kill from Reeps, but Herds is able to take down Speakeasy. Reeps should be trapped now. He was potentially able to try and shotgun the hatch below him.
I don't know what he's doing.
But no, instead, he is caught, trying to rotate out through Cigar into Bar. Good catch here from Furia. And a little bit of an overpeak there as well from down the bottom of Garage. It doesn't net a kill as Turd runs away, but Loira's jumped straight to the bomb site, taking down Gotti, and Hoven taken down as well as he tries to get back to the bomb site. It's now Turd in a 1v4. Loira farms all of them back to back for Furia. And manhandling Weibo right here.
A couple of small problems again in the second round. The lack of cohesion there from Weibo. If you have Reeves stuck in the corner of Cigar, and you know this guy's Scala, because they did know there was 2 different yellow pings. If Holland walked in earlier to take that fight from Skylight to help Reeves out of the corner, you might get 2 kills to the cost of 1. But instead, Reeves sprints away, praying that the opponent will miss their shot. A complete freebie on land, not gonna happen. And this isn't like the usual Weibo that we see. They're not taking fights as a team. They're not taking fights very convincingly. They're trying to bait Fury into a trap and then punishing them. And in that round, they were simply just playing in Cigar, in Stock, holding control of Piano. And then they had people running out Bakery, running out Garage, trying to catch them off the window repels. But they found 0 kills doing so. They got punished time and time again.
And also, Weibo weren't really hard committing to any of those peaks.
No, like usually they hard commit like crazy.
It was all about the creating this perceived pressure, but Furia aren't that worried about it. Like, they sit back on their repels, they open up some of the key avenues with the guns, shooting down barricades, with the Excaris opening up holes in the walls from the Hibana. And then as soon as they see a gap, Furia are like, all right, well, let's just try and walk in, take this gunfight. That's the confidence that they have. And as soon as they have the numbers advantage, the ball starts to get rolling. It's up to Weibo to put a stop to this momentum now that Furia have gained for themselves. 2 rounds in.
We saw the might of a player like Volps, a player like Laura, like they can really create space in the server. And Cafe is off to the map where on the attacking side, you're kind of stuck with not a lot happening. That's not been the case in the first 2 rounds, and I do think that Weibo can do so much more about it. I am curious, once we get past this 3rd upcoming round, if we're going to see some Speakeasy clash action, perhaps, because he loves to, go into the clash, the Monty, slow down the game. But we also know that you don't want to show all your cards.
Wait, is there
in the first
a
3
tech
rounds,
boss?
because there is that last operator ban that's going to come into effect. Once that 3rd operator gets banned, now you can bring all that juicy stuff out after.
Yeah, for sure. What's funny is
Cole, I haven't,
first 2 rounds have actually played 9 different operators.
I've been watching EWC the whole time.
There's the young gun, Box 0. It's funnily enough, he looks like about a head taller than the rest of the Furia players. I don't know if he just has his chair up really high or something, but he's a tall guy.
I mean, his feet are barely reaching the floor, so maybe he is just like elevated a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe we'll have to do a height check later. You know who's really tall? Gohan. Gohan makes me feel short.
He is tall.
And also, like, Gohan,
strong,
so jacked. So he's got quite a presence.
Yeah, he does. But he came over during our lunch or dinner last night, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He was like, "Hello, guys."
It's so funny because he's a scary guy, like tall. You know, he's got that haircut.
Tall,
with,
dark,
like,
handsome, as they say.
Tall, dark, handsome, and buff as hell. But he's got like the most gentle voice. He's like, "Hey guys, nice to see you."
Oh, you guys having a good time here?
Yeah, you guys having a good time.
Me too.
Dude, take it out your mouth, man. Let's focus on the game here. Jeez. Oh my gosh.
We need a scary giant though right now. We need to get Weibo fired up. We need to get them in the server with some confidence right now, because it's not about any
straight glazing this guy for a minute and a half. Holy.
This is more like it, a bit of ego beneath the hatch, and it's fine. You don't get a kill.
Almost.
That's not a big issue. But you're applying that pressure. You're trying to make a play. And as long as you do that as a team together, that's going to be the way forward.
Look at this little double fake reload here from Reeves. He's got that reload tech down pat. He does a reload, cancel, and then finishes it off, and it reloads it faster. I actually haven't seen that specific tech with the SMG11 before. I like this mute jammer.
Yeah,
Slows
but
down
it's
the
color
drone work
seaweed
a
in the
little
water,
bit
man.
here
It
from
pissed me off.
The Hibana gets to work just as usual. The Tuberal will slow it down. Slower gets in the building, but he
hurt
off
the
a little bit
C4
more
and looked
than
away.
he can chew. Great timing there, great peek from Terza, who looks to try and get a little bit more aggressive.
And as a teamwork, Speakeasy C4 downstairs made him look the wrong direction, then he gets swung by Terza. Again, that's what we want to see from them. Losing the Hibana early as well. They can't break apart the entire to the top floor hold. They sure is. They keep peeking, keep swinging. They get shot down by Boxera with the buck from far away. But yeah,
I didn't know that was an angle, actually.
Second layer of hard destruction. The Grim of Volps here brought the mini EMPs instead, so the wall-to-wall planks or top blue, that's going to be completely closed off. As long as Weibo play around at the reinforcements.
Oh my gosh! What? What's the reaction time of him?
Was dead meat for sure, but no. Reeves manages to get that kill onto Hertz. Now with that, Speakeasy's feeding so much information to Hoven from down below with the Pulse. Not too long ago, Pulse got a bit of a buff, and I think we're seeing the range extension come into effect here and help Speakeasy out to feed info to his team.
That's awkward.
It does seem like Hoven is retreating back.
They're tripling up. Oh my gosh.
Just peek from the stairs into this crossfire. Boxera might find one, but I don't expect he'll find much more than that. Diaz traded back. It's all up to Boxera, and Reeves was lying in wait the whole time up above.
I absolutely love watching the NFL.
Keanu Reeves right there, finally getting into action, getting, 3 kills in the round. And again, the team play was there, the communication as well. They gave them the entirety of the white hallway and the white staircase because they had the double reinforcement. They kept playing cocktail, play by the hatch, play for the fallback, and once Weibo got into a comfortable, man-advantageous position, they just play by the bomb side. They have to cross, and that's that.
Wow.
A Brava and a mute ban. On Cafe of all places, give me Maestro, give me death right now. Pull a Kino trope.
Dude, literally, wow. Look at this.
Yes.
Straight up. That is crazy. We never see Maestro, like, obviously the Brava Maestro interaction is like such a crazy one because nobody counters Maestro quite like Brava.
No.
But so rarely do we see in this current meta people actually pick Maestro. You said it, Kinotrope from the Japan region, from APAC North, one of the only teams in the world that actually runs that Maestro consistently.
But they've been doing it so well, and surely Weibo's been seeing that as well.
It's funny because you might say, oh, well, they're both from the APAC region. They don't play each other. Like,
No.
They might scrim each other, but Weibo is in Asia, like, which is a different sub-region to APAC North.
Yeah.
I like this. I think it works in Gotti's playstyle as well.
It does. He's going to be that anchor player who's supposed to never die, essentially. The reason why the Maestro is so strong, obviously with the Brava ban, very few direct counters. I would argue that Flora is going to be like the first operator in line because you get like 4 with terror drones. You can just go boom, boom, boom. Grenades, you can try, but without the cooking ability of the grenade, it can be quite tricky to land some of those grenades nowadays. Sophia getting a 3rd explosive charge, that's obviously very vital, but it's not a pick here in Cafe necessarily. And the Maestro will get long lines of sight and deny drone after drone during this round.
Yeah. Talking about operators that have been recently buffed, I actually think the Mozzie is a huge pick here. When you see that mute ban come on out, the Mozzie, who has a lot more pests than he used to, also has a much larger range.
Yeah.
Really a lot of
got the shotgun back as well, so you don't lose that. Because it can be quite true. I mean, look at this lineup. If Mozzie doesn't have a shotty, it's Warden primary shotgun, or you force like the Maestro to play the shotgun as well, for example.
Well, the thing is, if you have the mute ban, which is like a shotgun operator that denies drones, you've just got another operator that has a shotgun and denies drones. So it's a good pick here to lean into the Mozzie.
Classic Eli position instead of a piano. It gives you a lot of coverage and you can shoot all the drones going to Cigar and the new hatch drop. I know Maestro has the bailiff secondary shotgun, but let's be honest, guys. Putting down 3 Evil Eyes as a 1-speed and using that bailiff shotgun, you're not going to get very far, okay? Not to cover the whole map. That's why you get out the secondaries and the primary here in Warden.
Wow, look at this pre-rip C4. They really want to kill Herds here on the rappel. A second C4 to come out and try and land on him.
The only thing is, Weibo, don't try and do everything at once. You cannot cover the entirety of Cafe. Play around where the Evil Eyes are and where they give you information and make sure that nobody has a free gap towards the bomb site. Then you're fine. The C4 went down.
That's not a nade.
Didn't find lights. That is a flashbang. That's a grenade. That's better. Haven't find Hertz though. That's the IQ off the board. Speakeasy, 1 HP, but still
I'm gonna steal that, bro.
So critical. Striker is a big pick here for Boxera. Shotgun comes out to help out the Sledge with the Vert. Reaps contesting through the lines of sight. The P9 is a bit of a pea shooter, but if he lands the headshot, it'll be well worth it. But Volts finally gets him down the Sledge. Put to good work here on Cafe to get that verticality. About to find a second, perhaps. Speakeasy 1 HP gets taken down. Finally, Furia have the numbers advantage.
A lot of fighting happening on the Vert. Disadvantageous fights here for Weibo. They got the intel, damage, they got the bomb set. They don't have to overcommit to these fights necessarily. They're pushed into the red hallway. They're going to stalk in a tight spot. Maybe gonna go downstairs. The bomb side is mostly Furious at this point.
Gotti has to answer this phone, otherwise he won't be able to use his Evil Eyes in the late round. Is he going to answer it?
He tanks it.
What? Tanks the damage. Now he can't use those Evil Eyes. They're just going to be for his teammates to be watching from the grave. He won't actually be able to use the laser. This fight is indeed critical. Only 9 bullets left in the magazine for Hoven, but he finds it while blind. Traded back by Boxera.
How did he hit
and
that?
Gotti have to clutch up. Doesn't matter if he doesn't have his Evil Eyes, he's got the Elder in hand. The bullet hose washes through Volbs. It washes through Loira. Boxera now in a 1v2. Guess that defuse. A frag to go on out. No more util to speak of. But there's info surely on the bomb side. Gotti slowly makes his way forward. It's a bait. Boxera finds one. Needs to go deep for the second. But Gotti clutches the 1v1. And the Maestro stands up tall for Weibo.
Hold your breath, young gunner Gotti. That was a close one. A second left on the clock. They're both making that advancement, and they don't realize, guys, one should be pushing, one should be staying back in case he goes that final second swing.
That was close.
But maybe Gotti tanking that
was close.
Was the best thing that happened to him. Forced to take the fights. No hesitation, no thinking, should I use the gun, should I use the gadget? Also, Gotti isn't a young gun, he's like 25, but he's turning to the right side, he feels like a young player.
This shot right here is crazy. I don't know how he hit that.
It's actually quite a young team, though. I mean, we got Reaps is 23, Turd is 21, Hoven and Gotti are also 23.
Oh, he's 23? I thought he was 25.
Yeah, so you got three 23-year-olds on this roster, a 21-year-old, and Speakeasy, who we kind of think of as the old guard, he's only 25.
Isn't there something with if you're from
I want to join your fantasy league.
You're a year older because you counted from 0 or something?
Rylo.
Like you get born at year 1?
Okay.
Isn't that a thing?
I'll join
I'm not
it,
sure if that's
but I want to warn you. All right. I'm really competitive when it comes to fantasy football. All right. You can ask Paul. I won the league last year.
Look,
I want a fat load of cash. Okay. I play for real.
I'll raise the white.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
I lose here.
I'd say both these teams are actually quite young. The oldest player on Furia is also 25. That's Herds.
You got $50.
And then you've got Volps is 22. I can't believe Volps is 22. That's crazy to me.
I got first place and I won like $900 or something.
Yes,
he's 20.
He's 20, right?
I played for real here.
I thought he was 18 actually, because everyone's been speaking about him like, you know, like when Boda came into pro play, like, oh, this guy turns 18, we gotta pick him up. So I thought he was gonna be 18 and fresh out into T1. And while he is new to T1 more or less,
what app?
Or
like what app?
A couple of teams. But,
are you ESPN, Yahoo, NFL?
Also, tag timeout was called by Furia very early on. Despite getting 2 attacks already, I feel like
good time for it.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be addressing the elephant in the room, which was like the Meister's a problem.
Yeah, Rella, send me the details.
Speakeasy and Clash. They're bringing out those niche operators now that they've seen those final operator bands, and I love that. They're also playing a 2-brother Kai. They're slowing down the game much more than previously, while having the ability to play a proactive round. 2-brother and Kai get ACOG DMRs. That's phenomenal. They get Clash that can move around and stay safe from the verticality. Also phenomenal. So if Fury go for the exact same attack again, the results should change.
Bet that, Rella.
So it's up to Fury again to be adaptive and attack in a different manner.
Yeah. Can't help but notice still no shield picks here for Furia.
They're not really a shield team.
No, they're not. They never have been, even the old Furia.
No, true. It follows the org.
Yeah, it does. But of course, you do need to have a flexible lineup in the current meta, and we're seeing that from Weibo here for the first time. Like you said, the Tuber Kaid, like that's all about the hard breach denial. And we don't really have a response to that here from Furia. All we do have is a lot of Vert, which will be very deadly. Weibo need to make sure not to forfeit these key positions, such as Reaps holding VIP, supported by Speakeasy on the Clash.
That's the big thing. You call for help, Speakeasy should be rotating over and just help where you think the push will be occurring. So right now, if you put the Clash backside, that's your big focus. Now you're surrendering Baker control more or less. When Fury see where the Clash is going, if they're very quick, they could just go on the opposite side of the map and go for that attack instead. But most teams prioritize the back portion that we see here. Twitch strong good value, finds the solo canister. Had to open up a lot quicker than it's supposed to be. But there's still so much time. 1 minute 20 seconds.
Here comes Clash. Speakeasy trying to help one out. He gets smoked up. He should be fairly safe for now, but a little bit worried about any pressure from the hatch. With no smoke, Reaps tosses on over his C4. It doesn't land. Loira will drop down, look to try and get active. I think there's enough sound cover that Weibo don't know that these two players have dropped into Freezer.
Nobody's by side. This could just be a free plant, and they don't really know yet. Speakeasy should ideally rotate back towards the bomb site and leave Reaps alone inside of VIP, but he wants to peek what's happening.
He sees one player. The plan starts to go down.
No one's home.
Volps. Loira takes the opportunity to try and go deep. He will take out Hoven. The plant will be confirmed, and now it's on for a retake from Weibo. But the post-plant positions look powerful here for Furia. Diaz up on the vert, upstairs, all the way on the second floor. Reaps tries to get into the action, but he is shut out of it. He is slowly making his way towards that diffuser. But Furia have control of the rounds, and Volps from up above will be able to take him down. Volps finds them all. Holding in the post is a dream for Furia. And they found their 3 rounds of attack.
And we gotta can that basement bomb side of Kitchen because they are not finding the wing cons. Again, the Clash was alive, the DMRs were good, they had a spare C4, but they were not in the right position. They didn't even know they dropped, you're right. Two people dropped at 2 separate times, and yet they had no clue they were deep inside the site itself.
Huh?
So they push the rotate, take a kill towards bar, go back, they start planting, no
on August the 11th, right?
Don't ban
the 9th.
Monty and Snake if you're not gonna run.
What's he doing again?
If you are gonna ban the
stream returning, right?
now here, for example, get back onto the line strike, but play the bomb sites that play around the entirety of the map. The middle bomb sites. They're both so strong.
Yeah. Another operator that the Bravo ban will help out a little bit is the Aruni.
Yeah, I'll be watching it.
We're finally now seeing. But
I think.
Yeah, I mean, like when I see a Bravo ban, I'm like, let's jump on Maestro, let's jump on Aruni, let's jump on bulletproof cameras, because those are the 3 things that are really a lot harder to counter without a Bravo.
I think we might be on for a rush. But don't hold me to it. But okay, I'm seeing Hurts on Blitz. That's only gonna happen when he's like, guys, we're gonna go fast, okay? When you got something like your Nomad, and we're hovering caps off a bit, you can go on like the cocktail side of the building, going through the, we call it the snow door to pillar right here.
Yeah.
You can air jump off the top floor, push to the side door with the blitz, and just kind of storm the bomb site. And then if you have Capital, you use the fire through these top floor windows to then stop them beating down the verticality. Now they did go off the Capital to Sophia, so I'm curious to see if they're going to commit to the plan of the push, or they are going to go for a half-take top floor, because the other side of the Nomad utilization is you just take Piano, Cigar, you air jump the flanks, and you walk down the red staircase and attack from lobby itself in towards the bomb site.
I like the bulletproof setup here. Sorry, the deployable shield setup here from Reaps with the Wamai, but it just won't work. Like you've got so much
means the Blitz is going to stop this very quickly.
Yeah.
How does he stop his Blitz?
He will go straight inside. He does go for his flash. Should win the fight.
Yeah.
Indeed, he will. It's now the last round of the half, and Furia are poised to take it. A second flash comes through, and Hertz will land another kill. Gotti does find one, but that's all he will get. It's a 1v4. And he is being targeted by Boxera on the Deimos. Furia look to close as Gotti finds a second. Bok will take him down through the wall.
Beautiful.
It's an unbelievable attack.
What the hell?
A 4-2 split is a dream for the Brazilians.
I don't get the shield.
Ability to figure out exactly where every character should
no
go,
one's
right?
playing
Who
off
can
of
win
him?
the 1v1 fight in Cigar guaranteed? the blitz. There's a why. Yeah, that this doesn't matter. Drop down, flash, ADS, get the kill. Sledge goes on the window, repels
like
on white
he was just asking for the blitz, for the blitz to push it.
Rotation for the defenders to help each other.
Dude.
Then Laura, Sophia, goes Skylight, drops down,
You
takes
put the
fight with the
shield
hurt of the blitz inside a stock
pixel
shortly after. Then you have
or
Boxer on Demos
pitch,
tracking that
and then
third defender
play
top. They
off
attacked
that.
every single
What?
crucial member in perfect
I don't know
order.
what- I don't
and
know
there
what
was
I
again
saw.
no response. And playing that quickly against the passive Maestro, against the
That makes
intel is phenomenal.
zero
because
sense.
it's too quick for anyone to use the cameras.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, what's the best way to counter any operator that you need to be on your drone for? Get active so they can't afford to get on their drone. And as we look back on the replays of the whole half, Weibo really only had a few shining moments, few and far between. And here, like, this would have been a 5-1 if it wasn't for this clutch from Gotzi. Keep that in mind. Furia were incredibly good on that attack of the basement, the ground floor, and yeah, this round in particular, huge.
Then they're going further. He gets Friend here right behind him, peeks top white together to get 2 kills for no loss. And again, because Volp's in the window, Repel right behind this entire play, they knew that top white was clear. So they're fighting like a very linear angle, making it so easy for themselves. Very good.
Very fired up here for Furia. I think that reaction for Weibo was after one of the rounds they won. not that.
Hey guys, we lost! Woo!
Look, it's not a good enough half here for Weibo. That's really the only way you can say it. Like 2 rounds of defense on Cafe is far below the standard.
There's always that downside of gassing up a team because you feel like you know their level, and then they have a slow start. Happened with CAG as well. CAG then woke up and started taking some names, Shopify being one of them, started really turning around their own story. For Weibo, they can still do that in this matchup. They're on the attacking side of Cafe. It's challenging, but it is winnable. I was going to say multi-ban has to happen. Speakeasy is too
Let's see if Weibo can clean up.
The second ban, I think, is very up in the air.
Whatever
could
it is
be a
I'm
Deimos,
watching.
could be a Dokkaebi, could be a Solid Snake. With anything else, I will be a little bit surprised. Could be a Wamai Mira, Wamai Asami as well here in the flip side.
Oh, see, look, there's the Wamai ban. I knew it. I was like,
that Solid Snake?
Solid. Oh, the mute. Okay.
I like the mute ban here from Weibo. This is really good.
I'm all for it. The only caveat here is that you don't know with certain. Okay, I don't know with certainty if you're gonna bring it out, right? That can be a great third operator ban if you're not sure. Weibo, obviously, with this being the second choice, they're very sure about it. It's going to enable not necessarily too many other operators. Like technically, Deimos track is now fully valuable. You can hide on the jammer for Dokkaebi calls, etc. But generally, mute is more of like an annoyance factor, right? You can't drone to the doors, has a C4 bulletproof camera, has great weaponry, can be played on every bomb site. But it's not going to be like, oh my god, now we can breach every wall. It's like, no, Kite still exists. Ban still exists.
Yeah, look, Furia, when they played against Team Liquid Alienware, only actually picked the mute 2 rounds on their defensive side.
Deimos still could be then.
Or 3 rounds on their defensive side. And against Ninjas in Pajamas, another 3 rounds. Which is okay. I mean, it's like a 50% pick rate. It's not the highest, not the lowest. It's all about how you play into it, though. That's the case with all these operator bans, as we've said. It's about the way that you take advantage of the situation. We're also very much a shield team. Like, Speakeasy, one of the best Monties going around.
Yeah.
But with that Monty banned out, the question is, does he play the Blitz or does he play the Blackbeard? He's a very good Blackbeard, but it's more situational.
Reloading.
Cafe, you need a lot of util, right? Like, every one of these bomb sites is very complicated. There's a lot of vert, there's a lot of util clear.
Yeah.
So any operator choice is very expensive.
You're always going to be short something on Cafe.
Okay.
If the defenders set up like a good maze of issues they gotta solve. We're starting downstairs again though, also for the side of Furia and Kitchen. So we're gonna go top down, full clear here for Weibo.
This guy's on a high sense.
Marching down the right staircase, they got good drone
Oh my
work.
gosh.
And much like when Weibo were defending it, there's no roaming presence above here from the side of Furia whatsoever. So you're surrendering all the control. And now again, we gotta talk about, you know, you do the vert, they got both, they got the sledge rather, and then you shoot to the forwards and DMRs, etc. as well. That's gonna do the vert. You pop open the hatch, that can be done as well. Actually, Hold up.
Is the hatch open? No, hatch is...
It's reinforced, James.
Is there
no
heart breach?
No heart breach on the side of Weibo. They must have messed up here.
Is this Speakeasy was meant to bring heart breach but brought nades instead? Is that the problem?
I'm thinking that's the problem, or Toaster on Deimos, but the thing is, there is a world where like they never intended to open the hatch, but I feel like there's never a world where you don't want to do it. Because even if you go for a bakery attack, that's the backstab. That's where you get inside the bomb site later round as a surprising factor.
And typically, if you go for a vert take, you're executing in freezer, and you want that hatch open. Like, if you're going to take bakery, you don't need to take vert.
Holy Bravo value.
We'll keep our eyes peeled. Right now, they are targeting all that utility inside our wedding, inside our bakery, main lobby door as well. And they are by the red staircase. And Simon just runs up and takes the kill, gets traded back, but like, how does that happen? That's Speakeasy as well. That's the cover of the sense now removed from action. So, is it time for plan C? No heart breach, no sense. It's going to be an awkward attack here from Weibo to finish off this round.
Yeah, I think the VIP is now impossible to clear now without that sense.
Gotta go for kills, honestly.
Yeah, you really do. Maybe you could go for a bakery execute. Remains to be seen. It's time to try and start flushing out these players.
Oh, the timing.
Inside a reception. Box Zero, though, supported by his teammate. Confirms that kill onto Reaps. Him and Herds together are locking down this side. Turdster desperately trying to 1v1 from the other side onto VIP from bottom of White Stairs. Doesn't work out for him. Gotti finds 2 big kills with the SMG-12. Loira is separated and taken down. Now it's all up to Volbs with the SMG-12 in hand. Up against 2. Time is ticking away. Gotti doesn't use his util. Instead, Hoven just cuts off Volbs' head. First attack. Looking a little bit rocky for Weibo, but a win is a win.
Yeah, let's just forget that round ever happened, because trying to dissect that strategically, I have no idea what their plan was actually going to be.
What's up?
Well, take it.
You want to know?
I mean, involved in the situation, right? Isn't it 12? He could have played the close quarter angle, only 12 seconds left, but he was so eager for a gunfight. So he swung out first and got shot down in response. Something about that bomb site downstairs is not to be for the defense.
63, what?
AS early on was disgusting. Finding that small bit of opportunity and the kill.
What?
He's running 63, what?
Yeah, wow. Very scary spot to be for Weibo. Like, it's so funny. Like,
what's his DPI and multiplier?
Yeah, but we just haven't seen them look this messy. We haven't seen them look this disorganized. There's no question to me. Like, you should be bringing hard breach. Like, you've got enough nades.
That had to be a mistake.
You've got enough nades on that.
Say it again. He's got what?
He's got 1600 DPI.
Yeah, and default multiplier?
No, he has 0.02.
Yeah, that's default.
This time on the Grim, though, at least.
I was going to say, what if they don't do it again?
I mean,
they didn't do it again.
They're not playing that bomb site, at least. So
no.
Hard breach doesn't matter.
Okay, I have faith here. It's okay.
I don't think you need hard breach on any of the other bomb sites.
Unless you want to utilize it, yeah. But not like a must-have. Not on the scoreboard side, right? Gone to the news member, had a 1v1 clutch. Sitting on 8 and 3.
It also had a big 2K that round.
Had a big 2K that round. Turns that the entry star fragger 1 and 8
Clash?
currently. Speakeasy 0-6 as well.
Very unusual to see Turds struggling so much. Speakeasy we don't mind usually because he's not usually in a fragging position, but Turd is meant to be one of the core fraggers.
We gotta get your first kill, right? Like that's a mental barrier as well that you got to overcome.
1 and 8, 0 and 6.
0-4, now you 0-6 and Furia, they're not shy to take a gunfight. If you're hesitating, you're doubting yourself a little bit because you're not finding that first kill, that can make you lose another gunfight. So really watching that first kill with Speakeasy here.
Turd actually has the second best stats on the team, typically, just behind Reap. So they're some of the best players in the entire of Asia.
Good C4.
Oh, wow, that nitro from Bok. That's such a shame. That definitely would have gotten the kill had it gone out the door.
They've already gotten the first one right. So honestly, getting a second is wishful thinking. Right now, it's on to Weibo to make the push, to make that the map control work in their favor, but they're up against the Clash. They've lost the Dokkaebi for the Intel game. They've just slowly started taking top floor control and start blocking open the verticality, but there's so much work to be done. Come on, Hogan.
This could be a free kill if he times it well. Or if the rest of Weibo are able to flush the Kaid out. Beautiful. Never mind. Speakeasy finds the entry, gets his first kill of the game. Finally, the monkey off the back, and time to go deep here.
Sorry, the monkey off the what?
Pretty low though. Shouldn't be taking too many fights.
What does that mean? The monkey off the back.
Preventing Loira from
what is that?
Up the White Stairs.
Who says that?
Gas will keep Speakeasy at bay for a bit longer. A minute to play. Weibo have plenty of options.
Yeah. And finally, that block is into action as well inside of mining in the red hallway. Speakeasy now controls the center of the map. Doesn't get injured, thankfully, but 1 HP left in his pocket there. Gonna be thankful, you know, the right stairs potentially. The brown stairs behind him has to be very cautious here.
Yeah, he does. Also because of Diaz. He does spray down, get the injury. I don't think Diaz will be aware of it. Reaps finally takes down Loira, though. That was the player who was on the white stairs earlier. I think he went for a rotate after he was revealed by the Grimm's Bees. Now Weibo, still with Speakeasy on the floor, in theory have the advantage, but how do they deal with Volps on the clash? 20 seconds, not a lot of options.
Goyo fire pop as well is a problem. I'm not sure that Weibo accounted for it.
Need to go for kills.
Gonna be limited though. Almost no ways in now, unless he sprint to that fire, but Speakeasy reaches both so low.
Time is ticking away, and Volps gets his gun up. We need to have an entry here. Gotti crosses into a plannable position.
Sure
Volps looks to try and take that. He gets aggressive, but Reaps will take him down. Big flank opportunity now for Hertz, but he doesn't deny that plan in time. 3 players up for Weibo, but all of which low on HP as Diaz and Hertz together look to try and make this retake a reality. Reaps in perfect position outside of the site window to cover it. Should Furia try and get back on that defuse, and Speakeasy from way downtown with the hollow sight shuts up Diaz. It's turned into a 1v2 now, and Reeves knows exactly where he is. That DMR strikes true for 1. A second shot, and Herds will be toast. Weibo have been fighting from behind this entire game, but finally they tie up the scoreboard.
Beautiful. No fear whatsoever. They just sprint through that fire, and a very good job there. They change towards the diffuser carrier because 2 members are too low on health to actually sprint through the fire itself. So they drop the case, give it to Hoven, the Bok, who's doing the vertical destruction, to sprint all the way deep throughout the bomb site, and they cover from the exterior. And you saw in that 2v2 post plant, Fury are thinking one guy's gonna be above because that's the strongest position, and one guy will be outside the window, but they had the incorrect read. Speakeasy, who was that library middle of the map player, went back in towards Pillar, into that main lobby area instead, and they completely caught Fury by surprise. And then they realized, okay, we read this incorrectly, gotta sprint back downstairs, and now there's no time. I'm stuck on a staircase against that DMR, against the crossfire. That's not gonna work. They do have some fight in them, but it has been such a weird game for Weibo.
It's been a weird
so
game
unusual.
in general. I mean, this is only 2 rounds of defense won and 8 rounds of Cafe. Need I remind you that we saw a 14-round game of Cafe from Furia just 3 weeks ago where only a single attack round was won. Yeah, that's 13 rounds of defense to just 1 round of attack. And now we're seeing a 2-to-6 ratio in favor of the attack. Very strange to see. Both of these teams are really confident at taking the first steps on their attacking side.
Mind you, this is still Weibo fighting from behind in the first, minute of the round. Tursta dying early, Speakeasy dying early the previous round.
Yeah.
They haven't had that, like, okay, we got the opening, we got the right operators,
I mean,
this round should be okay.
Yeah, they won 2 4v5s in a row.
Yeah. So it's just, again, a matter of time that if they get fully fired up, they get every member available in the server to do their very best and find that opening kill every now and again. And that 4-4 scoring could very quickly shift in their favor, and this is their perfect opportunity to change it. Volps again on his Clash shield, and I only have one thing about that I don't like. Volps is the top fragger, who's now been almost pacified on the Clash. He was so lethal on the attack, and now he's just giving information, waiting for the final few seconds, trying to go for a desperate play of planting down that previous round. What about Diaz?
I won't be surprised to see him get on the SMG, though, with the Clash.
He will be peeking some people, but he does have a role to fulfill right now, and it is staying alive.
What type of nitro is going to hit? Oh.
Here comes an entry, though, from Reeves. Wants to take the 1v1. A lot of damage on the box. Zero. It's a trade back and forth. It's a bloodbath on the top floor as Loira finds 2. He tries to hold on to his position.
Oh my gosh.
Gets the injury on the Speakeasy as well. It's just Tursta. 1 and 8 for the Kiwi. He's got a lot to do, and now Volps knows exactly where he is. It's a jump out for Loira. That makes it a 3K, and Furia back in the lead again.
And again, I know it's a very small detail, right? But almost every single play day. Okay, now he's sitting down now. Let's make sure.
We're going to have to get a seatbelt for Loira.
Reeves doesn't miss those in domestic play. And that's not a matter of like Furia better enemy. Reeves walks down beneath the skylight and finds that 9.99 out of 10 times. He whips a few shots. It becomes a trade injure back and forth, and the push dies with it. And then his teammates, they also are not successful behind the C4s go out, the Clash Shield, etc. But if that's a clean kill for Reaps, the entire push should just continued forward.
Yeah.
It's the small things, and Weibo Game will call attack time out of their own. They've banned the Clash.
No, there's not.
Fury
There's
banned
not.
away the Grim.
Yeah, very much an important round for
Who
Weibo
stood up like that?
now.
Loira.
It's either match point against them, or it's tying the scoreline to break point. This is where they need to dig deep.
But the Brazilians, they talk. They talk a lot of smack.
And start talking shop. Of course, Furia have the same opportunity now as well. But it's a Furia defense, a Weibo attack. And after that very messy last round from Weibo, a very quick failure to attack that top floor, they really need to be whipped into shape.
I was thinking here on my own, like, what exactly could shift? It's so hard to put my finger on, like, what is the problem for Weibo right now? It just feels like, one, consistency of, like, properly playing through around, getting all the pieces together. And then two, they have never had a game, I think, in the entirety of Stage 1, and maybe even Kickoff, where Thursday goes 1-9.
I was thinking that.
They always have the power in the fragging department to say, guys, we're gonna do this. You're gonna go over there. You're gonna go for a kill. We're gonna have those clutch moments whenever we're playing from behind. They are really missing a person who's always in the server.
I genuinely don't remember the last time that Turdster went only one kill, especially
some other international event, I'm sure.
I really can't go with the fact that
like,
when picking his name, his gamer tag, he was like, dude,
potential.
why don't I call myself Turd? But let's take the U out and let's put the E there.
When the pressure
It's gonna be
starts
my
to
name,
seep
Turd.
in, he doesn't perform. And he's one of the two primary fraggers on this team, with Turd and Reaps really being the core front line, Hoven often supporting it.
What round
How
is it
that
today,
Gossi
Ashton? This is
second to top fragger
the
behind Reaps. He is meant to be the guy.
group stage.
He is apparently, but it's
It's just a bunch of BO1s today.
No.
Tomorrow
has a job to do, and it's
is
not
where
fine
you'll see
kills.
people advance the playoffs,
That's right.
and then
I mean,
some
I do think Gotti is
go
playing
home.
the cut role on the attack, often playing Lion, Dimar, and whatever else, holding an angle. So I think Gotti attacking kills, high value, but Gotti
Yeah,
is your
group
last
stage.
line of defense, and that's where he's found most of these 8 frags. And that does
That
tell
happens
the
on
story
COD
that someone else
players,
is
because they have a
lagging
short
behind.
name, it's cool.
a
It's
case
really
of
not.
that. Now, the
It's
early on,
pretty
speaks a
stupid.
bit of damage here on the Blackbeard, so he's going to be a bit more careful going
whatever.
forward. There's double shield action. Reach also on the Blitz. This could be a cheese round if you're
Shoot, that
Weibo.
is right. They brought a
The double
Blackbeard and a
shield.
Blitz.
Maybe if you're lucky, you get the bow but no, it doesn't seem the case. Second grenade goes out as expensive, but they'll get the job done. They can smoke off, push Bakery. But guys, I'm not sure what we're fighting. There's nobody really in there.
Big kill for Turdstar.
So
Wow.
wait,
Gotti
Gotti got
again.
Gotti TK.
He is the GOAT after all. Reaps is the man with the blitz in hand. He makes his way into Bakery. Takes a hell of a lot of damage.
So low.
Weibo have a massive advantage. Hoven finds the nade kill onto Boxera. Now it's all about consolidating the round. Not even half of it has subsided, and it's a 2 versus 4. With Weibo having 2 players on low HP, they cannot afford to mess this up. It's time to slow it down. Dot all of the I's, cross all of the T's, and make sure that every kill here gets traded back.
Hurts feels it. He's like, guys, they're setting up. It's going to get harder and harder. If I lash out right now and get a kill, it'll make the round easier for my entire team. Almost gets Gotti. They have Hoven above, doing verticality. He's backstepping, there's a free to hatch. There comes the push and break to the flashbang.
I cannot believe they haven't traded this. A little bit too close. Hurts finally takes down Reaps, who was on the blitz, but now he's trapped in a corner like a rat. Weibo look to hunt him down. Low HP for both him and Gotti and Hoven, but it doesn't matter. 1 HP, and the Indonesian will swing from way downtown inside of the site. It's another round for
What's up,
Weibo,
Ari?
and with that, we continue to battle this tug
What's
of
up,
war, back and forth. 5 rounds apiece.
I really like that Hurts was like, guys, either we swing now or it only gets harder. I was thinking the Hoven was going to go above with the sledge and break the floor apart, but no, the hatch was soft leading into freezer, so you
The
hot
double
drop with the
shield
sledgehammer
push
and backstab
worked.
the bombs. That's how he found his kill. So Weibo doing a great job, but let's go back to the beginning of that round. A team kill to Speakeasy, jumping in waiting window, double shield, Reaps and Speakeasy on Blackbeard and Blitz. Very unusual circumstances, and it's Gotti again who gets his team into a winning position.
Yeah, I mean, it would be crazy to see Gotti top frag. Like, not that he's bad or anything, it's just literally the thing that we've heard from, I think it was Gotti and Speakeasy have both said it. You know, we talked about you could pick up pretty much any player you wanted, right?
In APL.
In APL. Yeah. And honestly, you probably could have imported a few players if you really wanted to.
Possible.
With the promise that this team has and the almost guarantee that they will make it to every single international event because of their stature within Asia. And they said, well, we wanted Gotti for one reason. We just wanted someone who just wouldn't die.
Yeah.
We wanted someone to sit back and do their job and just never get picked first. And to his credit, I mean, he doesn't have a single opening death in this game. I can't say the same for Hoven or Speakeasy or Turdster.
But for the most part, I want to hear what the casters are saying.
Alongside Reaps.
And like, you know, broadcasting.
And he's playing Maestro and other util heavy operators too.
Yeah.
He just do be the GOAT, man.
A lot of value to be found from this Reap Sledgehammer, breaking castle barricade after castle barricade. Again, whenever you see a castle barricade, if you're playing ranked, casual, pro league, whatever, destroy it. Because it's put there for a good reason that wants to favor the defense. And even if you don't know what to do with it after you've broken the castle, just break it alone.
Ooh, this
will
is a good
give
play.
you something to work with. So that job has been done. All crit window repel with a Blackbeard with a shield in front of his face, so it should be pretty safe here from the peak of Volps, who's now finally on a real gun, the Asami.
Honestly, Volps could very much win this.
No, but the shield blocks the face. There's just no way here. The Keeper's going out, takes a bit of damage, and that's going to mean no more Asamis. Well, I can't stick around too deep inside the piano any longer. Falls back towards Pixel Spot. Doesn't want to surrender that first opening pick too early.
Just notice how Weibo have really slowed down after last round.
Yeah.
Slow and steady wins the race, though. And now they set their sights on targeting Volps, finishing him off. Is he confirmed out of piano yet? It seems like the answer to that is yes. Hopefully that nade does take it down. Indeed it will. Reaps in his position. Sledgehammer comes out. Goodbye to the barbed wire. Soon to be goodbye to the castle barricade. Gotti yet again. Double digits for the Korean. He has stepped up in a big way for Weibo. 5v4, another opening kill. As the APL roster march their way towards match point.
There's a mirror window right now on the other side of Cox as they push towards the wide hallway instead where it's safe. They're on the window repels, cutting off that rotate up the stairs too. So this means again, Weibo playing the map as they're supposed to. They're locking down the flanks. Now reaching is started on the vert with that sledge. We're not sure exactly if top 4 is clear. So final track will go through onto Aroni. Are we getting flanked? Is there a guy in a corner? No, okay, they're downstairs. Keep up that verticality. There's only one C4 lingering beneath them. In the pug of Diaz inside a train room. If that finds Reeves too early on the sledge, that could be doomsday for Weibo's attack. But right now, not the case.
Patience for Furia though, they just don't want to expose themselves. Another drone taken down, almost a kill. Onto Diaz.
Saving it for the plant.
Time is ticking away. Weibo may find themselves in a 5 versus 4 execute. Nay, a 4v4 execute, which could be devastating. Reeps thought he had a chance, but no, misses it. Things get dicey now. 20 seconds and ticking away. Furia just need to hold on. They still have that one nitro cell on Diaz. They deny the plant in the late round, and I can see people from that defensive side rotating down below to look to play flanks and look to play plant and isle in the late round. But Gotti and Hoven together. The Korean is on 11 kills. Speakeasy starts to force that plant down. Diaz in a position, finds one. Goes for a double. C4 comes out. Big nitro, but it doesn't land. It's Mark. Speakeasy right on top of that plant position with the Blackbeard. Just watching, keeping Diaz at bay as Boxera tries to buy some time to sneak up from the red stairs. Reaps also all the way back inside of train, tries to hold the line. Big kill for Diaz, needs to follow up. Reaps must clutch now, but Diaz, the quad kill to get Furia back in the game and back in a position to finish this off.
Disaster in the server again. Too much stress there on the side of Weibo. They can play that 2v2 in so many different ways. Speakeasy with that C4 was stuck on the mining machine. But after the C4 gets popped, you can walk backwards using Reaps as cover, play deep inside a train, play the long angle. Because guys, you planted deep. You don't need to play for bombs if you see the diffuse from so far away. Diaz, such good patience though.
And then a 2v2 post plant is crazy.
Every single gunfight. His teammate wasn't even needed in that clutch.
That Blackbeard does not have to unshield there.
But that's, I think, just Weibo getting too much panic in the voice communication. I hate to be that guy, but who died right before execute? Turdster on the Deimos with trackers and pocket, the ability to just lock down at least one defender with gadgetry instead of a gunfight.
Turd has been such a good player for Weibo as of late. I hate that we have to harp on about it, but It's screaming at us.
2 and 10.
2 kills to 10 deaths.
It was such a good round. 5v4, had the vert, had the roam clear.
And look, Speakeasy's 2 and 9 too, but he's the guy getting the plant down. He's a support player. He's there for his leadership and his support. Turdster is there to pop heads. That's what he's good at. That's what he's one of the best in APAC at doing. That's his role. That's what he provides to the team. And right now, he is struggling to fill those big shoes, those big expectations that he has set for himself, that Weibo have demanded the respect of the international scene. They've taken down greats before. I mean, these players know what it's like to upset really solid teams on the international stage. And yet here, they are struggling against Furia. A Furia that has found a resurgence on this defensive side. In an attacker's cafe, Furia is finally in position to finish it off.
Just a double down, not on Turdster individually, but the operator that he plays, right? They banned the mute. And the only 2 operators that they're getting value from that right now is the Dokkaebi from Reaps and the Deimos that Turdster's been playing the majority of the attacker rounds. So when you're committing this much involvement around the Deimos, we need to see it find some value. It can be in kills, it can be in tracking players, but when you're dead, you're not gonna get either. There is a world where you play a support Deimos, right? Play the can open as Harpy's Destruction, distract people almost like a...
What are you doing,
guys? We never drone Cigar. We never checked the default corner. We lose a player early.
Crucial mistake. That should have been a kill as well from that player on the rappel. I don't know why Herds has been allowed to get out alive. He is running away with this game. Weibo have won from 4v5s on the attacking side before. They need to do it again. Otherwise, it's GG.
Selling right now. What's happening with them?
Perfect time for a rat play, and it pays off. Hertz has been, as usual, a playmaker in this game. Never shy for a fight. Speakeasy now with the shield has to make a lot of value happen. Hoven gets a kill off that grenade, forcing Hertz to relocate beneath the skylight. Now we're back to even numbers. Still got the Deimos tracker, got coverage from the Sense. We got all the right tools, but we have to execute together.
I want to see Turd get active. He just saw the Tracer. He knows where Mozzie is. Hidden away. Big Nitro cell. A lot of damage, but hang on a second. Speakeasy essentially guaranteed the kill on the Lyra. And Gotti has gone big again. It's Hoven to finish it off with a double. Pengu.
What?
We're going to overtime.
That Nitro
6-6
killed
on
Lyra.
the docket. Weibo feeling that sigh of relief. Oh my god. Now we're entering a best of 3 in terms of rounds, and those pushes, they're happening. They're working. And the teamwork was great. The grenade with the swing, pushing into top wide, into stock, getting a crossfire established. And the sides. Maybe the most important thing for the conversation right now of whose favorite to win in OT. Well, I can spoil for you right now. Weibo will stay on the attacking side, Fury on defense. And with how this has been playing out, attack is where you want to be, especially given that they're finally figuring things out on that exact side. Do my eyes deceive me? Another Maestro play without the Bravo band.
But from the other side, it's Volks on the Maestro this time. Weibo did it once, and it worked like a charm in theory. I mean, funnily enough, it was actually the Dokkaebi that destroyed Gotti's phone, but he ended up getting 3 kills with the Elder anyway. I wonder if we see the Brava pick come through. Indeed, it looks to be the case here from Hoven. Problem is, Furia are a very active defense. I wouldn't be surprised if they're ready and shooting those Brava drones.
There's also another case where the mute ban comes into play, right? Because if you played the mute with the Maestro, you pop down a jammer in a corner that's very safe. Maestro can sit on it and Dokkaebi can't call him. That's one of the few ways you can counter if you're like an Echo or a Maestro, because like we always say, you call the Maestro, you have to answer the phone. If you don't and it pops up, you lose the ability to check the cameras in the future. And if you just call them while you're going for a plant, well, you can't do anything about it. So the plant goes down.
Watch out, run out here from Herds.
Wow.
Goodbye to Reaps. 2 rounds in a row.
2 rounds.
The star player from Weibo has been shut down. Gotti has well and truly surpassed him, as
2
is Hoven,
first
by the
picks
way,
for Herds.
who's hit 12 kills.
He's first pick, the
quietly
same player
snuck up
twice.
there. Here for Weibo. Meanwhile, there's been nothing quiet about Herds today. Him, Volps, and Lyra all together have been playing aggressively. They've been poking the bear, and it's been working.
Thank God for the Speakeasy double down on soft creature. He's made the Ram this time, not the Sense for once.
You need redundancy, right? Especially against a team like Furia. Like we've seen Volp spawn peeking now multiple rounds.
Because things will go wrong. I mean, almost every single round, things have been going wrong for Weibo one way or another.
Sure.
And this guarantees him a second way into it.
Really important job now. Is not successful there from Hoven. Still quite a few Evil Eyes at large. At least 2, 3. All 3 Evil Eyes still alive here. Woo. And both of the Brava drones have now been taken down.
Shot.
That is not good enough from Hoven on the Brava. And now Weibo will really suffer in the late round. Furia will get full value out of those Evil Eyes.
And this is going to be a go for kill strat for Weibo. They're on the white staircase inside our main lobby, hidden by a smoke grenade, so they're working on the clock. Has to get back out of dodge. Reloading. They have no foothold in the map. They have a single player, Speakeasy, peeking on a little bit of a vert hole, but all the flanks are open because all these teams are basically holding other angles, looking for a bakery attack right now.
Yeah, there's just not enough inspiration on this attack here from Weibo, and they don't have the shield like they've had in the past to try and execute onto Bakery. This is indeed Turd's moment. He gets the track onto Volps, who also tanks the damage from the Dockerby, so no more using those Evil Eyes directly. Gotti, say his name, and he will ring true. Gotti again! He's hit 14 kills here for Weibo Gaming. Volps is down and out of it. The Evil Eye monster has been slain for a few more moments, as Box0 also going to take a hell of a lot of damage from that Dockerby call. Loira, though, comes to life with the MPX, and Gotti is finally put out of his misery. 35 seconds left to play, and Weibo are dropping one by one. We need Tursta to have his moment. We have been waiting for this all day. Into the side he goes, sneaking forward, reveals his position with that grenade, but that does not flush Herds out of position. Out comes Loira, pokes his head, and Tursta finally finds the kill that we've been needing from him. But it is all up to Tursta now with 1 HP. That defuse is lying in wait, as is Loira, as is Box0. Another match point opportunity is available for the Brazilians.
Somebody has to help Gotti, man. This guy is finding the entry in the beginning of the round, the mid kill as well, locking down all the rotations, and no one is going for a plant. They could walk in prep that entire time. There's no one playing by the window. Gotti killed that player long before. And if you just walk on in, they could quite literally go for a plant as long as Gotti was alive inside a code check. I feel like right there, it's a lack of oversight from all the members of Weibo saying, guys, what is going to be the win condition? Because if you talk about who's alive and who's dead, planting was on the menu, absolutely for free. And yet, they never went for it. It was never even attempted. Once they got the case died, they didn't even realize it was on the ground. Tursta was deep in the bombs. I'm thinking, oh, guys, I can plant. Oh, diffusers and Baker. I gotta go back and get it. And then his teammate dies.
Wow, I mean, it's been such an attacker's paradise here on Cafe, but we have seen a few defenses dug deep, and Furia have just shown that down below on the kitchen bomb site. Now Weibo, I mean, thankfully they're not going kitchen because they were really bad.
Yeah, let's not go there again.
Yeah, they're going to mining. This was very hit and miss. It's been a long time, though, since we've seen Furia on the attacking side. I mean, it's been 7 rounds since. Let's hope they still remember. There was certainly a force to be reckoned with in that first half. And if they can hark back to what a phenomenal start they had this game, then things will certainly look dicey and dicier for Weibo, as they will be sent down to the lower brack and be on the verge of elimination.
Just give me 7-7. That's all I want right now.
What is the score right now?
It is 7 in favor of Furia to 6 for Weibo.
No, but it's like it's the other way around, isn't it?
Okay, so it's 6 in favor of Weibo to Furia's 7.
All right, can you say that quicker? Like, just say the scores.
7-6.
Okay, I'll let you get away with it.
I'm not gonna take the bait. Not today. Not right now. Turns down the board with the opening kill. Hold.
Do my eyes deceive me?
Everybody hold for 2 seconds here, okay? We said last round was the time for it. What about now instead? It's not too late.
Bro needs to get his confidence back. Oh, Box0 getting targeted. Getting zapped by Gotti. This is a big moment here for Tursta, but he's playing it scared, holding the angle, not going for the swing. I think Loira is waiting for him. Loira is really focusing though on Reeves. Tursta needs to go for the swing. Gets baited by Diaz. That's a big blow here for Weibo. Furia have even the numbers again. Bard, big C4 here. Volts will go down. Hoven continues until Box0 puts an end. Now 3v3 as continuing. Furia start marching forward. Gotti, look at how confident he is. A little bit too confident, perhaps, but it doesn't matter.
Everyone's
Reeves is there for the trade.
Holy.
Pushing up the white stairs, taking the fight to Furia. Diaz, 1v2. It's just Speakeasy and Reeves, but look at this. That's
bomb.
the teamwork we've been needing to see from Weibo. They retreat, they play together, they know where that defuse is, and Reeves is the Solus. He can keep eyes on it. Diaz has just run straight past that Evil Eye on the bomb side, so Weibo now know exactly where he is.
Just give them the diffuser, right? They can just play the map. They got 3 Evils alive, 1 in pillar and 1 in each bomb side. So right now, Weibo, they're just gonna keep running away from Diaz. I know there's 60 seconds left, but honestly, there's no way he can plan. It takes 7 full seconds with no coverage, and there's all the info for Weibo Gaming.
How on earth do you win this in a crossfire with Speakeasy on the stairs and Reeps ready to swing him? Flashbang could certainly help. He has one more. He flashes himself, so we'll have to wait for a brief moment. Wow, he actually, while blind, makes his way into Laundry.
I think he knows the setup exactly. He has to try and pick it apart.
He's got the read. The flashbang goes out. That's the last he's got available.
No crossfire.
Now he tries to isolate the one.
Oh, guys.
What a shot on the Reeps! It's now up to Speakeasy! But the Panthers are
this kid is clutch! Who is this guy?
Might have pushed them deep, but Furia
Wow.
are a mighty force to be reckoned with. It
2
takes to
fat
overtime,
clutches from
but
Diaz.
Furia will crush
Wow.
Weibo's dreams.
To push all that distance, to have so many clutch moments for Gotti to time and time again be the hero for Weibo, only to get into a perfect 2v1 position to
That's gotta
bottle
be
it.
brutal
a
for
player
Weibo.
sticking around, a player falling back, separating themselves from each other and giving the Brazilians a 1v1, the area in which that they are the best region at in the entire world, the gunfights.
Wow. Furia are just 1 BO3 away from the main stage, and Weibo just 1 away from getting knocked from the tournament.
What a performance from Furia when it mattered most. It might have been back and forth throughout, but I tell you what, Diaz, take a bow. 9 kills, 7 of which came in 2 of the most important rounds that Furia may well play in the next couple of days. That best of 1, I wish we could contextualize how integral this is to the format here at EWC. They're now through with 1 game away, Pengu, from qualifying through to main stage.
They are, and I know also describing best of 1 for Furia today, but that is the best of 1 environment, right? You don't have the most time to fix things on the fly. They're going to enter BO3 territory now. That's going to be much more comfortable for them, I reckon. And again, first game jitters as well. So with that, you know, we got that all out of our system.
Yeah, we certainly did.
Now they can play even better.
I love that
Why
we're so
am I not up there?
just unashamedly biased here for APAC. It's pretty hard to watch Weibo lose that, but on the flip side, like Furia are an insane team.
We know why you've put off
You
your
know,
best
be in
smile.
Pro League.
The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done. With
Wait,
technology
is this match over
to
with?
make care comfortable and flexible hours to fit your life. All at an affordable price.
Yo, what's up, gang?
New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow.
This match is over
That's
with.
the Aspen Dental difference.
Oh,
Aspen
it's
Dental.
not.
It's time to smile again.
Damn, dude, a minute of ads? My gosh.
It feels like a different energy. Did you see my stories? We're gonna have the best summer of our lives.
Start to creep into their mind of, that's 2 rounds now, and we should have won that one. They'll know that they shouldn't be in this position, that it should be done and dusted. They should be celebrating right now, but instead, they're going to be loading into round 11 here, and they're letting this one get closer than it needs to be.
Oh, same map too.
Starting to show us a little bit more here. There are glimmers, there are glimpses of the ability that we saw from them in EML. One more round and they are back in touching distance, and the pressure is seriously on Enterprise at that point. It's going to be Kitchen that Enterprise go to try and close this out. We saw them win it back in round 8.
Gonna be a quick play, Tim, right now with the Aurora probably through small side with the glass going through Bake here. Taking some pace to Enterprise right now. Let's see how this works out. I do like this though because it really shows you're still in the game, you're playing, not being afraid to go for a quick haul when you're even down. Let's see this here. Getting rid of the LMI 2. on front door walk. Might be a front door walk too. Let's see what they want to use.
Sox has used that as a point of ingress a number of times now. We've seen him be able to go in there on the IQ, on the Dokkaebi, and at least be left alone for a while, if not go in and get an entry kill as well. Twitch Drone will spot the Azami in behind Bakery counter, which will have been a presumption that they were there, but Twitch Drone instead just going to be left in sight for intel.
They're going to close small. Ace is small. They're not going to ace small, I don't think. They might just hop small here. The tube frees the door open.
I did not know that. I did not know that interaction happened.
Heavy front right now.
You can freeze the door and it can.
Nading through the, using the glass nades.
Wow.
Miss both nades. Capital's up too. I feel like the Capital could be so strong for this take. Yeah, that was the main play.
No,
you need to rotate
Jaeger.
C4's gonna come through. C4. Oh, missed the C4. Glass popping shots. Glass is in, but the two brow does counter the glass thermal sight. They get an opening kill on Jigsaw the Mute. Opening up this prep wall is going to push Cairo back right now. 2-on needs to relax and make them walk in. They have a great crossfire here.
I feel like Enterprise doing a great job right now of absorbing an awful lot of pressure and utility there. A lot of those smokes have now been used. There's just one remaining in Upor's pocket, and so they might have to think of an alternative here, GK. A lot of time has been spent as well.
Sort of a
the
play
Selma
here.
charge hits the wall. It's not going to start detonating. Yoga onto Cairo. There's the brown walk. Ask picks up the kill. That's going to leave us now in a 4v2 as Brendo fights back, but it feels like it could be too little too late.
Be careful for Bake here. They have one holding. Nice teamwork there. All left on Brendo Ace. Stuck in coat here. Top shots, dead to VIP,
Wow.
6-5. It's getting close.
Pressure is now mounting for Enterprise. They had a 4-round advantage that has become a 1-round advantage, and this is more the sort of match we expected. We called this one as going to be the closest of the day, and it's now starting to seem that way. 6-5 Enterprise. Look like they're going to call the tactical timeout.
With,
Mike wants to step in here and try and give them the answers that they've been unable to find so far.
Looking very tense too. You saw Bappin very extremely animated in the beginning of the game. Starting to tense up. You see Tuhon starting to play with his fingers right there. And theirs might be starting to get to them right here. DK really getting into this game.
It's taken them a little while.
Yeah.
It's taken them a little while to settle down, but we're starting to see much better siege from them. The last 2 or 3 rounds, the problems that have been in front of them, they've dealt with them, but we saw it in that last one. They've had the patience. They haven't gone kind of chasing the game. It's, you know, we've had that confidence in, this is our setup, this is what we're going for. Right there with the glass, they didn't overcommit. They didn't push forward too aggressively, and the kill came. Eventually, Yog got his man, and it's just about giving the plan time to breathe sometimes, I think.
Because I feel like, too, you can get kind of rushy if the initial play doesn't work when you do the double nade. You don't get a kill back,
after this game.
and then they really allowed just the round to really manifest for them here. Let's see, going reading again.
No, Maddox.
Lucy, they have the Pulse,
Stomping's
they have
not
the
playing
Azami
in
here.
EWC.
Thorn, good
He never
op lineup
qualified for it.
now. They might
Never
go for a little
qualified
bit
for it.
harder contest on the top floor and use the Pulse to play C4s and info on the East Falc right now.
Will you be on Saturday?
I think it's
They've been giving them so much space on the reading.
Yeah.
They're going to try to take it away from them here.
I think it's really important to point out here, obviously earlier, you know, when they were really struggling, GK, I commented on how quiet Ask and Yog had been. They were on 2 kills apiece, really struggling to get into the game. Look at the situation now. 7 for Ask, 6 for Yog, 9, 7, 8. Everybody on GK now is up and running, is firing. If you look across at the side of Enterprise, it's almost a flip reversal. You've got Cairo still struggling on 3, not really getting himself into the game. Brendo on 6 there, so
they'll be better on KBM than they ever were on
sides
roller.
of the team on Enterprise.
But if you're Mingo,
right now,
then
that team play
you'll
from
just be
GK,
better
that
at everybody on roller.
to facilitate asking Yog, get them into the game, allow them to start getting them kills, has given them that extra 10% that now sees them winning 3 rounds in a row to get themselves back into this one. One more will see us going to overtime.
And most of Bappin's kills came too in the early rounds, so he's really gone quiet over the last few rounds here.
It's a little rap play. Did they drone him? Maybe they did. I don't think they droned him.
Pulse was feeding him this info on who's on his repels. There's a DMR2 to shred all of his Kiba barriers. Gonna be troublesome for him playing. Used to call this the mark spot, all the way back on Old Cafe. Gonna be playing very aggressive right now. Also, too, when that rappel on is there, Ace, you cannot hop out on the window. It blocks the hop out. They need to find a way to help Bappin here, unless they're gonna get this opening kill. Jigsaw trying to rotate right now. Nade goes out, peeking the upside down rappel here. Oh no, Flash will come out.
Asking for trouble, surely. So difficult
This guy's fighting
to
for his life.
Those upside down repels on the reverse.
Didn't know you could wobbing
The
that.
amount of pressure that Bappin's absorbing. He's taken a ton of damage, but he's wasted a minute and a half before they're able to deal with him. GK are going to be a little bit shorter on time than they might like, but they do get an opener elsewhere. Effectively, 4 versus 3 as Sarks is down as well.
Yes, but Sarks should be in a resible spot here. Can we see where he is? Looks like he's outside of...
Yeah, he's outside, just outside of the main door, I think. So, yeah, he's safe. It's just whether they can get somebody over there in
slow the round here and get him up. Pulsing this information right now. Still holding the top here. They need to try to play for a C4 off of this top clear. They can't keep conceding too much space. No one on the rappel. Pick that back up. Swinging in to take stage here. 6 pellets left for the hatch.
40 seconds though, doesn't matter.
Walking the top. It's a nice kill. Just out of sync from Enterprise, playing extremely solo. Not really finding much effect from the timeout here.
No, I think we're starting to see that pressure mount on them now. Jigsaw gets one, but it still feels like it could be impactless. Sarks did get collected elsewhere. Upo was able to drop down and get him. Yogg is going for the plant. There's absolutely nothing that Enterprise can do. They're going to have to try and play for a 2-man retake here. Make it 1-man as Upo takes down Jigsaw, and this is definitely much more of the GK that we have come to expect over the last month or two. They are playing as a team now. They have got themselves moving. Nitro goes out. It's just a sort of throwing hope there from Two-Hand, but there is not enough hope in the world to get a kill out of that one. He does pick up Ask on the Reaper. 1 versus 3 now from a 1 versus 4. But it's unlikely we're going to be seeing much more. Enterprise still trying to get in the chat, but you feel that it's all bravado at the minute. They're just trying to convince themselves more than anybody else, I think. They know they've lost 4 rounds in a row. They know that this one is done. And they know, Dave, that we're going to overtime.
I mean, just what rounds from GK?
Wow,
really showing the composure, down 6-3. I can hear Ask yelling
GK went down
team,
6-3.
Even though he's typing, I feel like, again, at LAN, why are we typing? I feel like you're right across from your opponent. Let them hear your voice.
Let them know
looking at the faces right now, look at Cairo, very detached right now. Jeez. Going to be a tough OT here.
Interested to see who is on which starting side. I can tell you that it is Enterprise will be starting on the defense.
Ooh.
And that doesn't really suit them, considering that they've just lost 4 defenses in a row. That's now got to be a tough one.
The one thing I see too, even after that timeout, they're just so separated.
Yeah.
If Bappin's playing close on the piano windows, you need that pulse trying to style the people on the rappel. You need someone going outside a bakery door. You need someone peeking the white rappel. So if that guy is on that rappel upside down, you're trying to stop him, trying to get a kill, trying to make a trade happen. But it's just so uncoordinated from them here. Even on the top floor, you still have the pulse to be able to play inside a site to C4. Grubby walking long bar. It's just a 1v1 between him and Brendo. Grubby walks up, takes the kill. Just need to see more from Enterprise right now. Talk is cheap. It's all about action here.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And we'll see who is able to get themselves this one done.
That's
the best of 3 rounds now on Cafe. Enterprise will start off on the defense, and they will go to Fireplace and Mining. We've got one of those laser setups, like you said. It's going to take some serious moves to get through there, unless they're able to pop a few of those trip connectors and start breaking that web up.
So you see Solus now below scanning. That's another element they're adding to play for the runouts here to try to break that push here. They might have info on him. No, they're just checking to see if the window's double hit. Grubby better be playing the top. Gonna have to care for the runouts here, but they have it running the Nomad forward, so they should be good here.
Just gonna open up that piano window then. drones go in, and as you say, GK really just paying their due diligence, just making sure that they're not going to get hit for an easy kill. They know that Enterprise might just go and try and cheese themselves a little bit of a start in the round. They don't want to give them anything for free here, and they've done a great job of not doing. Like I said, it just really feels like in the last 6 rounds or so, particularly that second half, GK have really activated. They've switched on, they've locked in, and we're starting to see a much better game from them. A little bit of a run out here, but Ask is ready for it. There's the down, there's the kill.
Why would you go for that,
play from
Jigsaw?
GK.
Beautiful. And he,
why would you
sees
do
a nomad
that?
charge. He just needs to be better than that.
He does.
Now they're really on the back foot. It's all on the pulse here for the information. Need to try to get a kill on the East Balcony with a C4 here. Should not get much on the piano side. Gonna be going deep solo. Gets one. Wow, great kill.
It was a really good kill, actually.
Going to the white window. Should have his cut. Still one C1, still one in the bathroom. 2 horizontal side right now. DK need to pick where they want to go for. Y'all gonna be walking cigar shop here. One repelling in stage. It's all on Bappin. Pulse up below. They know he's pushing. Kara gets another kill here. Kara 1 HP. One hopping out. Walking the bar. Sees one. Bappin with another. Up white. Ask with 2.
Wow.
Rounds back in control right now. Kara 1 HP. They could put a call on Kara lower white right now. I don't think he's answered the phone yet. They do have a spot. He is the one he has tracked right now. Gonna be rotating lower red. 1 C4. Call goes out. They should play to isolate Tuhan right now.
Yes. Dave, split loss.
Earlier that Ask can be one of those
Yeah,
superstar players that can really deliver
loss.
in the big moments for his team, and we felt that GK just needed that little bit of impetus, that little bit of input from somebody like him, and he gets himself onto 10 kills with a big double that's brought him back into this round. But Cairo will shut him down. It's all up to Sarks, another capable player, but look at his health. He's got about 30 HP to his name, doesn't have diffuser in hand, has to play for the kills. Cairo picks him up. He's been quiet up to this point, but comes online in that round when his team need him. Enterprise get themselves the defense that they sorely needed for the last 4 rounds. They do it 1 round too late, and now they need to find another.
Very good round from them. Really just seeing them get aggressive right there. Bappin getting aggressive. Cairo getting outside the map, playing for those trade games. It got a little bit dangerous there in the mid round, but they found a way to get that out. This was a big kill there.
Just this from Ask, just allowed to walk across that top floor there, and the reaction with Bappin coming through the rotate. Beautiful stuff from him, but not quite enough to get the round for his team. This one at the minute is absolutely anybody's, but Enterprise do move on to the attacking half now. They did overturn the advantage that GK had, given that they'd won 4 attacks in a row, and now Enterprise, they won 4 themselves, and they're going to get the opportunity. They will be attacking onto Kitchen. If we have a look, it was 50-50. We saw it played twice. GK won it once on the defense. Enterprise won it once on the attack. What I would say is that GK won it much later. They won it in round 5. It was the first round that Enterprise won, and GK, they just didn't look like the same team back there in round 1 and 2. So now that they've got themselves activated a little bit more, I think we're going to see something a little bit more similar to maybe what we saw in round 5, where they won this site. It was the Tubarão, the Yogg holding onto VIP that really won it out for them. I think we're going to see a much more difficult attack for Enterprise.
Bringing out the Thatcher right now, bringing out the IQ combo too to really spot the echo cams here. Going to deal with their win con for late. They need to try to make a play to break this push early. I think that's what the Pulse is going to be really good for here with the C4 shotgun capability. Standard issue top tick coming out from EP starting it. Habana going to the roof, getting the hatches here. Going to get the ram in to make the vert. Drone's coming through piano side right now. It's going to be a very slow round here. Let's see it.
I think that the nerves start to take a toll on the
have
pace
to
of
find
the
out
rounds,
who
don't
this
they? As you
second
get this
caster
deep
is.
in, nobody kind of almost start playing not to lose rather
the
than
ball
playing to
knowledge
win.
this guy
Nobody
has
wants
is
to get
insane.
aggressive. Nobody
Love
wants to
hearing him
be the
talk.
player that dives in and takes that entry death and puts their team in a bad spot, especially if you're on the side of GK right now. Enterprise, of course, with 2 opportunities to get this 1-1. Despite that wobble that they've had at the second half of this game, they do still have a good chance to close it out. out and to proceed in the upper bracket here at the Esports World Cup. Ram will get in. Boogie Drone doing its job from above, opening up that verticality, but we see the impact nade come out, and that's just going to take out the Boogie Drone and slow it in its tracks.
One Echo Cam gone.
Sledge get into work now at the 1:30 mark, so they bang on time here, a little ahead if anything, with that first Boogie Drone having already gone down. So Enterprise doing some good work. They haven't got the hatch open yet, but the X-Kairos pellets are activated and will close it out, but I'm still looking at that same position. It's Yogg, it's VIP, it's the Tubarão. I'm looking at what's the plan here, what's the plan for Enterprise. They didn't deal with it last time. How are they going to make sure that that doesn't become an issue this time? They've got 2 nades from Jigsaw. Do they maybe bounce them around the corner? Do they look at using them in some way to be able to hold Yogg at bay?
Look like they're eyeing for just a site
Still
execute
a
here,
5v5 with
especially with
about
the Thatcher
40 seconds left.
IQ trying
Can't
to get rid of
bomb,
these
Thank you.
Echo drones in there. Thatcher and the Echo drone too. Going for the great C4.
Whoa.
Yogg from that position, able to deny the push. I'd said that it was my concern throughout. Enterprise were less worried about it than I, but they should have been a little bit more. The Zoto canister comes out to try and stop that push onto him that we've seen previously. And again, Yogg is doing a great job here at just holding back the tide. There's going to be a little bit of a wander down downstairs, but Brendo has got into a position to put the diffuser down. Groovy, however, stops it. 5 versus 3 now. GK holding on and looking to take us to that 15th round. It's retake time for Enterprise.
Walking through right now, low time, no chance.
Wow.
And Tim, it was really down to
I don't understand
really
the freezer
let
drop.
that round slip, because even if you're in that spot to get the bomb down, you need your players on the vert covering. You see another player dropping the hatch. There's no need to drop the hatch. You already have a person on white. You need to make sure you hold the coffee double door, where Groovy was able to vault through, stop the plant, and then prone and waste even more time off of the flames here. And you saw that they usually brought the Twitch drone in to be able to clear those flames early. They weren't able to clear those flames. They didn't use a nade for the flames, so it really allowed them to stall in the late round right there. And a great C4 from Yogg being able to break that initial play.
Yeah, really nice defense. We see, all the utility that was thrown at Yogg there, but they still didn't get that kill onto him. He was still able to find the nitro, really break, the back of that attack before it really started to get established.
They just went bar. How do you feel about that?
I'll tell you what, I feel nervous. I feel nervous for Enterprise. We have not seen a top floor.
I don't know why that Sledge dropped freezer.
14 rounds.
Because I think most people know that through, I guess, through scrim experience or whatever,
I can't tell you the exact numbers
there's going to be feet holes on that freezer wall, and there's usually a default to playing in VIP, so I don't get why he would drop.
Because I've watched it avidly, and it's a risk.
They have the feet holes. They have the high.
GK a little bit off guard.
Yeah. The high sort of head holes for that C4. I don't get why he dropped. I really don't.
So now GK
they had no smokes for it. They had flashes. I don't get it.
Right now, too, seeing his holes coming out. The Cade too. Going to be good for the wall. Thorn. I would like to see an Azami here.
Who do I win it? I've got no idea. It's a toss-up, man. It's 7-7 overtime match point.
You can really just be able to be outside the map and really just stall time. Looking to Cade the red wall from up. It's a little bit questionable. Okay, they're going to not put the Cade down. It's good. Going to Cade freezer walls here, probably.
Walls done.
Yeah. You can kind of nade that. They have Idiots and Freezer protecting it. Let's see. Probably going to be a C1 clear right now. Seeing 4 sets of nades coming out. Most of the ADSs are for the bar side too.
Why would you clear C1 first?
It's going to get tricky right now. Ace coming out too. Going to be one of the best ops to be able to get this range breach off. Got rid of the ADS too.
Wow. No Azami for Cigar.
Nearly didn't get away with that.
Didn't get the ADS though. Didn't get the ADS. He blocked it.
I think he did. He just managed to body block it, and it was, we saw the shot land on the Jaeger's leg. We can see on his player card the little bit of damage that Cairo took, but it's taken and kept some really important utility online there. It's going to enable him to stay in that position. So good stuff from Enterprise by Loco management. It doesn't really matter. The outcome is the same, and it means that the Jaeger stays in position, but he's going to wish that he hadn't. The flashes come in, and Newport gets the tight angle from Skylight, and there's the entry.
Now it's so difficult, too, because you have your solos below, 3 people on the site. You're forced to really make a play right now. If it goes 5v3, it could get bad.
Wow.
Good trade back. Good to be on the solos below here, if they have that info or not on Jigsaw.
Brando getting Enterprise back into
They have a reading cam. They don't have a pillar cam right now, so there's no info.
At least a little. 4 versus 3. GK need to not get dragged into rushing through this. They've got a couple of kills. They don't need to get overly aggressive, but they take the opportunity presented. Ask gets the kill onto BAP, and they can smell blood in the water now. They know they're like sharks circling. They want this match. They were 6-2 down, but here comes the jump out. Big play.
That's not good.
Jigsaw just launches himself out of white window. The fight is on. Brendo gets one. 2v2, but Ask is the hero that they were asking for. 2v1 right now. He's going to be getting the plant down, but the Solus is underneath. This could be the win condition. He has to move away. They can't find the kill. Jigsaw, he's going to go back to it again. He has to just shoot through the floor. He will manage to land some shots, but Ask is going for it again.
Wow, GK came back. GK was down. GK was down 6-3 and then came back. 8-7 overtime match point win. Wow, what a game for GK. What a game.
Every player out of their chairs celebrating unbelievable scenes.
What's up?
Enterprise, they're going to be kicking themselves.
Cafe?
They had 4 rounds to close out Cafe, and they couldn't get it done. There wasn't enough chat, there wasn't enough shouting to get that one over the line, and GK had all the response.
But what it means is that if Enterprise wants to make it to the main stage, they got to win the next 2 games, which will be BO3s, and then GK needs to win just one BO3.
If only somebody would listen. Every player out of their seat, and
these guys do look like real dorks. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Comeback from GK.
What a comeback!
Here. It took them 15 rounds, but they get it done. A super
is this CS:GO?
overtime. We saw a very attacker-favorite Cafe.
Yeah.
Also in overtime, everybody knows how to defend. And then with that final round, they get the entry.
Slowly,
they
this
get
is
the information. They
Rainbow
get what
Six
they
Siege
need
from
to do.
Roblox.
And GK, they say in the upper bracket, they have an extra life. Incredible.
I mean, that's Siege right
All right,
there.
well, that's it for me, man.
That's what we tune in
going
for.
into
Fortnite.
Game best of 3, especially off of
Yeah, that's it for me.
You know that's going to get
I'll be back tomorrow.
Head.
Watching more EWC.
We're just really
man, it's just Rainbow
looking
Six
at
Siege,
Brendo. Just what a game.
This is exactly
I believe
why
CS:GO
we tune in, and
had,
even in that last round,
already
it
had
was
their
almost as if
EWC
that last round just
last week.
was kind of a miniature version of the entire game.
Yes.
It was one
But
team in the lead. Oh, they've come back.
That's it for